Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day two of GBBC's Blockchain Central Davos virtual. I am so glad to be here this morning with you all. I'm sitting in New York, so I say this morning. I know some of you are dialing in from evening all over the world. Wanted to, first of all, thank you for participating, for those who were able to join yesterday, and to all the speakers sharing their views across sustainability, to capital markets, to how do we actually help with supply chain issues and traceability. We covered a number of different topics. And with that, I think it just shows and illustrates that we are trying to solve for some big, big world problems. And I think we do need to go bold. And I am glad we're going big and bold. But it also underscores the need for us to continue to collaborate. In a world that wants us to point out all the division and all the differences and all the non-commonalities that we have, I think it's important that we as leaders in blockchain and crypto and digital assets try to knit together and build bridges across where we do have commonality. And when we collaborate, when we bring lots of great minds and thinkers together, we create amazing solutions that each of us on our own cannot do. And I want to actually just touch upon the fact that GBBC is in its fifth year, and we exist because a group of entrepreneurs thought that it would be a good idea to focus on a nonprofit group that would have education at the forefront of its mission. And today, we still have that. But we actually have a much more expanded vision, which is to build partnerships to grow and scale the business of blockchain. This is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. It is growing. The opportunity set's even bigger today than it was a year ago. And how do we make sure that that opportunity sits across the world and not just in a couple locations? And how do we make sure that it is actually a fair shot for anyone, whether they start with privilege or not, whether they have the ability to have a group of friends who actually know about blockchain and crypto or not? And how do we do that? And I think I want to applaud the GBBC team and community for being committed to events like this, which share information, which share who are the leaders that are doing amazing work, and also the real solutions that are coming to fruition. And with that, I want to thank the entire GBBC team, particularly those who have helped to put this event together. It is not easy. And one thing I've learned over the last couple of years being a part of this group is that anytime you try to bring lots of different people together, whether it's virtual or whether it's in person, there's an awful lot of detail and work that go to that. So kudos and hats off to Sophia and Brandon and Sierra and the rest of the team that supported. We appreciate everything you do. And to our members and sponsors, I just want to say thank you for supporting us financially. We exist because you have committed and are also share with us the common mission of making sure that information flow and the connections and the partnership are from a global perspective, and that we truly need to not only help each other and share information, but also lift each other up in times of difficulty and challenges, as well as celebrate when we have great success. And with that, I have a very special video for you all. Roya Mahboob is our GBBC ambassador to Afghanistan, and she has worked tirelessly to be an advocate for not only technology and blockchain, but also for women's rights and women's education. And so with that, I want to hand it over to the rest of the team. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and please reach out to us if you have any ideas, anything you would like to share, and we'll be happy to, you can find us on LinkedIn or on our website. We'll be happy to communicate and collaborate with you. Over to you guys. Thank you.
It's a great honor to talking with you today. For those who growing up with the freedom and opportunity, it can be difficult to imagine that what another life could be like when education is privileged and afforded to everyone who desire it. Oppression seems far away. Technology that surrounded us every day is easy to take for granted. We don't know how lucky we are. But I remember how the other side of the world lives. Growing up in a society that restricted access to technology and education for women, it's needed great courage to take first step. For me, was first step was walking in at an internet cafe at a young age, and I started using for the first time computer, and that was the reason that I decided to make technology to be the center of my career. I went to university and I studied computer science. I graduated. I started to work at university as an IT coordinator, and later on, I decided to start my own company, and I became one of the first tech famous CEOs in Afghanistan. But I found that there are millions of tech girls who are out. They are just like me, but they are curious and they want to learn more. But they are giving not a vision to explore the world. And that's why I started to show some fun with one goal: to see technology become accessible for everyone, but specifically women in conservative societies. I believe that everyone deserves equal opportunities and education. Arm with a dream. Everyone deserves the chance to let their courage shine. We have bringing digital literacy and financial literacy for women in Herat and Kabul. During this time, we have built 13 technology centers. These centers have provided for more than 16,000 of the women and girls the training that they graduated from our program. They learn about how to work with the computer to level of that they can write in codes, they learn about the blockchain, they learn about cryptocurrency, they learn about robotics, and they learn about building the games. And if we do nothing, nothing will be done. Human capital is mostly on untapped resources and a vital drive for growth and economic freedom for the region and Afghanistan in particular. For that capital to grow, we must invest in education. We must take action, educating and empowering our women and youths to make their lasting impact. By educating and training women to harness their creativity and tap into their potential for businesses, we actually offer them a chance to realize their dreams of success and play a vital role in a country's future. One of the greatest projects at Digital Some Fund that we are very proud is the robotic team that started this program in 2017. This team of the young women becoming a symbol of the courage that inspired thousands. They showed that the women who are empowered and believed and could achieve amazing things. They have created ventilators, and different robots to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic in Afghanistan. Beyond their message of hope and female empowerment, they are changing the world because of the investment that we choose to make in them. This story was a victory, a vision of a hope for a country that for centuries has ignored women's abilities in science and other vital industries. And that's why we wanted to build the first school of the science, technology, engineering, art, math, the first STEM school with a focusing on AI, blockchain, cybersecurity in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, Afghan government's fall collapse, and after the fall of the Afghan government and security turmoil of the past month, many things has been changed for Afghanistan, and millions of the lives of Afghans has been changed. And many of these young women, people, our staff, individual in this community were put at risk. Sorry. Hundreds fled the country, and right now they are in a very various stage of movement and resettlement, while many more still are in Afghanistan with a desire of hope for the future. For the past couple of months, families and aid organizations have been struggling to send money to the people in Afghanistan who are running out of the food, water, and have unstable housing. As the banking system have running out of the paper currency, as a result, millions of Afghans today suffer the food insecurity. I wanted to let you know that how technology helped during this time. For some, cryptocurrency has provided critical financial lifetime during these cash shortages. During the past couple of months, cryptocurrency has remained safe, and this transaction have continued even while Western governments, banking, many more money services have cut off their form of the finance. The current devastation of the Afghan banking system reminded us about technologies like blockchain. To rebuild a new and creating banking and social infrastructure that are digital and distributed and resistant to physical disturbation and political instability. Well, the recent uphill and the changes of national political power in Afghanistan, DCF is still reminded a steady source of a hope and real opportunity for women and girls, both those who have remained in the country as well as who are in the various stage of the evacuation and resettlement. We have different projects today. One of them is educational program. The primary and most visible aspect of our programs in Afghanistan is in-person training and educating women and girls in STEM, robotics, and blockchain programs, and also finding a place that they can find jobs. Another project that we are still interested in trying to see that how we can build is the Afghan Dreamer Institute. As I mentioned, this institute will provide a world-class education to Afghan students, emphasizing on women's access to resources in STEM area and AI, blockchain, and robotics education. We seek to develop a foundation for a lifelong learning, promoting a long-term ecosystem of economic development. This result will be scientifically informed citizenry and created a solution-seeking population poised to install positive change for Afghanistan economic and global status. I know that today is a little bit seems difficult and challenging, but we are working on this to make this happen. Another project that I'm very excited is a news platform. This platform is supposed to strengthen the voice of the Afghan women and journalists and drive coverage of underreported gender issues. We want to expose injustice in Afghanistan and across the global. We want to cover health and development and accountability. Our platform also provide training opportunities and improve skills of the Afghan women journalists, writers, designers, filmmakers, and help them, and also researchers, to help their career and to have an income based on their creative content by using cryptocurrency and blockchain. And these projects would then be able, we won't be able to make this happen unless that we have people that they are interested to working with us. Our investment in each other touches more and more lives until the world is free. And thank you.
Welcome and good morning. For this panel, we're going to look at the topic of market infrastructure, including as it's evolving in the digital asset and crypto asset space. Infrastructure, while not sometimes behind the scenes, is a key aspect of the operation and development of any financial market, not just in the digital asset space. It's really a question of who are the players that permit markets to function at all and to grow. Infrastructure is relevant to such issues as what can be traded, where and how things can be traded, who can trade them, and significantly how assets can be held or custodied. Digital assets have seen the rapid development of an infrastructure that's separate in many ways from those for other financial instruments, including securities and derivatives. And a key question we're going to look at is where this development goes from here. Fortunately, we have a great panel set up to help answer some of these questions and give some thoughts on these topics. I'll let the panel members introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll dig into the substance. Tanya, do you want to start?
Sure, I'm happy to start. So I'm Tanya Shastri. I'm VP of Product for VMware for blockchain product portfolio. Just by way of introduction, I'll share a little bit about our product and business. So as a reference for my comments today. So we have an enterprise blockchain platform that our customers deploy their business critical smart contracts on. And we've worked and engaged and collaborated very deeply with several customers in the financial services space, the Australian Securities Exchange with their post-trade clearing and settlement replacement, Broadridge Financial Solutions with their repo transaction platform, the DLR, distributed ledger repo platform, and Deutsche Börse and Bursa Malaysia and others on dematerialization and other such projects. So it is through that collaboration that we've developed our platform, starting with core research out of our team for malicious fault tolerant consensus mechanism that's very performant and scalable and so on. We bring to that a lot of enterprise grade functionality, performance, privacy, capacity management, and then of course a lot of our enterprise grade support. Together that then makes this very robust platform that's also true to the blockchain primitives. And that's what enables our customers to really bring to production some of these business critical use cases in highly regulated industries. So that's a little bit of context, and I'm very happy to be here and looking forward to our discussion. I'll hand it over to the next person.
Talia, how about you?
Sure, thanks, Jeff. Talia Klein, I lead the commercial product team for digital asset custody at BNY Mellon. We are the first globally systemic financial institution to announce our intent to build a digital asset custody platform, so lead the team on how we commercialize those efforts here. Prior to BNY, I had been in the blockchain space for a number of years, actually leading the Broadridge program with digital asset holdings. And before that was at JP Morgan in the agency collateral group. So I have a lot of experience on market infrastructure and kind of the core technology underlying a lot of the pieces of the financial system that most retail investors and others don't necessarily see.
Thanks. Boris?
Yeah, hi there. I'm Boris. I'm one of the partners of the Chief Revenue Office of Copper. We're one of the largest custodians in the native crypto world right now. Apart from the pure custodial infrastructure, we also offer services around the prime and settlement side, especially in and around off-exchange settlements, which is one of the core pieces of our infrastructure, driving things forward in the space. Apart from that, of course, what has become like on the following on from Talia, the traditional financial services market wanting to be enabled as well. So we have quite an extensive enterprise offering on that front as well. Around this panel, I would love to talk about this, but unfortunately I've got like 16,000 NDAs wrapped around it, but it will be public hopefully very soon. Yeah, apart from this, the business started about 4 years ago out of a need for, at that time, institutional custody, not like Swiss mountains with dogs and guns and guards. So mainly focused on actively traded strategies. So we set this up 4 years ago. The ride has been great so far. What the business is now global, headquartered here in London, an office in America, as well as in Singapore. We have around 280 people now. Offer all sorts of services for crypto native firms. Apart from the pure custodial side and the settlement piece, there is like staking and DeFi, all sorts of beautiful things. But yeah, that is roughly it.
Last but not least, of course, Andre. You may be on mute, Andre. Just give us a second.
Can't hear you.
Unmute you. All right, well, while Andre working on that, I'll just introduce myself briefly. I'm Jeff Goldman. I'm a partner at Sherman & Sterling, focusing on financial institutions and financial services, which includes developments in digital assets and blockchain, other issues, but also focusing on U.S. regulation of financial services and financial products of all kinds, including in the securities and derivative space. Hopefully Andre has reconnected. He may.
Brandon,
maybe we
able to unmute him. Someone who set up the Zoom instance might be able to. It's worth a try, maybe.
Hi, all. If I may, we'll just ask Andre to join and then rejoin. So please continue.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, let's dive into some of the substance. We're going to focus, I think, on some broad themes this morning, including, how our market infrastructure is adapting to the new digital economy and the crypto economy. What are some of the problems facing the development of digital and crypto asset market infrastructure as compared to traditional infrastructure, and what are some of the opportunities? And I think we'll focus initially on a couple of areas, including custody, broader issues of tokenization and trading. And let's maybe start with custody. How is custody changing and adapting to the new market environment? Maybe we'll start with Boris for his perspective.
That's a question that requires a very long answer. I'm going to try to kind of concise it a little bit. I mean, the market is changing extremely rapidly. If you have been in the crypto industry for quite a while, you actually know and have potentially seen what's going on. On that front, of course, from a custodial perspective, you're dealing with cryptographic assets, and the level of security that needs to be wrapped around this needs to be of paramount importance. There are various ways of how you can do this. And without going into too much of the tech stack here, because I don't think that would kind of, blow the borders of this conversation, but it basically is the way that we do it is MPC based. So it comes down to the fact of like how you secure your private keys, whereas you don't want to have any centralized risk, where at the same time you would like to have access fast, because after all, you're dealing with a very volatile asset class. Now, this is when we talk about normal crypto assets, right? Your Bitcoin, ETH, Cardano, and so on and so on. The infrastructure itself is, the base layer for this is custody. If you come from the traditional world, you understand that if somebody on floor 3 is punching in a trade, a JP, then you have a couple of people running around trying to settle that trade for about 3 days, which is a nightmare. Mainly in and around, with the likes of Boney and State Street and Citi and so on, the big players in that field. So what is happening now is a dramatic shift from actual traditional financial institutions moving in. And now I can say this with some confidence, because for 4 years, the industry has been like, bigging themselves up that this is actually happening, but it didn't at all. Things are moving relatively swift right now, especially with like people or companies like Boney announcing stuff like this and working on those solutions. And that comes, of course, with a whole set of other infrastructural needs that need to be solved, not only on the custodial side, but mainly on the pre as well as post-trade side. And those infrastructural layers are, perfectly suited for this when you just look at the blockchain technology itself. Definitely better than any MT500 messaging between those venues, where settlement cycles can be shortened dramatically. So that kind of touches also on the fact of tokenized securities, which of course is the big, that is ultimately where we're going here, which solves so many problems. I'm not going to go into many, but if you are a bank right now looking into this space, trying to figure it out, and you might have custody as well, or you've got assets sitting on your balance sheet that maybe are illiquid, you have the ability via tokenization in order to take them off balance sheet, which is a very, 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 very interesting proposition, and makes a lot of people's in the C-suite of those banks, the lights, the eyes are lighting up. So that needs a certain layer of infrastructure that we are providing. And, on the custodial side, I think we now figured it out. Globally, there are all sorts of different solutions, but ultimately the custodial layer is pretty much there. From where I'm standing, maybe Talia has a different approach to this, but that's basically where we stand.
Talia, what's your perspective as a participant?
Yeah, so I think if we think about I'll use Boris's words, the nightmare scenario, right? I think traditional institutions getting into this space, there's a lot that we can learn from the digital players who have been in these markets custodying and settling digital assets over the last number of years. As we continue to evolve and work with clients and partners in the space, I think if you look, a lot of the technology has been built by technologists, right? And there's new ways to transfer value. And I think if there are ways that we can collaborate, which I know, Jeff, you want to talk about later in the panel. There's opportunity there for lessons learned, both on, to Boris's point, the traditional side. So how do we leverage tokenized assets, but also on the crypto side? So bringing, stronger ways to think about risk management, as well as, how are we settling trades in a way that reflects into the broader picture of assets that exist, right? I think cryptos for the last number of years has been very much to the side and on its own, and the value that firms like BNY Mellon bring is being able to really integrate those assets into the broader, transfer of value and record keeping. We custody a lot of assets. I think as of yesterday morning, publicly 46 trillion in assets. So we know how to do custody, we know how to do settlement, and bringing those lessons learned from the past, 230 some years since Alexander Hamilton founded the Bank of New York, positions us well, and positions, I think, also the broader industry well to find new and effective ways of performing those activities.
Like just following on that point, because Talia mentioned something very, very important. The crypto industry, like the native crypto industry, has been built by tech people, and tech people normally don't understand finance to any mean, quite frankly. And normally it's the other way around as well. Finance people don't understand tech. That's just the base layer that you need to work with. There are certain things in the traditional financial industry, which I was also part of for 15 years, that are extremely efficient, like on the execution side, extremely efficient, extremely inefficient on the crypto side right now. There is also pre-trade, like when it comes to, anything in and around risk. This is extremely efficient in the traditional world. However, not in any shape or form properly implemented in the crypto world right now. However, the biggest pain point right now is post-trade. And that is something where, in terms of the infrastructure layer that is currently in existence, you don't really have solutions that are enabling this to the extent that a Millennium, a BlackRock, a Capital Group, like those guys would need, because it would blow everything that they currently have completely out of the water. Never mind the very, very minor fact of like that this market is 24/7, which no risk model right now in the traditional world really can cover, apart maybe from the FX side to a certain extent. So this is the big challenge that needs to be figured out. The good thing is that it has been done before, and we've seen that evolution in traditional finance. So there are a lot of things that can be taken from there in order to adapt it to this new world. And the technology layer, where Tanya is going to, definitely add a lot of value here during this panel, is in and around what is happening on the tokenization and settlement side, because ultimately it comes down to the fact of the technology layer, in this case blockchain. That is the important part. If you ask me personally, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, I mean, I'm a massive fan of Solana, I'd just say it out loud, but they don't actually matter that much right now in the current ecosystem. It's going to be interesting to see what Boney, State Street, JP, Citi, and all the other ones are choosing in order to tokenize their assets on. Never mind the sprinkle of DeFi, but I've got a completely different approach to that point anyway. I'm normally the party pooper on DeFi panels. But like those are the big challenges that need to be figured out, never mind the regulatory framework.
Yeah, and maybe if I can just add,
Yes.
The point about the technologists and the financial folks and so on. So one point I think for all of us is the collaboration is definitely important, right? You need to bring the technologists and the financial folks together and build these solutions jointly, right? And just taking custody, for example, in the crypto world, there are certainly some primitives there that are very interesting and can be brought to the enterprise and highly regulated industries. But there's a lot that has to be added to it, and it has to be then made to deliver in the enterprise regulated space, right? I mean, the whole concept for even end consumers to move to really understanding what it means to have a private key and how important it is to secure it and so on, right? And now you translate that to the enterprise, and there's various additional requirements around it, right? I mean, what happens? It's not an individual; it's an institution. And how do you, what are beneficiary kinds of requirements? What happens if there is an extreme case that something is lost and so on, right? So kind of translating things that are working in the crypto space or that have that are unique or pushing the boundaries in the crypto space and then bringing them to the enterprise is not an easy task. And really doing that well with the technologists and the financial folks who understand the end-to-end system, how these systems all work together and what's required, I think is really where we'll see the next big things happening, right? And Boris, your point about, for example, the post-trade side and so on, right? We are engaging super deeply with Australian Securities Exchange and Broadridge and Bursa and Deutsche Börse and so on, right? So that is, at the end of the day, I think what we need to make happen. So definitely looking forward to us talking about collaboration at the end of the panel.
Thanks, Andre. Appreciate your perspective on custody issues, maybe from a user of custody. But hopefully you can hear us now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I got some connection issues here. I was hearing you guys, but you don't hear me. So I think that there will be some challenge to adapt. But one thing that I'm seeing these couple of years that we at BTG we are engaging with crypto. We start trading crypto in 2017. So we have some point of views from the user and also from developer, given that we are doing some new developments here for our clients. But I think the market's going through a process of convergence, okay, where to onboard big institutions and more traditional clients, there's the need to bring some of the new crypto technology, but put together with some requirements of compliance, regulation, and even some standards that traditional finance have already developed in these last decades. Okay, and actually there's some technology problems, but there's always some problems that don't have to do with technology. It's things that comes from the commercial relations. So you need to have governance, you need to have some type of insurance, you need to have some type of regulation. And I think the process that we are seeing now in the market is this convergence, which means maybe will not have that big disruption all of a sudden, but we'll start to see the new technology enabling, together with things that were already developed in traditional finance, enabling the growth in the market and big institutions stepping in, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's broadly speaking the view that we have for not only custody, but everything related to infrastructure and also service. Okay, I think Boris and Tanya mentioned the post-trade. There's tremendous things that can be gained in terms of efficiency when you bring the crypto technology to traditional markets. Okay, I mean, I've been a trader my whole life, and having traded a lot of different asset classes like equities, FX, derivatives all around the globe. What I tell people is that, well, if you spend 2 weeks trading crypto, you never want to get back to trading traditional instruments because it's so much easier, so much more efficient. But definitely, there's still some void places that we need to fill in terms of especially governance and regulation to make able for big institutions to step in. I think that's the process where we are going.
The technology part is extremely important here because, like, I'm going to do this plug now for about 2 minutes, so you need to give me. But because there is nothing like this in the market. It's a product that we've built called ClearLoop. Now, when you talk about institutional adoption, you are, like everybody said on this panel, the compliance and risk side is absolutely crucial for any of those players to start doing something in this space. Now, the conversations are, however, very, very short. If you look at the current infrastructure that is in place, there are some very interesting venues that you just imagine a Monday morning in one of the big global hedge funds, and they found an algo somewhere in a drawer. They overlay this to the crypto markets, doing some arbitrage, and basically see of how much money they make. Now everybody's excited, they then walk to the compliance officers, to compliance, and basically say, like, look, this is what we want to do. Those are the numbers. Everybody goes, that's fantastic. What do we need to do? Well, we need to onboard on an exchange that is situated and or regulated on the island of Barbuda, and we need to pre-fund everything there. So we need to send money there first, because the exchange, for some stupid reason, is also doing custody, which, if you come from the traditional world, is ridiculous, to say the least. So what that imposes you is two major problems. One of them is counterparty risk exposure, to the extent that you will have to do extensive operational risk due diligence with regards to the fact of having to pre-fund those venues. But second of all, what you're faced with is an incredible constraint of capital efficiency, because what you have to do is you can only trade with the money that is there. You can potentially negotiate some credit lines, but you ultimately are pre-funding a venue, and that is your pocket of money that you have. Normally, for sophisticated funds, you normally have a limit. This is for we have about 450 clients, native crypto funds, and they have restrictions in there in terms of how much of the overall AUM is the maximum that they are allowed to put on a certain venue, due to the fact it being in Barbuda. So that's your first problem. But second of all, liquidity is not always the same, right? It dries up here, it amalgamates here. So what you want to do is you want to be active in terms of like how you shift your capital from one place to the other. And what you currently have to do is you need to do this on chain. That means that you need to withdraw your Ethereum from, let's say, Coinbase, and move it to, I don't know, Deribit, which means in this scenario, first and foremost, it's Ethereum. So it's going to cost you about $1,000, and it's going to take you hours because the network is congested, because NFTs are cool right now. And then subsequently, what you're dealing with is the fact that you are the money won't arrive. So you have to sit there and wait. And by that point, the trading opportunity is gone. So what we have built is Clearloop, which basically means you hold your assets centrally in custody, and you only ping tradable balances to the venue. But the assets are never moving. And those balances are available in milliseconds, which, if you come from the traditional world, milliseconds is even too long, because they work in macroseconds. So what it ultimately comes down to, those are the infrastructural layers that will allow those institutional adoptions to happen over time, also when we talk about anything post-trade. Sorry for the plug, but I had to do it.
But I think what's interesting to what Boris has said, because having been in the space for many years, both on the custody side at a large bank as well as on the tech side, I think to Boris's point earlier, like the technologists that built some of these assets originally, had they come or had experience in the traditional space, would have been able to natively input some of these items into the assets themselves. And that's where I think that some of the work I know Tanya works on is really interesting, because leveraging that technology for how we think about the broader assets, right? How do you think about the 46.6, I think, trillion in assets that an institution like a BNY Mellon custodies on behalf of clients? How do you think about new paradigms in terms of those assets and the operational efficiencies that can be gained, right? So if you think about a corporate bond and all the corporate actions that are responsible off the back of those, and the number of people that work on those, and the number of issues that end up coming off of those, right? That's where, to use Boris's term, the nightmare comes in, right? Which is, if there's an issue with one of those, that causes significant issues for clients on the other end of that. And how, as we think about beyond just crypto, how do we take some of those lessons learned and encode those pieces on the assets themselves, right? I think that's where smart contracts become really exciting. I'll leave the controversial comments about DeFi to Boris, right? But if you think about smart contracts and the ability to leverage that technology to think about a new paradigm for developing assets and being able to encode that information, so all those processes and workflows can kick off automatically, I think that's where there's a huge amount of value, whether or not you believe in the crypto pure value proposition or not. And maybe Tanya, I don't know if you want to speak to any of those projects that you mentioned, because I think that's where the two worlds converge in a really unique way.
No, thanks, Talia, for setting that up. I think really well said, right? I mean, when you think about blockchain technology, the technology itself, it's not necessarily, I mean, it's not just crypto focused or one particular area, right? It's kind of a generalized technology that's bringing value in so many different ways. at the core, it's enabling these kind of shared, trusted source of truth for multiple parties to all engage on, right? And just enabling that trusted shared source of truth, and what you can think of as kind of mutualized infrastructure where everyone's collaborating on the same platform, the workflow is standardized and is able to be automated across multiple parties. And when you think of a smart contract, it's essentially, just business logic at the end of the day. So it could be almost anything, right? So when you think of it that way, now you're really bringing this technology to enable a lot of, efficiency, performance, and ability for these multiple parties, if there is a complex transaction that's going across all of them, to then be able to bring that efficiency to that end-to-end transaction and reduce errors, reduce the time it takes, reduce data reconciliation required if there are multiple different silos of data as they are today, right? So that then enables almost efficiency that you could bring to any multi-party application, right? So that's kind of, I'd say, the general way in which the technology can be brought to bear. And some of the key principles, right? The data integrity, the ability to have this malicious fault tolerance and really have, I'd say, the highest level of data integrity with a blockchain now is really very interesting when you think of digital assets, right? I mean, these digital assets are data, right? That's your asset. And now actually protecting that data, ensuring that the data integrity exists is paramount. So, those are the kinds of things the technology is bringing to bear. And it's from my perspective, as a technologist, the efficiency that can be gained even in existing systems is already, magnitude higher, right? So when you now bring new crypto assets and things like that into the picture, then that's broadens the pie even more. But a lot of the things that you can do with crypto assets, you can do with any high value asset, any traditional asset, and digitizing those assets then brings this similar kinds of efficiencies to the traditional financial space. If you can do all the things we've talked about, right? Ensure the reliability, ensure that there's low risk, ensure that all the compliance can be met and the regulatory requirements can be met, right? So that's really from a technologist perspective, what we are doing, right, is bringing those two worlds together: the primitives of blockchain with the enterprise grade features and functionality that are needed, so that the technology can then be broadly used across all kinds of assets and in any multi-party application, even beyond digital assets, right? So that's
let me clarify something, because I come across now as this DeFi hater. That is not the case. Okay, I'm just very much a voice of reason here, right? Do I believe that in the future everything will be smart contract based? Yes, I do. I will be sitting on the airport. I will have bought my ticket, and the plane is delayed by 8 minutes because I didn't board in time, and every single minute automatically money comes back into my wallet because I bought an insurance contract on it. Yes. Do I believe that this will be the case in the future? Absolutely. Will we be able across, due to where we stand right now, on a Sunday morning sitting on my laptop in my underwear and basically quickly draw down my mortgage within a smart contract, and then ultimately having trading that against tokenized Apple shares in some AMM smart contract? Yes, that will be possible as well. But we need to be very, very clear on timelines and what needs to happen in order for this beautiful world to exist. And there is a lot of stuff. And the reason why I'm saying this is because lately I have to do a lot of those panels. And when it comes to this, it's like there are a lot of DeFi cracks on this as well. And the general, point is that in 2 years' time, we will be there. Everything will be DeFi. There will be pockets like what Tanya is doing. There will be pockets of things that are going to drive this industry forward. But in order for this to be broadly accepted across all the different the financial markets, never mind, retail B2B markets, there is a lot of stuff that needs to happen, like a lot of stuff. So if people think that this is done in the next 2 years, I'm going to continue being that party pooper. Do I think that in 10, 15 years, we will be at a point where we will be able to do this? Yes, absolutely. Reason being is because we need to walk at the speed as as what in this case, currently ruling the world, the traditional financial institutions such as BONI is. And to get things like this going from a regulatory and from a pure infrastructural layer is a big task. So that's the only thing that I'm saying. I love smart contracts, just to say this out loud. But when they will come into effect, that's the thing where
I think there's a difference, right? And Boris, I completely agree with your sentiments. There's a difference between smart contracts and utilizing the technology and believing that the world should be completely decentralized, right? I think a lot of the institutions, like a BNY Mellon, like a lot of the institutions that Tanya has mentioned, bring a lot of value in ways that most people can't even begin to understand, to the complexities of what it is that we do, right? And if you think about, I come from the collateral management space, right? If you think about a lot of the lending that happens in the DeFi space, there's a lot of pieces there that just from an investor protection standpoint that aren't being included in those smart contracts, versus some of the projects that Tanya mentions, right, that's automatically encoded in those smart contracts because of the fact that it's being built by traditional financial services folks who I think get a lot of shade in the crypto world. I'll speak for myself personally, right? Whereas, but then the pure crypto world wants institutions to get involved, and institutions cannot get involved until a lot of those items are included, right? So you think about things like the Aave KYC pool, right? That's very similar to what our traditional institutions do in terms of only allowing investors that have the proper due diligence done on them in order to protect the end consumers, right? As a child of the financial crisis, right? We having been trained by people who managed through that, it's really no joke that we need to protect consumers at the end of the day, because those are the ultimate kind of end state investors, and these products kind of build a lot of what ultimately affects those people.
This is what I'm saying. We're completely aligned on that front. And this is where the regulatory side will come in, because that's the only reason why they exist, apart from the fact of partially making your life a horror. But it is to protect the end investor. That's ultimately what this is all about. So that's why I say pockets and applications for this, for tri-party repos or whatever it is. Yes, absolutely. But broadly accepted, and the world is going DeFi. Like, also for the people that are listening into this, don't go down that route, because there is a lot of stuff that needs to happen first. And it will go through cycles, by the way. Just like the crypto industry goes through cycles, there will be applications now that, due to the advancements in technology, are suddenly not becoming very relevant anymore, and there will be a significant downturn, and then there will be improvements made, and it will go one level up, and that's the natural progression of any market. So I just wanted to say it. I don't want to be the DeFi hater here in any shape or form.
Andre, do you have a user perspective on the centralization, decentralization, DeFi thoughts that others have expressed? Or
Jeffrey, I can spend a week here talking about that, because there are, let's say, almost philosophical questions that we deal on a day-to-day life here. But I do agree with Boris. And I go even a little further. This is not exactly just related to crypto. It happens in almost all new technology. If you look, for instance, for artificial intelligence, it's been around since the 70s, and or even before. And every 5 years or so, people comes to let's say to trend again, and people say, well, all your life will be changed in 2 years, and then. Things takes time, okay, and especially in the world that we are seeing now, that this is a fragmented technology that is being developed all around the world, and so things take time to people to understand and to build the proper not only infrastructure but the proper relationships and regulation that we need to have, and even if we can have, let's say, DeFi and crypto functioning as the way it is functioning right now, it's still a small niche if you compare to the overall markets and industries. And for crypto and DeFi to stop being just a niche and really gaining adoption and really going mainstream, That's what I think Boris and all the people here in the panel are talking about. We need to have this proper, I would say, not just regulation, but this proper boundaries being built. And this takes time. Okay, I can ask you guys some question here, because I've been questioning myself about this all decentralization thing, especially with DeFi. Okay. In my sense, we as human beings in organization that are made by human beings, we are not used to deal with protocols. Okay, we are used to deal with people, with organizations made of people, with governments, so on and so forth. So in a DeFi world where we are trading, where we are lending, where we are borrowing against protocols, okay, I'm not sure that we are already ready for this world to go mainstream. Okay, and just to think about that, when something goes wrong, what you do? You sue the protocol? Well, I mean, there's some very simple questions that I at least my perspective, I didn't see that they have been answered before. Okay, or yet. Okay, so this will take time.
I think, Andre, I hear that a lot, right? So I think to Boris's language, right? The DeFi hater sometimes, when we have folks who come in and pitch us on, oh, we can do this collateral. And then the question is always in terms of collateral management, right? And I'm sure everyone knows this, but the question on there is always, okay, well, when the music stops, that's the language we always use, right? So when someone defaults, who's holding the bag or who's liable, and how does all that work? And when you talk to certain folks in the pure crypto space, they say, oh, well, the protocol, it's all on the ledger, or it's all in the blockchain. The judge is not going to care that when you say that, right? Someone, and that's where you really have to think about these functions to scale for some of those entities, like Boris mentioned, right? They don't want to hear, the protocol. It's not the world.
Where do I find my assets?
Correct. And Jeff is the lawyer here, so he can probably speak to that better. But that's kind of the evolution here, and how do we advance is by bringing those questions into the space, and what is the role of a market infrastructure today, and when you evolve that into the future, how does that advance or change? And there's, I like to say, and the technologists that I work with hate when I say this, the technology is sometimes the easy part, oftentimes the easy part, right? It's complicated, but you can throw bodies and people power at that, right? In terms of all of the work that goes around that, whether that's legal constructs or otherwise collaboration, quite frankly, like that's where a lot of the complexity lies. And that's not to say that the technology is easy, right? I know it's not, but when you have human beings who have to work together to think of new ways and collaborate, that becomes a different type of problem to solve that you can't just throw more smart people at.
Yeah, and just to be clear as well, as Boris mentioned, I'm completely enthusiastic about DeFi. Okay, I just think, well, we have some things to build on the way to these, to have adoption, and I think this is a process, right, guys? I mean, first we have the problems, then we have the solutions. To have the solution before the problem makes no sense at all. So people are building, people are developing, and we are encountering problems as every new technology encounters. So it's our job to be part of the problem solution. That's how I see it.
Yeah, definitely agree, Andre. I mean, and Boris, Talia, all of us are agreeing here, right? It isn't a rip and replace to this. Everything's going to just go like a switch from traditional to the DeFi world, and we know that's not happening. And the way things will progress, and that they're already starting to progress, is where the technology is inserted in the right way in the end-to-end systems and on the traditional side, some new pieces coming in from the DeFi side, right? And at the end of the day, they have to start coming closer together, and we're seeing that happen, right? I definitely feel there was a time when there was like polar opposites, right? It was either you're a quote unquote purist or you're a traditional guy, and you don't see eye to eye, you can't talk to each other, right? And now that's changing, right? We do see there's a bunch of things happening that are bringing both those worlds together. I'd say, Boris, things you're doing are maybe coming from the crypto world to the traditional. Talia's getting the traditional to the crypto, right? So both sides kind of starting to work together, right? So I do think that eventually that's what's going to have to happen. And it's great to see it starting to happen, because that's what the industry needs. And certainly we need the mindset that this isn't a rip and replace. It is a journey. You start at a good place, and you kind of, it takes maybe 10 years, maybe more, right? But that doesn't mean you don't start, and that doesn't mean there isn't very good value you can get now, right? And a lot of learnings and things like that require even to get started on the first leg of that journey, right? So I do think that mindset, especially in the traditional financial institutions, is definitely there, right? That there are good things you can do with the technology today. What are those good things we can do? And then what is the journey we take to get to where this can eventually go, right? So
I'm just very mindful of the audience as well, because if you do DeFi today, like, what do? Like, you would potentially use 3 different extensions. You have certain interaction layers, interact with a smart contract that potentially is not audited or doesn't really know, because ultimately at the end of the month, like, I'm talking about personal experience here. It's absolutely amazing when you sit there, you have an AMM do this for you, and at the end of the month, you look at your yield and it tells you, you log in and it tells you, wow, I've just done 56% in a month. Like, that's your first alarm bell right there. If that type of money is available for you to be made within a month, you know exactly that there are immense inefficiencies and enormous risks. Because you hear quite a lot right now about DeFi, and you hear a lot about NFTs and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, as a disclaimer for the audience, because there might be some in there right now that are doing this and are going to go like, screw this Boris guy, because I'm making 70% alpha every month. Is like, continue doing it. Just be mindful that the infrastructure layer has to catch up quite significantly for it to be sustainable. That's basically it. And that will be a process. So that's it.
Well,
so we should have to learn how to walk before we can run. That's basically the idea. Figure out centralized first before we go decentralized, in a nutshell.
That's a great way to sum up the panel, I think. I think we're at time, so I want to thank you all and thank the audience for listening, and hope we conveyed some interesting topics and interesting thoughts for the audience. Thanks, everybody, and have a good rest of the program. Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon to day two and to this panel where we'll be looking at the global economic network and what it means to the financial community. First of all, I would like to ask everyone to introduce yourselves and tell me, not necessarily going into any detail, but tell me what the biggest risk is to your business coming from distributed ledger technology. Yuval, can we start with you, please?
Hi, I'm Yuval. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Digital Asset. And the biggest risk for me from a blockchain technology is that our competitors will beat us.
Thank you. David, can we come to you?
What is the biggest risk? So first of all, David Nunes, I'm head of SDX. I've been in the capital markets for 20 years, SDX being Sixth Digital Exchange, the first example of next generation stock exchange based upon blockchain technology. The biggest risk to us coming from distributed ledger technology, I think not playing the appropriate role in the marketplace that a financial market infrastructure should be providing in the FMI in the DeFi space. I think there are aspects of distributed finance where a financial market infrastructure provider should be participating and helping with national infrastructure when it comes to participating in DeFi for the benefit of investors.
Thank you so much. Scott, can we come to you, please?
Yeah, thanks, Eva. Hi, my name is Scott Lucas. I'm head of Markets DLT within JP Morgan Markets business. I guess if we accept that blockchain DLT has a role in the financial markets, I think the biggest risk for us, if we sort of try and service our clients that way, is lack of adoption / sort of fracturing of that market in a way that we don't get the full value out of the technology, and we don't bring the market together to realize the full value.
Thank you so much. Well, this panel might be useful. Who knows? Can we come to you, please?
Yeah, hi, I'm Matthew Mcdermott. I run the digital asset business at Goldman Sachs. I've been at Goldman since 2005, and I've been running this business for just over 2 years now. I'll put a little spin on it. I see it as a huge opportunity, DLT. So I kind of think of that, the opportunity set. I think the biggest risk, quite frankly, is apathy. So, yeah.
We found the optimist on the panel. Thank you. And Michael, can we come to you, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Michael Wagner. I'm a partner at Oliver Wyman, and I'm in charge of our global market infrastructure and digital asset consulting business. So biggest risk, I think, is if there's widespread disruption without dispersion of value, right? I think that's more, because if our clients get disrupted, that's a risk for us.
Thank you. We will come back to hopefully all of those points shortly, but firstly, I would like to ask Yuval to introduce the idea of the global economic network to us in a little bit of detail, and maybe just a little flavor of what is the problem that you're hoping to solve.
Thank you, Eva. And so I wanna allow others to chime in, but from my perspective, as the first use case of a global economic network was Bitcoin, that truly said, can we actually create a global economic asset that is not relying on one party to make sure that it runs? And I think that sparked a whole bunch of ideas and innovation where we are seeing more and more businesses that sometimes are even competitors, even here in this panel, but also are looking to collaborate in many cases. And when you think about historically the architecture of financial services, it was very hub and spoke. And even when you're seeing in the last 10 years that, for example, open banking started becoming a thing, the systems that were going to provide the information to build these type of systems and applications were not designed to be really collaborative by design. So a global economic network is, first of all, an architecture concept. It's how do you build the system, the financial systems of tomorrow, to allow to have this collaboration and composability between competitors, partners, and the likes. but then after that, we believe that it will create business or new business models that today people don't even think about. I mean, people started mentioning DeFi as an example. That the idea of DeFi is really taking existing financial services concepts like exchanges, like lending, but really thinking about how can we provide these type of services on a new type of infrastructure. And hopefully by doing that, a lot of people talk about disintermediation. I think about really opportunity to make things more efficient and as a result to create more business opportunity. And a lot of times, if your entire business model is really how do I connect A to B, that's really your only value proposition, then yeah, new technology that makes the world more efficient is a risk to you. So to me, a global economic network is how are we designing from a technology perspective the financial system of tomorrow, and then really thinking about what are the business opportunity as a result of these new architectures that are going to be more prolific.
Before we sort of unpack that any further, you mentioned, the idea of disintermediation. We're, on this panel, we have banks, we have exchanges, we have technology companies and consultants. Blockchain technology was supposed to disintermediate all of you guys. So can you tell me a little bit about how it's going to be, this new system, be more efficient if we're just building it new, basically?
Yeah, no, I think the efficiency really comes from the exchange of information, right, between the various actors. So what this new technology or blockchain technology generally allows is a more efficient direct exchange, right, giving the actors within the network also more control, right, both over their own data and their own information, but also how they want to interact and what things they want to share, right? So I think that's truly new, and that allows really for a redesign of business processes, right, which are cheaper and more effective, but also allows capital reduction and risk mitigation, right? Because the networks can often act faster because they can, they connect end clients and end users, right? But also the auditability of a DLT-based network really allows more self-certification, more, and more risk reduction by definition. So we think those are the key elements that really will lead to massive efficiency gains for all the participants in such a network.
Yeah, and I certainly echo that. I mean, as we think about, applying this technology to different businesses, within the firm and actually working closely with our clients, I guess kind of risk reduction, is a key component of that. And if you kind of break that down, that's kind of operational, settlement, and even liquidity risks, which have an impact on capital. So you can see very quickly how this can be kind of both risk reductive, but also economically very efficient. I think the speed, the accuracy, the immutability are all very powerful features as well that really can transform and improve. A lot of markets today where there are a lot of intermediaries, there's a lot of clunky processing. And I think over time, you'll see it expand to a much broader universe of businesses.
I think what we've done on SDX really resonates with what I think we've achieved at SDX in terms of leveraging blockchain technology to do exactly that, to actually facilitate faster transactions and to eliminate certain parties involved in the settlement chain. So moving from having a T+2 settlement to instantaneous settlement atomic swap, where the trade and the settlement are indivisible, and there's no counterparty risk associated with that. That is clearly a benefit that the technology has provided, and we're actually, that's actually available in the marketplace today. So I know Evie said that all this technology is meant to sort of magic away everything and make the world a better place. I think we've got to do that, one step at a time. But I think that what we've achieved at SDX is clearly a pretty significant step in that particular direction. So it's really happening, and it's happening now, but it's not going to be an overnight change, right? It's going to require a lot of collaboration. I think what Yuval was sort of alluding to as well. These are global networks we need to put together. They have many participants, all of whom need to be able to adopt the technology, integrate it into their existing systems to actually take advantage of the functionality, the benefits of the technology. It's not something that you can just plug into the existing financial markets infrastructure, because it is, by its very definition, the financial markets infrastructure of tomorrow. So we're kind of making it up as we go along. We're inventing the future, and that is quite an effort, and an effort that requires coordination and collaboration across a lot of parties.
I would like to say we're not making it up. We're kind of strategically thinking about the best way forward, but
we're inventing, yeah. Making it up.
Strategically creating, but yeah.
That sounds
reimagining, if you want the consulting.
Oh, even better, yeah.
The disintermediation question, I think, is an interesting one, because another way of looking at that is just sort of bringing new levels of competition to what should be a competitive marketplace. And I think that's a good outcome for clients. It's a good outcome for the market, for us to rethink how we could, provide better services, etc. And really, the roles of all of the institutions that are represented here today is to sort of service the market that wants to see better capital flows between entities, jurisdictions, and companies, etc. So we should be, I think, embracing the fact that change is upon us. I think we should be looking to sort of see how we can harness some of that opportunity to do new services, etc. And it's happened before, whether it be about simple things like the electronification of equities trading, or just the moving from bearer securities to dematerialized securities, etc., and some of the efficiencies that are brought around there. So it's just another wave of that innovation hitting the market from a different technological angle, and it should give us really good opportunities to do some things better. That comes at a risk in some parts of our business, but if that's a reflection of kind of how the market needs to operate and wants to operate, then we need to adapt that and adopt to it. Adapt and adopt that in a way that kind of gets the best benefit out of it for us.
So in this brave new world that we are strategically heading into or making up as we go along, what's going to happen to competition? I mean, is it all going to be super collaborative, and JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs will be one big happy family sharing, clients and happiness? Or can you just sort of paint a picture to me, guys?
And the lion will, the lamb will lie down with the lion and all that. I think that's not quite the picture that I was painting. I think collaboration does not exclude does not exclude competition, and that rather tired phrase of terminology of co-opetition is what we're seeing. So everyone is going to benefit, but that doesn't mean they can't stop competing with each other. We are as SDX, our members are we're user owned. Our members are our owners. And they're all competitors to each other, but they're all collaborating to actually support, sustain, and extend the SDX initiative.
Yeah, I think a lot of points spot on, actually. Sorry, Michael. So I mean, I do think naturally, every firm is competitive in terms of, its own strategic direction of travel, but without cooperation, and, Scott and I work very closely together on certain projects, without that cooperation, you really struggle to get adoption. And I think the best way to get market adoption is work very collaboratively together. And in fact, the only way, and that will expedite adoption, which is to the benefit, I think, of everyone who is looking to kind of progress in this space.
Mm-hmm. And then we compete, but there's nothing to compete over if there's no market that's been created. I think that's the sort of sequencing of it. So like creating the right amount of critical mass around different products or different opportunities in the market, that takes collaboration. It takes collaboration not just between, JP Morgan and Goldman is the example you gave, but it also takes collaboration with regulators. It takes collaboration with clients at sort of both ends of the investment spectrum. It takes a sort of broad church to get us to that particular point. And once we're there, actually, then we can compete. And that's, again, in the interest of the market, because then we've got the right participants in the market offering the right services and being able to change those and fine-tune those and get better at those in a way that the market gets more and more efficient. But you've got to create that. You've got to create that set of circumstances to enable that competition in the first place. And that's going to be one of the challenges to Matt's point around adoption and getting the market.
Yeah, no, I would say it's a process that it's to some degree a learning process, right? I think, as everybody said, if you want to create a network, you also need to get clients to adopt it, right? And the clients are often very similar, so there need to be incentives for the clients to do it. And I would say the banking industry or the financial service industry has been successful in some of those. So I mentioned Zelle in the payments industry, right? The banks came together to create something that is useful for the end clients and in which they can cooperate.
So do you guys
actually One other point I was going to make actually, and this comes into, I guess, the general philosophy in and around the global economic network, because as you think about, the adoption and the competition, etc., obviously there's a lot of different, and I think in the report it quotes 100 different blockchain protocols, but there are naturally people who are working on different layer ones. And so I think that this kind of application layer is very powerful because that does allow that seamless adoption, across different kind of, I guess, institutional types, but also different kind of marketplaces.
Thank you. I'll ask for a couple of examples in a minute from you guys. So if you can maybe draw some up whilst we tackle this next one. Can you, some of you mentioned critical mass and client adoption. I thought clients wanted this. Is that why you're doing this? Can you tell me a little bit about what are the kind of factors that holding back adoption? What are the kind of common concerns that you see? And, maybe propose some solutions.
Yuval, I think you probably want to start off, right?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So I think that first of all, we are talking about a technology that is supposed to create new markets, as Scott mentioned and Matthew talked about, and therefore the consequences are quite significant. And I know that there has been quite a lot of hype in the last, especially since 2015 to 18, and then a lot of demand. Where is it? Where is it? But at the end of the day, creating new markets take time, even on traditional technology, let alone on new technology. So I think that what has been proven over the last few years is that the underlying technology works and can scale. I think where now, first of all, there are plenty of projects that are already running in production. Matthew discussed JP Morgan is doing significant amount of payments every single day on the technology. So I would actually say that the technology is being used. David mentioned SDX with the bond issuance platform. So there's plenty of opportunities where this technology is already driving quite significant markets. That being said, I think that no different than with any other new technology, what you are going to start seeing is now much more tools that allow customers to build more sophisticated applications faster. So if you just think about AI was, in the news for such a long time, and it's like AI, everybody was talking about AI, but it was a new technology that people were trying to figure out how to use. Today, you don't need to be an AI expert to go into GCP and use some of their libraries and build very sophisticated application using AIs. I think that this is what you're going to start seeing now. Definitely what we're focusing at Digital Asset is creating the tools on top of blockchain technology that will allow people like, customers like JP Morgan, like Goldman Sachs, like SDX to be able to build the next generation of, global economic network infrastructure without having to go all the way from the bottom up. And to me, that's just a natural evolution of technology. And it's you're going to see more and more, and the acceleration will just get faster.
Thank you. David, to say something?
Well, I'm just nodding a lot. Yes, I completely agree with you, Val. It's part of clearly the adoption cycle of this new technology is a lot about ergonomics, right? It's how easy is it to actually deploy and utilize. The first time around, the early adopters have to really will have a harder time of it when it comes to implementation than those who follow in their footsteps. I mean, certainly, we feel that when we were implementing the first regulated FMI with a CSD on a DLT, that DLT, we had to, there was not a playbook that we could use when it came to how to actually build and implement that particular system. So we had to work really closely with regulators to identify where their concerns were and how we'd address those in the technology and in the structure of the organization. But I have no doubt that, and we're already seeing it with the subsequent versions of R3's Corda that we've been deploying to support our private ledger, that functionality is obviously improving all the time. It's the nature of technology. If you don't improve it, then you become obsolete pretty quickly. So definitely, we're seeing that already in terms of the ease of adoption of new functionality. So it's, and that sort of move from being base layer to more building block kind of ergonomics around implementation is something we're seeing in all sorts of different parts of this world at the moment. And certainly, we're really excited to work with Digital Asset on doing exactly that and using their technology to accelerate the ability to deploy new functionality on chain. Since again, the technology has now evolved to that particular state. But I have to say, it's happening really quickly. I mean, you couldn't do what you do today, what you couldn't do just a couple of years ago, what you can do today, thanks to improvements and enhancements around technology, specifically around usability and the sort of toolkit approach that we see that organizations such as Digital Asset are actually employing when it comes to providing that technology to their customers.
Hey, sorry, I know that there is, I think, Matthew, you might be waiting to come in, but David, can you give us an example?
Of what? Sorry.
Well, of, from your customer's perspective, what's changed for the better?
What's changed for the better would be for us, it's that the elimination of additional parties in the process associated with the traditional settlement cycle. So using DLT to actually enable them to settle instantaneously, rather than to actually have to go through the clearing and settlement process that exists with the traditional T+2 cycle associated with bond issuance and execution. But is that the question that you were asking, or were you coming at it from a slightly different
no, I was just curious, to sort of see what benefit the end users see from all this process.
Elimination, so it's a risk reduction, cost reduction, sort of middle and back office staffing reduction, no need to reconcile across multiple systems associated with that particular chain. So they're very real and I think pretty exciting developments. So that current settlement process has been in place for something like 20 odd years now. So this is a pretty massive leap forward to go from having to wait 2 days to actually settle a trade to I've settled. Done. That's
but you see, until now, I've always heard at conferences that there is a perfectly good reason for it being T+2, and now suddenly all those reasons have disappeared.
I mean, I would. Can
I start? You go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, back to your kind of specific question in terms of do clients want this? I think the answer is overwhelmingly kind of yes, and I think that's a function of the last 2 years. A lot of, when you look at the whole institutional landscape, there's been so much investment of time to kind of initially probably drawn a little bit by the appreciation in cryptocurrencies, but really just thinking through and properly understanding the underlying technology in a way that perhaps they didn't do 2017, 2018, when the technology was obviously talked about a lot, but the application wasn't that straightforward from a commercial perspective. So I think you've seen a real quantum leap. And so there is just a much better application and, to the point that everyone's made on the panel in terms of the benefits. And so, as you talk to kind of, asset managers, corporates, kind of insurers, even pension funds, people appreciate where this could actually kind of have a profound impact on their business. And I think it's fair to say that the technology is not necessarily right for every individual market right now, but it will over time evolve and will have some application. And so, certainly from our perspective, some of the things that we have done and we've publicized has just drawn a huge amount of interest from our broad client base. And so I've been, kind of astonished by that. And I think it's fantastic on many of the projects we're working on. And I guess to David's point, the benefits, do manifest themselves in different ways, be it kind of risk reduction, cost efficiency, speed of settlement. That finality of settlement, that precision is actually kind of, key when you start to think about the use of liquidity, capital, etc.
But also, it's a there's a pretty strong sense of momentum as well as these projects actually go from being proof of concepts to actually going live. In that, what you're seeing as all these participants are being involved in these projects and actually taking and benefiting from the technology is that they are building out capacity internally so that they can then the next opportunity that comes along to leverage the technology is that much easier to implement, because they already have in-house the skills and technology infrastructure to actually consume whatever the output is, or input whatever the input needs to be into that particular service. And we've seen it on SDX with the fact that you could once we've proven that we could settle tokenized cash or settle securities and tokenized cash, we also then moved on to proving that you could you could, from a legal and from technology perspective, actually settle them in central bank digital currency as well. So because it's only like it's another iteration, another step towards that end goal, because now you've got a whole bunch of participants who are already integrated to the platform, who can who are used to be able to actually do DVP, but for tokenized Swiss francs in the case of SDX, that's only then therefore one step away from doing the same process but using central bank money, so CDBCs on the wholesale side. So it feels like each of these incremental sort of projects are actually bringing the whole market forwards. So the benefits that you're referring to are part of the sort of emerging aspects of all the projects that everyone's now moving into production, and they have this sort of they have this benefit around both in sort of all the actors and all participants all becoming more able to actually help with the acceleration of the adoption of what is really going to be the financial markets infrastructure of the future.
Thank you. Ival, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to real quick address, and I want to I'm going to have a fairly long explanation with what you said, which I think is a good point, that the whole market is now saying, why do we even need real-time settlement? I think it's a good point. And I think that one of the problems is that those that don't want blockchain technology say you don't need it. Some that understand market structure also say you don't need it. And I'm one of them necessarily. I'm actually one of them. But then there are those that understand blockchain and want to talk to all the benefits. Why do I need to wait 2 days for my money to move? One of the things that people don't understand is that if you're a market maker in capital markets, you don't want real-time gross settlement. It's actually very bad for your business. You actually benefit from netting. Now, the problem is that in today's world, everything is very binary. It's T+2. And I think that the world is not binary. I mean, if we just take the events of last year with GameStop, it would have been great for the market from a risk perspective, as a lot of people talked about here, if GameStop could have settled in real time and not create this really bad risk profile in the market. The problem is that the technology today doesn't allow you to know where collateral or assets are at any given point of time. So even if you wanted to settle in real time, you don't have that capability. So the reason why I am bullish on the technology and the value that it could give to the market, it's not that the technology forces you to go to real-time settlement. There's nothing that forces you. You could use blockchain technology and get a lot of risk reduction, know where collateral is, manage it better on a T+2 settlement. That does not mean that you have to go into real-time gross settlement. But if there is suddenly this systemic risk that exists because there is GameStop or anything else, the fact that everybody knows where assets are at any given point of time does allow you to accelerate settlement. And you're seeing many exchanges all over the world that are talking about a use case of acceleration of settlement without necessarily impacting the rule that all equities should settle in T+2. So to me, I still see massive benefit for the technology without having to say you have to go into real-time gross settlement kind of as a default scenario.
And I just wanted to add a very quick point here. We actually interviewed about 60 firms last year on this specific point, right? I think people want choice because the markets aren't one market and one size fits all. There is asset classes that are very risky, counterparties that are risky, where you would maybe want to immediately settle, right? But today, you theoretically have choice, but it's a very expensive thing to do. So I think what this will do is it will make choices cheaper and more economical, and therefore lead to much better outcome based on clients and a capital situation. So I would really emphasize the choice part here, not just the T+1 or T0.
Thank you. We have one audience question so far. So if you'd like to ask a question, please send it to us. Now, before we get to that, I wanted to touch on regulation and the way this space is moving. David, you already referred to it. It's breakneck, nonstop. I think you all know it better than myself, that it's pretty intense. So how being a large regulated financial market infrastructure or a bank, play in this sort of arena where lots of competitors are much more nimble and able to respond much more freely in terms of the regulatory aspects as well. Scott, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I think that probably is one of the reasons adoption in the regulated markets is a little bit slower, is because actually, there are a lot of rules that are there for good reason. We've seen a bunch of things in history that have created the set of rules that we've got today, and outside that space, then there's still a lot more risk that individuals might want to take, but I think institutions may not be able to take on behalf of their clients. So, when we look at that differential, regulation and this legal certainty of what happens within the regulated markets, I think is a foundational run outside the technology. Like the technology, let's assume the technology is like embedded, it's going to happen, we're fine, like it does work, it's getting better, okay. But if I want to see real risk on the table, then I want to see participants that feel comfortable in the rule of law and under the jurisdiction that you're going to put that risk on the table. And I want to have probably a sense of confidence around a regulator that understands how this technology works versus another one. Is it different at all, or is it just another layer? If it is different, why is it different? And kind of how does that fit together? That takes time to evolve. And we've seen that through, a series of conversations leading up to the pilot regime in Europe, and a bunch of different other sort of regulatory bodies around the globe. We see it in the BCBS paper and the trades writing back to that BCBS paper about the regulation around crypto assets and the time it's going to take to get to a point where there's comfort in moving forward on sort of the cost of capital or how that fits together with different regulatory regimes that actually quite candidly aren't going to land in the same place on day one. Those are the sorts of challenges I think it had from an institutional space compared to where we are at the moment, sort of outside that regulated body, where people can take the risk they want, and they take that risk knowing that actually they're not protected. They're not federally protected or government protected deposits. It's naked risk for speculation. That's fine. If we want to take that risk, that's okay. The institutions, they're not in the same place, and we need to think about it differently. But regulatory bodies getting educated by the broader market, taking their own view of how that fits into the existing infrastructure and meeting why those rules are there, not just saying I need to apply the same rules, but meeting why the existing regulations are there, I think is going to take a little while to bed in. And that time means that it's harder to get scalable risk adoption because of uncertainty about what happens in the case of one of those rules being broken, or a counterparty credit's different, and you don't have the same confidence necessarily on scalable risk until that's clear. So those two things play together. I don't know if others see the same thing, but it's certainly a very constant conversation we have internally.
Yeah, I mean, the only other points I'd make is I think that clearly, the regulations are evolving, and I think perhaps what I've certainly seen from kind of prior businesses that I've run is the kind of very symbiotic relationship we have, and we're kind of obviously looking to educate at every point in time, but similarly, there's definitely a thirst for knowledge from the global kind of regulators that we interact with. So we want to make sure whatever we do is appropriately regulated naturally. And I think there's a real willingness from the global regulatory bodies to work with, the broader kind of banking and beyond to facilitate that. It's going to take time, but I definitely think we'll get there. And I think what really is positive is the eagerness to learn and understand, the benefits of the underlying technology and what that can do to transform, the financial markets and the non-financial markets.
And yeah, Matthew, I think that's important because I think some of the regulators actually are running experiments, right? You just have to look at what they're doing in central bank digital currencies, right? So I think regulators are actively educating themselves either through the market and the participants, but also they're doing their own experiments, right? Because I think they all recognize that there is a huge benefit to this technology.
Absolutely. I think that Switzerland is good. Quickly getting a reputation for being a regulatory regime which has the benefits of clarity as well as that sort of very cooperative and willing to learn and actually involved regulator and policymaker in terms of FINRA and the SMB. So the SMB, having been involved in multiple CBDC experiments now with us and banks and other participants in the industry, that has been, again, very beneficial for us as an organization to ensure that we're all educating ourselves, but also that we absolutely understand what the risks are as the regulators see it and how we address those risks. So it's a very much it's a meeting of minds when it comes to us having to understand where they're coming from, which is clearly always with the goal of investor protection. So how with that goal in mind, do the risks emerge that they see, that they associate with this technology, and then how, as we, as participants and implementers of the technology, address those risks. But it's definitely, in the case of regulated businesses, something that you have to do, in close interaction with the regulator. It's not the same playbook that you could have as a sort of crypto native. Let's see what we can get away with and get find deleter and trim our business model a little bit. No, obviously, we can't come at it from that direction at all. We have to be with the regulator every step of the way, which is very much how we have been. And we're very grateful. I mean, I think FINMA has been tremendously helpful for us and very supportive.
Rules in Switzerland, whatever next. We have 2 minutes left, so I'd like to tackle this audience question quickly. Yuval, if we could come to you, please. Does the panel think large players will build their own wallets?
Say that again. Sorry.
Does the panel think large players will build their own wallets?
100%. Again, if you think about what is a wallet, I mean, I don't see a difference between a wallet to an iPhone app that allows you access. I think that what's unique in the crypto world is that crypto assets are non-recoverable, and therefore the wallet needs to have more security mechanisms built into it. But at the end of the day, it's just a client app that allows you to access your assets. So yes, I definitely think, I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I would assume that Goldman and JP and SDX eventually will have wallets. I do want to remind people that currently the crypto market is $2 trillion in size. It will get bigger, but enterprise assets or traditional TradFi outside of derivatives is north of $100 trillion. And I don't think that if we're going to tokenize other assets, like, for example, the building that I'm in, if I lose my keys to my wallet, this building is owned by anyone anymore, right? So yes, I think that there will be wallets. I do think that the panelists here would be building wallets if they haven't already, is my answer.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Accounts by another name, right? Like it's a new name for an account, really. And we have lots of bank accounts and we'll have new types of accounts over time, and that's necessary. I think the more important question there is if I have a wallet with one institution, I have a wallet with multiple institutions, can I trade across those? And the interconnectivity between networks, be able to trade asset for asset across networks, is where the success of this will be. Otherwise, we have an interesting set of isolated use cases that isn't a market.
Scott, please make that happen.
And on that note, I'm going to have to stop, I'm afraid, unless anyone has any very, very burning additions at this point on the wallet question. No. Okay, well, thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed the panel and found it useful, and enjoy the rest of day 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Hi, my name's Dave Treat, and I am just thrilled to host a panel discussion now around the progress and prospects of a U.S. digital dollar. It was 2 years ago that Chris Giancarlo and I announced the formation of the Digital Dollar Project in Davos. Sad to not be able to be there physically to continue the dialogue, but we are there in spirit. And I did slip in my driveway this morning, so I do feel like I'm having quasi Davos experience myself. But so thrilled to pull together just an expert panel here of colleagues and friends focused on this space and members of our digital dollar community. I'm going to turn to each of them and have them introduce themselves. So we have David Kretz from Bank of America, Catherine Gu from Visa, and our newest member of the Digital Dollar Project, Jen Lassiter, who recently joined us as our executive director. So David, maybe why don't I go to you first? Please introduce yourself, your background, and focus on this space.
Okay, very briefly. Thank you, David, and thanks for everybody joining today. My name is Dave Kretz, and my role at Bank of America is I'm head of strategy and payments for transaction banking. So we have as clients companies ranging from the small end of their maturity to large multinationals and tech companies. Also, we have banks and non-banks as clients. And so what we try to do is deliver expert and high quality services around the globe, both locally and cross-border. And of course, that is a lot of that creates a lot of interest in a potential digital dollar. So that's why I joined David's invitation to join DDP as an advisor, and thrilled to be here today. So thank you, David.
Thanks, Catherine.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Gu. I'm the head of CBDC at Visa. So I'm part of the Visa crypto product team, which is a new and growing team, very exciting stuff for us to do. Obviously, as the payment provider, we've been looking at different ways to scale and build new digital forms of network, and CBDC is certainly one of the key aspects to it. So I guess on my day-to-day job, I cover a lot of the stuff around product and strategy, and we have a dedicated Visa research team that I work with closely in terms of looking at many of these sort of cutting edge technologies out there as central bankers are thinking about it, so that when we share those conversations with whether it's central banks or our banking partners or these emerging fintechs, we have a lot that from our own perspective, which is interesting to see what does the future look like. So very excited today to talk with Dave and David and Jennifer about the future of digital, because I think it's a very important aspect and lots of things that the DDP team is doing, which is very exciting.
David. Thanks, Catherine. Jen, please.
Great, wonderful. Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Lassiter, as Dave Treat mentioned, the newest member of the executive director of the Digital Dollar Project. I'm going to take just a couple extra minutes to kind of set the foundation for the Digital Dollar Project, how we work and how we're engaging various advisors, including Dave Kretz and Catherine Gu. But DDP is a nonprofit that was created to encourage research and public discussion on the potential advantages and challenges related to a United States central bank digital currency or a digital dollar. I think it's really important that we call attention to both the positive aspects that a tokenized currency could bring to the table, but also the challenges that it presents as we think about this symbiotic relationship between our central banks and our private sector. The Digital Dollar Project suggests a few foundational principles for a U.S. central bank digital currency: assurance of individual financial privacy, enhanced security, greater financial inclusion, and transparency that enhances public confidence. I know we're going to talk in more detail today about how those principles manifest in a US CBDC, and I'm really excited for that conversation. As an aside, I love that as GBBC's panel has gone virtual, it has been open to the public, and we're able to have a really transparent conversation from a big tent perspective. It's great to have all the perspectives and stakeholders around the table as we're continuing this discussion. So there are a few tools that the Digital Dollar Project uses to encourage a data-driven discussion and decision-making around CBDC, one of which, my favorite, is engaging a variety of stakeholders like Dave and Catherine in experimentation. So we use a pilot format to collaboratively identify a hypothesis for a US CBD solution. So for example, we hear often that CBDCs are going to remove barriers to inclusion to the financial ecosystem. But is that true? And if someone tells you that is true, how do they know that is true? Where is the data? How are we backing up that statement? So in our DDP pilots, we would define that hypothesis, simulate a use case, and then analyze and openly distribute the resulting data for consideration by a variety of sectors, academics, policymakers, financial institutions, et cetera. So DDP pilots move forward with this lofty goal, very worthy goal of ultimately enhancing monetary policy effectiveness and financial stability, providing insight for needed scalability, security, and privacy in retail, wholesale, and international payments. This is how large the scope is. And we work intentionally to experiment with technology that could integrate with existing financial infrastructures. Really important to have partners like Visa and Bank of America at the table for that discussion. And also CBDC-related projects that we all know are ongoing at the US Federal Reserve Board and banks. So big tent, big discussion, lots of possibilities. We love all the questions and the naysayers. We want to hear all the perspectives, and then we want to test them. And it's really exciting to be able to do that with this group of people in particular. So I'll pass back to you, Dave Treat.
No, thanks, Jen. And yeah. I'll just continue a little bit of just where we are. I've just been incredibly encouraged globally around the progress. I think the BIS reporting around just the 80+% of the world's central banks being on the journey and the lean in, the variety of production, pre-production, testing work that's underway is incredibly encouraging and raising just super important issues around how this should play out, the standards, the nature of the public-private partnership that's required, key elements of how the technology should work. How does it enable everything from financial crime management to the frictionless and efficient innovation frontier that's been unlocked. And so eager to get to Dave and to Catherine's view on respectively on a wholesale and retail perspectives in particular. And so with that, we're going to have a bit of a I'm not going to moderate. We're going to have a four-way conversation and ask each other questions as much as anything. So with that, maybe let's jump straight into it. Dave, would love to have you give the wholesale and Bank of America view on how this innovation wave is playing out.
Sure, happy to. And for those that wind up interested in these topics, and I happen to think they're very interested, David made reference to the Bank of International Settlements, and a lot of what I'm going to speak to, credit where it's due, comes straight from them. They do really detailed and thoughtful research, and I'll make reference to a number of things that they published, and it's all readily available. So first of all, let's talk about what wholesale is, what a wholesale CBDC would be, and start there, and then go into the opportunities. So retail, which Catherine will speak to, is somewhat more intuitive, and wholesale is a little bit more esoteric. In my business, wholesale has the implication in CBDC land of two things. One is tokenized settlement of interbank obligations, because we owe each other money. Banks owe each other money for making payments. So that's one. And the other is settlement of securities. So securities, when they're traded, then turn into cash, which wind up in your account or institutional accounts. And so there's an opportunity to both tokenize securities and in parallel, tokenize the cash settlement of them. So hopefully that's not too far afield. That's what we mean by wholesale. And if there's questions, we'll certainly take them at the end. So with that, you then go to why. So that's what it might be. So why would a tokenized settlement of either cash or securities have benefit? And the answer is that today, correspondent banking, which of course takes many slings and arrows, is conducted by leaving money at other banks so that they will make payments to a local beneficiary on your client's behalf, my client's behalf. And those are called nostro accounts, and really it's lazy money, and we all know that. And so the idea is that rather than leaving those nostro monies laying around, that we would do it with a tokenized and instant form of settlement. That's the opportunity. I'm not advocating, I'm just telling you that's what it is. I'll talk about the policy stuff in a moment. The other is that we also have cash on deposit, either in our own institution or at other places, so that when securities trades fail, that it can be settled in cash, even if the security itself hasn't been made whole or hasn't turned into cash itself. And so neither of these are terribly efficient, right? And so both of them potentially could be addressed by tokenized settlement that happens instantly. That, of course, is the core of it, which obviously a group like this knows from blockchain and crypto. But here we're talking about fiat and government-backed. So, okay, so if that's what it is, I talked about what wholesale is, and that's the opportunity, then the complexity is how to get there. And here, the BIS did a wonderful job talking about different models. And so one is that there are CBDCs, but they're only domestic, right? And so in that, the cross-border exchange, much of what I'm talking about is cross-border, would be handled through the private sector through something that looks a lot like correspondent banking. Now, of course, the nostros would go away, but still banks would talk to each other and exchange monies in a similar way. That's one way to do it. Another is that there would be an infrastructure, perhaps privately run, perhaps publicly, that translates. And so instead of having correspondent banking with crypto, or with CBDC, I should say, there's an interface. It's either a technical interface or something more elaborate in terms of clearing mechanism. And so that's another way of doing it. And then third, which really makes your eyes widen, is that you could put everything onto a single ledger, right? And so there would have to be agreements across governments and across clearinghouses, et cetera, that there would be, in fact, be a ledger that has everything or close to everything. And so that's at a high level. What if there's a CBDC for dollar? Haven't decided yet. That hasn't come out yet. If there's a CBDC for dollar and there's a business case and public and private support of it, there are three ways to get there. So that's at the landscape here. So I think with that, I will turn to Catherine so that she can talk about in the same level setting way what retail would look like.
Absolutely. Thanks, David. I think, in this space is really active. And just like what, Dave Treat said at the beginning, I think just by a rough count, roughly about over 90% of all the entire GDP, countries that represents that is currently actively looking at it. And what we have seen, especially in 2021, is that, there's a clear shift of people or countries moving from pure sort of exploration research over to some sorts of experimentation. And I think, in this current 2022, we're going to expect more of those. In fact, for example, Mexico just came out probably 2 weeks ago now, just to say that they're ready to issue CBDC by 2024. So super fascinating to see these developments. And I think looking at all the pilots that have been conducted up to now, I think majority of them have been focused around wholesale, undoubtedly. Although it's interesting to see, because a lot of people are starting with a wholesale because they want to understand the underlying technology, they want to understand the underlying platform in order for them to inform them to the next phase, which is around, does it make sense for a country to issue a retail CBDC version? And I think that the notion there is really trying to think about making the CBDC available for both its own citizens, but of course, still available for the financial institutions. So more kind of a general purpose usage of the CBDC. And, when we're thinking about the general purpose or, the retail version of CBDC, the way we're looking at central bank digital currency is really, it represents this new form factor of money, which is essentially, I think many people have said it before, the digital version of cash. And what would that mean and what kind of properties it would entail? And I think especially, at Visa, we have by now spoken to about 30 different central banks directly and around these. Certainly, it's very clear that there's no one-size-fits-all sort of answer to, how should I be thinking about CBDC? How should I design CBDC when it's looking at, making it available to everyone? I think from our perspective, though, we do want to look at CBDC as a product, especially because if CBDC ultimately is trying to be intended to be used by the normal you and me, on a day-to-day level, we need to think about it as a product and what sort of key design principles that might be relevant when you're thinking about how to ultimately make that consumer product successful. And I would here, I think, highlight perhaps 3 different principles that's related to this two-tier notion design, in which the public and the private sector play their corresponding role to actually successfully create the CBDC, but also to distribute the CBDC to the rest of the economy successfully. And I think the number one key principle is really about commercial bank readiness. Commercial banks, undoubtedly, whether it's in the US or anywhere else in the world, because they're going to be directly regulated by the central bank, have their fiduciary responsibilities, they will play a critical role when CBDC comes around. And knowing that CBDC will potentially be created on these sort of new type of networks or new type of ledgers, for example, like the blockchain, it is really important to figure out, what are the underlying technology and infrastructure that might be required on behalf of the commercial banks to actually make it available. For example, things like custody, things like digital wallet infrastructure, all the KYC, AML, and the software, as well as the hardware going to be required to support this new form of money is going to be crucial. And I think the second principle comes around to this thinking about CBDC as this new platform in which potentially other people can build and create things on top of, just like what we have seen successfully on certain type of stablecoin platforms. It is entirely possible when we're thinking about CBDC. And therefore, a second key principle that we have been advocating is that you have to have a very developer-friendly ecosystem. There's an issue about access, who can access and build and create stuff on top of, because it's going to be regulated, it should be, and you need to have the right set of frameworks to do it. But I think once those developers have been vetted and approved, then it creates a very exciting new platform, especially if you think, money can be programmable and we can build new kind of monetary flows, new ideas on top of those. And that really instantly opened a whole new kind of, space in which businesses and e-commerce or digital commerce can be generated on top of. And I think that's super exciting towards sort of what it entails thinking about CBDC as a program of money down the road. And then the last thing, we always bring it back, which is thinking about merchant acceptance when it comes to CBDC. Again, thinking about CBDC in the context of it being used for retail purpose, you have to think about both the adoption side from the consumer perspective, as well as the acceptance coming from the business and merchants. And there's going to be a lot of issues that we need to sort of navigate around because, when CBDC gets first introduced into the world, the problem or the challenge for many would be, do I need a new sort of point of acceptance in order to actually, get paid? And this is going to be a huge problem facing a lot of businesses as they're considering and trying to even understand what is CBDC. And I think, here, this is where people like Visa, we can help to support that seamless integration on-ramp to a new type of ecosystem. So I think that's why looking at all these sort of key principles, as well as thinking about retail CBDC, it is much more intuitive, but I think there's a lot more sort of consideration that need to be put in, just because now we're interacting with a bigger space with a lot more different sets of actors, including consumers, business, developers, financial institutions, as well as the central banks. And to figure out these sort of different preferences and consumer behaviors within those is going to be really interesting for us.
Yeah, no doubt. And the if I add, it's to me it's fascinating the orthodoxies that we're challenging and breaking, right? That the there's a worst case scenario here where we take how things work today, we simply digitize the analog process, and fortunately that's not happening, right? If I highlight some of our work recently with Banque de France on the Swiss Central Bank on Project Jura, right? Even challenging the orthodoxy that going back to the wholesale commercial cross-border space, that one has to only clear fiat currencies within the domestic, within the confines of the domestic, bank entity structures. You have to have a U.S. banking license to be able to clear U.S. dollars. That project challenging that notion to say, actually, the technology enables a degree of comfort and control to be able to consider clearing in a foreign jurisdiction, which is, for certainly, mind-blowing for those that have been living this space for a long time. May seem obvious to the end user of, the simplicity that we should endeavor to have in our global financial infrastructure. And these, Catherine, I've just got to give huge credit, and I love using my physical prop all the time of, if I bridge the two examples, right? If I were to sell Accenture shares because I wanted to go buy a set of golf clubs, right, on T+2, I've got 2 or 3 days to get, from the sale to my brokerage account. And then, let's say I wanted to go brokerage to my checking account to use my, my debit card, right? We're talking 4 or 5 days to get that done. And, and now, with this, right. And big credit to Visa for, for what they're doing, modeling it. And I know Dante and others are in the mix here on USDC, right? I can sell a crypto asset, and minutes later, have it transferred into USDC, and then swipe this card at that merchant terminal and buy the set of golf clubs, right? That the models there, and where we have to go now is turning it, is adding the foundational capability of doing it with fiat currency and all of the benefits that come from the government-backed full confidence construct of a central bank digital currency, and the systemic infrastructure at scale, and the characteristics of what systemic infrastructure and scale actually require, and how do we get there as quickly as possible. And so, Jen, maybe let me turn it back to you. Favorite myths or orthodoxies that we're breaking here. What have come up in your first few months of conversations touring through our advisory group and on the Hill and the like?
Yeah, actually something that, as I was listening to Catherine, also my mind kind of wandered into this space, which is this larger discussion around, we have a technical capability. I think we're seeing it experimented on, data being produced in a global context. We're working on getting that in the US context. But the new tech, if we really do believe that it does a far better job than kind of the status quo, then begs the question of reconsidering a lot of rules and regulations and how law treats technology. And as we think about the extraordinary mandate that a central bank carries forward with safety and soundness, economic policy, et cetera, how do we start to visit the conversations around privacy, for example? And can we have an open network that allows for privacy protections at minimum at the bar that they stand at today? And is that in conflict potentially with anti-money laundering or know your customer requirements, legal requirements? And so when I think about myth busting, I think about it in the context of these really critical questions that if we assume that the data is there, and I think we do, it's showing us that the technology has greater capabilities that we want to employ in the future, this future of money. How do we change, or what is the impact to the current legal framework that drives so much of the analog system that we exist in today? So maybe not a myth busting, maybe another question. I have some hypotheses. I'd be really curious to hear Dave and Catherine's reaction to that. And then maybe I'll layer on top if anything's still missing.
Maybe I can jump in quickly here, because I think what Jen said was super interesting, and it actually remembered me to talk about these sort of data centric, because I do think we absolutely need a lot more data than we have right now to understand CBDC. Because I think, when we're talking about CBDC, firstly, there's a lot of assumptions being baked in. We think that people are going to trust central bank money more than they trust private money. We don't actually know that, because this has never been done before in the world, I guess, in that digital form of money. We don't know what the consumer preferences are. And I can quote, for example, in a preliminary sort of consumer study, we've done this consumer study at the end of last year. We've done a little bit of a portion around stablecoins and CBDC, and I can quote some numbers, super fascinating. So firstly, between the emerging world and the developed world, there's actually a lot more people who have heard about CBDC in the emerging economies, about 11% in general. And by the way, we've done this study over 8 different countries. Each country, we have selected 800 plus of individual people doing the survey. So, that on average, there are 11% more of the population being sampled who have heard about CBDC in the emerging world. Now, in terms of the preferences of what they trust more, because that's the question, would you prefer to use, whether that's CBDC, stablecoins, or cash? So in the emerging markets, people's predominant preference is stablecoins. But interesting enough, when it comes to developed economies, the predominant preference is actually cash. over CBDC. And that to me is really interesting because I mean, we don't have the answers yet, but just knowing that, technically speaking, CBDC and cash should be exactly the same. They should have the same risk preferences, except one is digital, the other one is physical. Now, why would potentially people prefer cash over the sort of CBDC? We don't know, and we would love to do more research. But, some interesting, I think, other studies, we've seen the ECB conducting the public responses. We've seen that, the number one priority for many consumers in their mind is that privacy comes the top. If they don't believe that CBDC is going to preserve the privacy, that in itself is a product that consumers won't adopt into. And I think going back to Jen's point, we need data to back it up, to actually test our hypothesis and to understand, how do actually people feel about CBDC, because everyone has their different viewpoints about these choices of money. So.
David, any comments on that? I'll buy you some time to think about that. On the privacy angle, one of the things I think is fascinating too is unpacking privacy, because it is not a binary concept. I have it or I don't, and it's not uniform in terms of what in what types of transactions do I want to have what kind of privacy. And the like. And so we're doing a bit of work in that space, because I think that's, it's critically important to get to a more granular understanding of what types of privacy and what situations, and then interestingly, the role to be played. Again, I think very, very frequently we've had dialogue on the basis of of the whole notion of a central bank digital currency, or stablecoin, being one thing, or let me say this differently, not directing enough of the dialogue to the multiple layers of the architecture that's involved, right? So the role of the wallet providers, the role of the ledger, the role of the network, the various roles to be played, and where do you put the logic to be able to achieve what we want to achieve around privacy. And the differential roles to be played, right? Both of your organizations, play critical roles in very different ways in today's financial infrastructure. And what of that is important to preserve, and what of that represents orthodoxies to be challenged and to contemplate new and innovative ways of doing it.
Yeah, and that's right, and that's where it comes together, the retail and the wholesale side. So on the one hand, it's tempting to, in a transaction bank and a wholesale bank, to say, well, I don't have to deal with privacy stuff, but it's not true, because we do have clients, particularly bank clients, that will be taking their consumers' money, potentially sending it across borders in a digital currency way, and suddenly not only do I have the domestic, but I have the international and the harmonization to deal with, and which goes back, that's where transaction banking fits into what Catherine laid out, and then it goes back to really just a very important discussion that Jennifer laid out about balancing privacy, but also compliance. And so, we're all in favor of both, right? We're all in favor of privacy that encourages adoption of products, particularly one that we, as an industry, put a lot of money into, but we're also highly attuned to keeping money laundering in check, right? And as low as humanly possible without squashing the financial system. So it's really complex layering those things together, or combining them together on a cross-border basis when you have to deal with privacy and money laundering, both locally and then cross-border. But that's where that's why it's going to be interesting when the Fed comes out with their paper, and what we discussed for those in the audience. That's all these things will be unpacked, right? Where the four of us are very eagerly awaiting the publication of the Fed's document, during which we'll look at all of these aspects: domestic, international, privacy, money laundering, interoperability, local acceptance. These are all things that we'll be looking for and then communicating with the Fed about.
If I can just say, I have two thoughts, Dave Kretz, that you picked up. One, I think what you just said is why the US is so uniquely situated, I think, to really lead in this space once we have those guardrails from the Federal Reserve System. And what I mean by that is that we already do safety and soundness, efficiency and payments, speed very well. The U.S. financial infrastructure facilitates that in a strong way. So I think that's a benefit. I think it's something that gives us a bit of a foot up to be able to really run once we have some more clear direction. The second thing you made me think of, which is another myth that I think is worth calling out here, which is, if we have a FedNow system, we don't need tokenized fiat. FedNow, will take care of that. We will have relatively instant payments in that moment. And that's a question. It's a question that I've heard from a variety of stakeholder groups that say, help us understand the difference between the two. So I'll put that myth out there for busting as well.
Yeah, and not to comment, specifically on FedNow, but I do love, a few of the central banks around the world, and something I hope to very much test here in the U.S. Is the whole notion that the entirety of our financial infrastructure is worthless without connectivity. You're out of luck, right? If you want to execute some form of mobile banking or online transaction without connectivity, and we have material both banking and and in connectivity deserts here in the U.S. And so that ability, even to challenge that orthodoxy around around the fact that if you have a tokenized asset, to be able to actually directly exchange, even potentially tapping at a terminal, right, Catherine? That the movement of a token from a phone to a terminal or phone to phone, enabled in an offline construct. Part of what the technology is being tested, and certainly part of one part of the use case. Obviously, we'd love to have solve 5G, 6G raining down on us from space and ubiquitously blanketing the planet, but it's still going to be some time before we do that, notwithstanding the U.S. announcements this week, or on again, off again announcements of rollout this week. I think there's there are multiple dimensions where, again, getting to that granular level of differentiation of what types of transactions, to Catherine, to your point, what type of consumer interest is there in the use of this, very much see this as it's another, it's a critical innovative tool to add to the mix. And it's not for everything, and it's not for nothing, right? There will be there are very powerful use cases where I think the value will be there. And if I bring it all the way back to where Jen started us off, making sure that we're grounding that, and to your point, Catherine, grounding that in real data to prove it, and to satisfy that it's a valuable way forward is just key. Maybe Catherine, let me turn it back to you just on a forward-looking view. I know Visa, you referenced some of Visa's work around this space. I'd love to have you share more about what Visa's up to.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, for that. So last week we actually made this announcement that this is the first Visa CBDC product initiative that we're launching of what we call the CBDC payments module. And it's really, going back to the sort of retail CBDC solution, is very much trying to figure out what could be a seamless acceptance method that we can help the financial sectors to onboard a CBDC into their existing application. So the CBDC payments module itself is an infrastructure, and it sits between the underlying CBDC network. In this case, we actually partner with Consensus, which is one of the world's largest blockchain providers, want to test out the technology. So assuming that, a CBDC network is built on blockchain, and then the Visa CBDC payments module sits in that middle as the middleware, connecting them ultimately to the front-facing banking application, so that tomorrow, if I open my Bank of America's banking app, I can have this option to open a CBDC account. I follow the set of instructions, and then I can fund my CBDC account, say with my existing savings money in my normal bank account, convert it over, and then I can apply for, whether it's a debit card or prepaid card, so that, tomorrow I can instantly pay at the store through all the sort of existing forms of payment experience that we know of, whether that's tap to phone, scan to pay, or click to pay, anything you like, all these familiar intuitive experiences that you have been joining today can be applied instantly to the CBDC. And the key to all of this is that, we highlight that this is a seamless acceptance, meaning that from the point of perspective of the merchants, they don't need to do anything. They don't need to upgrade the existing point of sale terminals. In fact, all of these, I like to call it, the magic happens at the back end, because the front end experience is just going to be just as good. But on the back end, the payments module together with the bank help to convert the CBDC back to the fiat. So on the merchant perspective, they're still going to see this as a dollar transaction the way they've always seen, except that this time round, consumers are using a new form of money altogether. And I want to kind of step maybe back why this is so important. And I think it's really like these sort of, I guess, realization come out of all the conversation that we have had with many different central banks around the world. And we're trying to figure out, definitely for each country, they have their unique objectives of why CBDC, but there's still some common challenges that they all share. And I mentioned that, a lot of the central banks do want to understand what is that user-centric design going to be evolving around, because when it comes to consumer adoption for any technology, it is a hard problem to solve. We just simply don't know if this is going to be launched successfully or not. So that's one thing. And then the other thing that many central banks do kind of concern about is the fact, how would CBDC, how would this new system be able to coexist with existing financial infrastructure? How can you integrate them back to that so that we can leverage many of the existing, say, economies of scale from the network effect, all the existing value-added services that we have already applied, i.e., for example, commercial banks and retail banks have been so good at applying KYC compliance, regulatory checks directly with the consumer side. How could you still bring those value-added assets into the CBDC world is super important. And with that in mind, we're trying to figure out, okay, from day one, right, if we want to actually let CBDC to be used successfully while still maintaining the existing infrastructure, what is needed? And this is what we're trying to build to really encourage, we want to build out this sandbox, which will be ready, by the way, in around spring this year, so that, once the sandbox is ready for banks and others to partner with us, this is the place for which we can then start generating data. We can then start building specific use cases and testing these theories and stuff to see whether that's actually true. And I think that's super important, because we don't know ultimately at this point in time whether, say, the US need a CBDC or not. But what is important, I think, is we all know is that it's extremely important for the next 2 years for us to actually test things, build things, to understand if it's going to work or if it's going to not. So I think, the next 2 years is going to be super important. And the role that we play is to facilitate and be part of that conversation, sharing the sort of either experience or the new products that we can offer to then support others to test out these different pilots and stuff.
No, thank you, Catherine. We did have two questions come in from the audience. I think we'll see if we have time to at least partially answer them. But the first one's interesting is, how is the U.S. progressing in the analysis of financial freedom and citizens after the implementation of the CBDC? This one we touched on a little bit around the privacy constructs, but maybe just one more thought to share, and then would love to have anyone weigh in. It is interesting to think about, obviously by definition, implicitly, a central bank digital currency is implemented under the governance and authority and operation of the central bank, and therefore subject to the law of the land, if you will. And so there's an interesting distinction between even the U.S. and Europe, and then certainly, if we take Europe, Asia, the U.S., Europe, and China, you have three fundamentally different models. Where in the U.S. construct, in our privacy laws and regulations, a federally operated central bank digital currency system would be constrained by constitutional law to only being able to reveal data for due process, and would have broad restrictions, therefore, or no access from commercial entities, harvesting and use of that data, which is a very private construct, and so comparing that with Europe, where GDPR has broad limitations on commercial use and access of data and protections and controls, but on a relative basis, then wide use of government use of the data, it's a different balance between commercial and government usage. And then, of course, in China's context around its approach to security and privacy, full governmental access and use of the data for its own purposes. That those three regional differences, I would argue, just on the basis of that base construct, the U.S. actually has every design principle of being the most private of those three in that construct because of those, the constitutional limitations. Sorry, I kind of answer. Sorry, let me pause to see if anyone else wants to chime in on that one.
I just want to, you didn't digress at all. I just want to say that was a great illustration of the complexities of cross-border business, because what David laid out are the local jurisdictional requirements. And then, a company such as ours and Visa as well, we all have to navigate how does it work when you send money across borders. And by the way, all that goes for, so David talked about privacy, and you've got money laundering, and you have all these other regulatory and policy elements to factor in. But this is what we get paid to do, is to figure that out, all of us.
Yeah, and then the last question, we're not gonna do justice to, but it's worth noting, right? And it's a personally very big point for me around the material number of people in this world who have no access to any form of official or government identity. Are we actually addressing financial inclusion challenges? When with the standards, obviously. There is no onboarding for the use of physical cash. Anyone can use it. If you have it, you can use it. It's part of the the specialness of what a fiat currency in physical form is. And so yes, it's certainly this whole space. We may be able to define a different standard that's closer to the standards around the use of physical cash. And it's something I think we all want to test and test and innovate around. But it's certainly not a panacea for that broad problem of digital inclusion, which also has to be solved, by definition. I think I rammed that in. Let's do the speed round here. Just fearless choice. What you're most looking forward to? What a prediction for the rest of this year or next year? What comes next, or what are you most looking forward to next? Dave, you're up on the video for me. Why don't you start, and then we'll go to Catherine and Jen.
Well, I mean, the obvious thing is the publication of the Fed's paper, or papers plural. We have a team that's been mobilized now for 6 months. We're sort of ready for the announcement. We know how to, as I said, unpack it. And so that's number one on our list.
I absolutely echo what David said just now. I'm super excited with the paper, especially they said that they want to release the code base as well. So this is where the time to build and to actually do some cool stuff on that. So I'm really excited. And I guess in the meantime, looking at the rest of the world, I think this year is going to have a few more pilots coming out. So really excited to see what use cases they're trying to apply, and hopefully be involved in part of those conversations as well. So.
Am I allowed to third that statement, which is a lot of excitement for guardrails, right? I think we're just waiting to be given some rules to play by and then experiment. And I just want to touch for a moment on the kind of inclusion comment that we received from the audience. I think it's critical. And that's why I talked about that as an example in my opening statement, which is a lot of folks, I think in their hearts, right? In their hearts, they really want this to, they want the future of money to prioritize inclusion. Something's not working within our system. How can we make our system better, right? And I think it starts at a very basic level in terms of defining what inclusion and access means within the various geographic regions or cultures, putting that up against other important societal benefits like privacy and fighting financial crime, and then figuring out how to measure it. So for me, it's like, give us the guardrails, let us experiment, which we're all in line to do. And then how are we properly defining and measuring success or not as we're testing some of these hypotheses? So I agree with Catherine. I think the next 24 months are going to be an explosion of data. And I'm excited to see kind of where that data leads us for our next iteration of work. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Catherine and Dave Kretz, to partner with you, and Dave Treat, always thank you.
Awesome. So David and Catherine, thanks for joining the session, but thank you for both of your organizations and your individual lean in as part of our advisory group. We have, I think we're over 4 dozen now different advisors that cut across all facets of ex-regulator, lawmaker, academic, banking, banker, et cetera. Just really thankful to that broad group of advisors and excited for what's to come. It's been an incredible 2 years. The papers we published, the multiple rounds of testimony on the Hill, from Chris, and just wonderful to have Jen on the team now driving us forward, and so I'm going to read Jen's facial expression here as I say this. Looking forward to some announcements very soon, where everyone can get involved, and some great proof points through pilots. So thank you to David, Catherine, and Jen for playing with me here now, and ongoing all of the work that we're doing and driving together. So hope this was a valuable session. We're all eager to reach out and further connect with this community. Please send questions, comments, get involved. The Digital Dollar Project is a wide open exercise, eager to have the true public-private partnership brought to life to drive forward insights and valuable inputs to this innovation wave. So thank you. And Sophia, I will turn it back over to you for our next panel.
Hello, and welcome to the Global Blockchain Business Council discussion on whether CeFi and DeFi can coexist. My name is Joseph Hall, and I'm a reporter for Cointelegraph, the oldest and biggest publication on cryptocurrency and blockchain. Thank you for joining us today. With me are 5 esteemed panelists. Before we dive into the questions, I'd love it if they could introduce themselves. So we'll start from left to right, as the flyer dictates. Nicolas.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nicolas Bertrand, and I used to be working for Borsa Italiana, the Italian stock exchange, and part of the London Stock Exchange, and then the Euronext Group.
Very good. Mary Beth?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Mary Beth Buchanan, the president of Merkle Science Americas and the global chief legal officer. Merkle Science is a blockchain analytics company, and we help people to trade safely in cryptocurrency, regardless of whether it is traditional finance, traditional crypto assets, or the government monitoring this. Before I joined Merkle, I was the general counsel at Kraken, the chief legal officer at Bitstamp, and also a partner with an international law firm. I got into the space in 2013. And before that, I was a federal prosecutor for over 20 years and served as the presidentially appointed U.S. attorney for 8 years.
Fantastic. Michael.
Hi, everybody. Michael Morrow. I'm the CEO of Genesis. We are an institutional firm offering prime services, trading, borrowing, lending, and custody to institutional clients all over the world. Happy to be here.
Fantastic. Daniel?
Hi, my name is Daniel Peled. I'm one of the co-founders of Orbs. At Orbs, we're developing a permissionless public blockchain for large companies and enterprises. Today, our focus is mostly in DeFi and NFTs. And I'm also one of the co-founders of Hexa, which is one of the largest hedge funds in Israel and investing in crypto across the industry.
Very good. And finally, Ambre.
Hello, my name is Ambre Soubiran. I'm the CEO of Kaiko. I also come from the world of traditional finance, having spent about a decade in equity capital markets. And today I'm the CEO of Kaiko, and Kaiko is the reference market data provider for digital finance. We serve institutional demand from financial institutions and crypto native enterprises for reference market data across all CeFi and DeFi trading venues.
Fantastic. We have a really interesting spread of CeFi and DeFi voices. But before we start with the topic of discussion, I think it's really important to frame this question: can DeFi and CeFi coexist? Because of course the answer in 2022 is a resounding yes, they do coexist. So let's suppose the year is 2050, way in the future, when even in the year 2050, I will still be 21 years younger than President Joe Biden. And funnily enough, Vitalik Buterin, the Ethereum co-founder, he will be 23 years younger than the American president. But in this future, will we be in a centralized finance or a decentralized finance world? That is to say, will CeFi and DeFi coexist? So the first question, and I'd like to pose this to Omar, is the promise of enhanced financial services for DeFi and crypto centered on a departure from reliance on traditional financial incumbents?
So I guess there's multiple answers to that question. I'd go with the fact that for me, yes, the future of finance is decentralized. However, it doesn't mean kind of that all the incumbents are going to remove all the legacy institutions. It also means that there is an opportunity for the existing financial institutions to leverage blockchain as an underlying infrastructure in order to provide the same services that they're providing today. And what we've seen with DeFi, which I find astonishing, is that it's basically proving that blockchain as a technology works to enable financial services. And that is huge, right? When we see DEXs, when we see lending and borrowing platforms, that is traditional financial services that have been provided for decades, but it's just a new way of operating those financial services. So, yes, I do believe that the future of finance is decentralized, but I don't think it's necessarily the end of existing institutions. I think they should treat DeFi as an opportunity.
Sure. No, absolutely. I mean, Michael, what do you think? I mean, presumably you're talking to institutions on a regular basis and getting the lay of the land there.
Yeah, so today, clearly, I think there is a divide, kind of CFI versus DeFi. My guess is way earlier than 50 years from now, it'll just be finance, right? Like you get the blend of DeFi and CFI into something where DeFi starts moving closer to the CFI world and CFI edges closer to the DeFi world. And it just is kind of the de facto finance, right? At the end of the day. And some of that is because from the DeFi perspective, regulation will creep in. And I know we'll kind of touch on that throughout the course of the panel, that almost forces you to conform to the CFI way of doing things. And then from a CFI perspective, the DeFi ways are just way more efficient and better, less intermediaries, direct to consumer, peer-to-peer, like that aspect of it is I think certainly the future of finance. And so you get kind of naturally get that blend across the two. And I don't think you'll see that clear delineation, even just a few years from now, depending upon which world. Now, innovation, startups, trying to do things different, hopefully that'll still always exist, right? Finance has really lagged historically in innovation and trying to do new things. My hope is that the DeFi creates kind of that momentum that even if what we know DeFi today and CFI kind of merge, there still is that entrepreneur, startup, progressive, pushing boundaries stuff that still kind of happens. But though today, as we know it, I do think you'll kind of see that blend happening in just a few years.
Absolutely. You touched on a few buzzwords there, entrepreneurship, startups and things. Daniel, what do you reckon? What will the next generation of financial service providers look like?
So always when I try to think into the future, who will be the market leaders, I try to map who has the highest relationship with the end user. So I think this will be three kinds of companies and categories. One are the exchanges themselves. We see that already today. They enable the on-ramps and off-ramps between fiat and crypto. And once you're inside their ecosystem, they will give you the other services. So Coinbase is an example. You buy your first crypto. They are also the custody. They offer you trading, NFTs, staking, yield farming, and you're part of their ecosystem. And I think they will already are becoming a big backbone. The next ones are the tech startups, the protocols themselves. It's quite unique. Our ecosystem is that the protocols are playing a big part, and you have a relationship directly with them. If I hold Bitcoin, I'm interacting with the Bitcoin protocol. So this will be Uniswap and Compound and Aave and these kind of companies. And the third ones, I think, will be the big tech product companies, because in the end of the day, mainstream want a frictionless experience. So I do think messengers such as Telegram and Facebook and Signal will become a big part. And we see that already happening today. Telegram, you can interact in crypto via bots. Signal, you can do opt-in to a crypto wallet. Facebook obviously has the Novi and Diem initiative. So I think these would be the three main categories.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think Signal actually tried to release their new, was it a token recently? Or maybe it's just a new crypto payments feature. But it's important to have that delineation of these three areas. And Mary Beth, how can the level of innovation in DeFi disrupt what we regard as traditional CFI services?
I think that there are a lot of people that are not being served in traditional finance. So I think that the winner in the disruption race is going to be, the projects that has the ability to really reach those in the community who are not currently accessing DeFi. And there's going to have to be a lot of education so that more people understand how it works and how to use it and what the benefits are. So the entity that can do that, I think, is going to be the winner of the DeFi race.
Absolutely. And what about from the financial services point of view, Nicolas? Do you think this level of innovation could disrupt the traditional CFI services?
Definitely. I think, I've been discussing this quite extensively since the DeFi summer in 2020 with different people, particularly Bering Waters Group. And I've come to that conclusion, and ended my experience in a traditional exchange. And I just wanted to give an example, maybe elaborate a little bit, looking at the Solana, because I know it very well, and also Bering Waters have been an early investor in that protocol and supported the project throughout in the last few years. First of all, Solana is the world's first web-scale open-source blockchain, aiming at 50,000 transactions per second and 400 millisecond block time, which is makes it the fastest blockchain. And clearly, this high-performance infrastructure is scalable and with a high throughput, totally in line with traditional exchanges, right? But I think there are two significant differences with traditional markets and other competitive blockchains that will disrupt the traditional business. I think on the one hand, you have the cost of transaction, right? When you look at the blockchain industry, Ethereum has initially provided investors with an alternative to traditional market. But looking at the cost of transaction, you quickly run into $20, $30, $50 gas transaction fee. And compared to transaction costs on Solana, which are $0.00075 to send a transaction. So literally 25,000 to 100,000 times lower than Ethereum, for example. And I would say the same with traditional exchanges. So basically, when you look at financial markets, they are based on price discovery. You need a lot of transaction to find the price, and definitely the ability to have a low cost per transaction is definitely a big thing. But that's just the first. The second one is really about innovation, which is the one we really want to talk in this question. And I think just a cost advantage will not make a difference. You need something else. And I think the second and killer difference, I would pose it as composability. It's a term that is quite well used at the moment, and particularly Kyle Samani, the managing partner of Multicoin Capital, an early backer of Solana, puts it very convincingly in the last Multicoin Capital Summit a few weeks ago. And this is really the true innovative content of DeFi. So composability is nowhere more apparent than DeFi. To just give you an example of that functions in the Solana ecosystem, you can hold Solana token in a stake pool, borrow against that stake pool token via a Solan, and then trade on Mongo markets. So basically, you are putting all these Lego blocks together, and you create a true ecosystem which massively expands the capability of the infrastructure. And when you look at traditional finance, you still have to go to a regulated exchange and a clearinghouse, different systems that are not completely talking to each other. So looking at the state of this environment at the moment, you've got 5,000 dApps in active development spread across DeFi, lending protocols, NFT, marketplace, Web3, futures and options, asset management, and you put all of this together with the same native language. And I think this is really the disruptive impact, and we'll experience it in the next years. I'm not saying that traditional exchanges will disappear, but I think there is such a high level of innovation and customer experience improvement, plus a cost that is way lower, that they need to be really careful.
Absolutely. You touched on a point there about customer experience I'd like to bring up in a second. But just for balance, I do want to say that, of course, Solana is a VC favorite. And obviously, the stats are very impressive, but, there's the occasional outage, isn't there? Uptime.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But there are outages in traditional exchanges, right? I mean,
of course.
The London Stock Exchange has been closed for three consecutive days about 15 years ago.
During market volatile periods.
How would you compare a Solana-like chain to a layer 2 Ethereum solution from, I mean, I fully agree on the scalability problems, that the industry in general faces, and it's a compromise between speed and decentralization, and kind of, we understand that. And so is it something that, do you look at layer 2 solutions on Ethereum, or are you really like more focused on alternatives to Ethereum entirely? Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think it's early days, right? I mean, even Ethereum is going to improve. Ethereum is going to improve. Solutions will be found to cope against this big problem of the transaction cost, because I think it's a big issue. Everybody knows it, and people will work on it and potentially solve it. So I don't really think we know which one is going to be the winner. There will not be a single one, but probably a number of them. But at the moment, some potential solutions emerge. Solana has also its issues, right? And as well as other blockchains. So we don't really know yet who is going to win.
Sure. No, I mean, of course, Ethereum's due for ETH 2.0 soon, and there's Lightning on Bitcoin, which I mean, I don't even know if you can put a number on the amount of transactions that can realistically be done per second, as it's unfathomable. Yes. But it also comes back to, great, we've got this incredible scalability, we're getting numbers that are through the roof, but what if no one's using it? I mean, we've got to ensure that people also use it too, right? How would you say, Daniel, that the industry is faring in this regard?
So I think still the industry is early, and many people don't have access to DeFi applications. The products are complicated and tech savvy, and still a lot of people don't know how to secure their funds efficiently. And if you think about it, there's 2 billion people around the world that don't have financial inclusion. I think these are the ones that need it the most, this new system that is cheaper and more accessible on a global scale. But with that said, I do think that things are advancing much faster than I expected. I can give you a small anecdote. In 2019, in Consensus, there was a very famous bet between two, I think, leaders in this industry, Jimmy Song and Joe Lubin. And the bet was that Jimmy said that there won't be a dApp on top of Ethereum by May 2023 that has more than 10,000 daily active users or 100,000 monthly active users. He said there won't be more than 5, let's say. And today, we're at the beginning of 2022, and on a monthly basis, there's more than 4 million users using Curve and Compound and Uniswap. Uniswap just by itself has 1.5 million, more than $100 billion TVL locked in smart contract. So I think things are developing much faster than I envisioned, but still it's very early days.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, Mary Beth, actually, you touched on that point that Daniel referred to there about, 2 billion users coming online. How can we not encourage, but how can we allow or provide the tools for more and more people to enter the space and to take advantage of these tools, which clearly some people find, take value from?
I think it'll be really interesting to see how the traditional finance responds. And if we look at comparisons to how they've responded to the adoption of cryptocurrency in general, basically they said, oh no, this is never going to take off. And then they sort of tried to ignore it for a while. And so I suspect that they'll probably step back and watch and then figure out how they can coexist. Will they try to be competitive on fees? Will they eliminate those international wire receipt fees so that, they can compete, against DeFi? Will they provide a lot more service? Will they, change the customer base? Or will they actually try to partner with DeFi in some way and be part of the ecosystem? So I think it'll be really exciting to see just how traditional finance, will coexist along with DeFi.
Yeah. No, I know that Strike, for example, has painted a target on Western Union and what with Bitcoin remittance. It's really interesting to see that play out.
It's really interesting. It's like the what happened to the Telegraph, right? For wire transfers. after the advent of computers, right? Mm-hmm. Before, I mean, you were always you were sending money via telegraph, and basically computers have increased a lot the reliability and also the speed. So that's, but I think you could look at the concept of practical accessibility. Probably, when you think about DeFi, but outside of finance a little bit, and looking at GameFi, for instance, where basically the pandemic restriction during the lockdown has triggered some behavior changes, and some people have started to play a lot, using a lot of games. And I think, first of all, people have come across an initial hardship to, understand and be able to go and use those blockchain protocols. But then they embraced it, and specifically, I think initially the users were not initially seeking active involvement in the blockchain projects. They just navigated towards it because of economic rewards. And this a bit makes us reflect today to which extent the future of DeFi relies on the gaming components. This emerging model of gaming, I think some people name it play to earn, in which players can make actual money based on how much time they spend, if they win or not, which also is applied to finance to a certain extent, because the market makers are getting rewards. And it's basically, the system, instead of having everything, all of the components of the transaction being eaten by an exchange, it's redistributed. And it's therefore, from a social standpoint, it's probably more acceptable. And that's really important, especially all these built-in economies, which are going to be similar to real-world economy, but will exist in the metaverse. And I think I can see, and a number of people can see, some of the DeFi projects auto-defining their classification as meta-fi projects. So when you are being transposed into this other world where
whether you like it or not,
things will happen.
Interesting. Michael, are there any key trends that you've picked out that perhaps differentiates users of DeFi platforms versus CeFi, or MetaFi, play to earn versus CeFi?
I feel like I think Daniel actually answered the question earlier regarding the types of people that have been active just in crypto generally. And certainly DeFi versus CeFi, there's obviously a huge divide between retail and institutional, for one, right? And as far as kind of the amount of retail traction that DeFi has gotten versus the inability or the lack of comfort still with a lot of the traditional institutions to kind of directly engage with DeFi protocols. And within kind of the retail bucket, I do think that kind of folks in the West are certainly the most engaged as it relates to various DeFi protocols. And to Daniel's point from earlier, the UI UX is not great. You have to be fairly tech savvy to be able to engage directly with DeFi today. That will change. But certainly, I think it just generally needs to become a lot easier and more intuitive for more folks, I think, to start to kind of get engaged into DeFi directly. But as everyone says, this is still early. We're still experimenting, and I have all the confidence in the world that I think all of that stuff will certainly kind of get better.
Great. I think I hope that's why we're all here. I mean, how can we, it seems like not a month or a week goes by without hearing about a DeFi scam or a DAO that's hacked, or, someone's unfortunately scammed out of, sharing their private keys on the internet. How can we mitigate some of the risks associated with crypto and DeFi? I know, for example, Kaiko is very much into analytics and, making the space more transparent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so on the hacking part, I think that comes with the risk of being responsible. Decentralization means nobody's in charge, means you're in charge. And so obviously, how do you prevent hacks, and how do you prevent people getting hijacked into giving their keys, etc. That is education, and that is part of the onboarding process, and part of the user experience getting better and people getting more aware over time. So, I think that the straight answer to that is education and time and onboarding more people and letting them know of the risks. Obviously, a lot of people, and I mean, I count myself and those people in many regards, are lazy and would rather somebody else be responsible. That's why, we like to have the easy ability to reset our password rather than take the risk of holding 24 words. And if we lose them, it's the end of the world in terms of ownership. So I guess, the education. In terms of what we do, it more applies to institutions and how kind of really bridging CeFi and DeFi from an enterprise and institutional standpoint. And it's really about data. I mean, price discovery is something that is actually relatively hard to do properly. There are billions of transactions all over the world across centralized, decentralized exchanges. So the ability to have access to data is not so straightforward. And especially once you're a regulated professional investor, the quality of the data and the reliability of your data becomes key. And that is the space in which we're at, which I think is a bit different than the first part, which is more about retail usage and adoption and user experience, both being incredibly important. And it's about transparency and education.
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually just seen a question come through the chat here, which is sort of related to this idea of, as we progress, will there be regulation? And I think it might be best suited to direct it towards Mary Beth at Merkle. How can DeFi be conducted in line with laws and regulations? As at the moment, its main selling point seems to be low cost because there's no regulation, and there's poor client protections.
Yeah, I think that we would all be naive to think that the government is going to stand down and not put any type of protective measures in place. After all, so much regulation sits with financial institutions today, and that's so that we can prevent money laundering, terrorist financing, all of these, really significant crimes. And so the government, I don't think, will allow this to exist without doing something. And so what can they do in a decentralized finance universe? I think that one of the things is to provide some way to have KYC of the borrowers and lenders, whether that's part of the smart contract, whether there's an ability to audit the pool of funds to know that there are funds available, for borrowing, to possibly even audit the smart contracts to know what the terms are, to make sure that there is some type of consumer protection. So I think that the government is struggling right now with what do we do about a stable coin, and that is such a smaller issue, I think, compared to how can they try to put some systems in place and protections for consumers, particularly as we discussed the retail consumer, that would achieve the goal without totally choking, this new innovation. So I think that the things that they care about is knowing who it is who is accessing, these networks. Where are they getting their funds? Where are they? Do the funds actually exist? And are the terms fair? So audit, transparency, education. So those are definitely going to be, key focus points for the government.
Interesting. I like that idea. Government ministers or whoever, or government staff auditing smart contracts. What do you make of that, Daniel? I imagine that you have something to say there.
No, I definitely agree that the regulation that is being done in the right way will grow the ecosystem, and bigger players will be able to join. And I see it as a positive thing, and definitely consumer protection. But I do want to point out a little bit, what is the situation, I think, of the young generation, which is mostly the ones that are participating in DeFi, and the majority is not money lenders or terrorists or anything like that. I think they are quite in a bad spot because, we're in a world that is big, that there is huge quantitative easing. About 70% of all the money in the world has been printed over the last 2 years because of COVID and the existing situation. and they don't hold existing scarce assets such as real estate or equity or gold, and they're not accredited investors that they can get on the opportunities at the early stage. So they're actually the ones adopting this because they see the opportunity compared to other alternatives, and they're open-minded and they're tax savvy. So I actually think enabling them to participate at the current stage is actually giving them accessibility and more option that they have necessarily in the traditional finance world.
I think that we shouldn't forget that one of the stated goals, I think, for why this is so wonderful is to provide financial inclusion and to do it at a lower cost. And we can't forget that, there are so many people all over the world who are not tech savvy, who don't understand how this works. And, think about the days of the neighborhood lenders, also known as loan sharks. So that's not a regulated, financial system, but the government cracked down on that because they want to make sure that people aren't being taken advantage of. So, the more that can be done to show that this is a transparent system and that, people know how to operate safely. And the analytics companies too are really play a big role here, because we do have the ability to track transactions and to focus on things like tax and where's the money gone.
Maybe a quick point on this.
I just wanted to answer this. I definitely agree that user experience and things need to improve in order for the mainstream to access DeFi. But again, DeFi at its core, it's equal level playing field and radical transparency, which is much different than the existing financial industry. And we need to acknowledge that.
Yeah,
and I think that's very important.
Exactly. That's it's a very important point. And also, I wanted to just drop a point. Like the maybe I lost connection. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. It's a little bit slow. We can hear you. Oh.
Think about Citadel.
I'm glad I got you all riled up.
50% of all the equity trading is going through Citadel. Then the investors, they're the market makers, they're doing the front running. They have such an advantage over the retail users. And I don't see so much regulation being focused at leveling the equal field to everybody or making it radical transparent what is happening there. So again, there are criticisms to DeFi, but I think at its nature, at its core, it actually very competitive space in that regard.
Yeah. It's all about having the same rules, isn't it? And then playing by those same rules. We've got Nicola back. You're on mute though.
Sorry. You may have made the point while I dropped out, but I think is this the point I wanted to make is that regulation is not always all negative, right? And I'm participating in a few projects that will be launched very soon at the moment, and I always make the point that it might be a good idea to be part of a regulator, a sandbox, and because at the end, the most important thing government or regulatory agency can do is to provide transparent, open, and consistent policy, as well as making sure that nobody's getting robbed, right? Which is quite important. So I guess there is quite a wide consensus that some of the activity will be regulated, and the stakeholder of the digital asset community do see it positively, obviously, if it does not destroy the innovative content of those projects. So I think regulators will need to also do some thinking into the way they interact with those projects, the people who work for them, are they knowledgeable about this industry, do they know how to code, etc., etc. I will make the same comment of centralized regulated exchange. If they want ever to play a role in that space, they will need to take people who understand how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just got a couple of minutes left here, but Michael, what do you make of this, discussion around, the transparency of the system we work in?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no comparison, right? Kind of between DeFi and CeFi, which one's more transparent? I mean, that's not a difficult question to ultimately answer. But the fact of the matter is, I think regulators around the world, their number one kind of mandate regarding regulation is AML KYC. And so regardless of which way is kind of the better way, once you kind of get beyond the gate and start playing around, which one's the more transparent one, the questions are, okay, who do we know who's doing what, as kind of like the entry point question. And so ultimately the questions around, will kind of the traditional banks get involved into DeFi and all of it, like as long as kind of the true on-ramp, off-ramps are regulated, what happens in between like, approved counterparties, I think that's probably where traditional finance guys are going to start incorporating a lot of DeFi, right? As long as you know where the money is coming from and where it's ultimately kind of going, what happens in between for centralized financial institutions, I think that's where a lot more freedom and creativity can ultimately exist. But ultimately, the question is, do you trust a smart contract or do you not? Right. And so some of it is kind of come down to smart contract auditing that we're just talking about. The other aspect is insurance and the potential growth of insurers to start saying, hey, I've audited the smart contract and I'm willing to write a policy of some dollars. Don't denominate in dollars, denominate in crypto, call it an Ethereum, and say, okay, I'm willing to assure up to this number of ETH. That will actually allow for more participants to have confidence within various projects and protocols and networks. And I do think that will go a long way towards mitigating some of the risk around kind of the rug pulls and whatnot of customers kind of fearing fraud.
Sure, absolutely. I've only got a very quick minute left here. Omra, would you like to finish up with a closing remark?
No, I completely agree. I think maybe I can say one remark that is much more broad and much more kind of idealistic around crypto. It's, about when we talk about user adoption, I think there are some countries and some economies and some people in the world that will be forced to get into an alternative system just because they don't have a choice. And I think that's something, we're having discussions and conversations of people that are relatively financially savvy and have access to banking and in relatively modern countries where we trust our financial system, even though we criticize it a lot. A lot of adoption sometimes is driven either by greed and speculation, but also by necessity. And I don't think we should underestimate the opportunity that kind of DeFi world represents for people that don't trust their own economies or financial systems anymore. And that is also just kind of opening, I guess, to many more opportunities out there. And just kind of adding that comment.
Wonderful note to conclude on. I think we've just run out of time there. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we haven't really got to the bottom of the question, can DeFi and CeFi coexist? But yeah, I think it's a hybrid combination of the two. Yeah, what do we think? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to GBBC's virtual Davos. Our panel, which I'm very excited for, a great group of discussants, is on blockchain and the future of commodity trading. Joining me are Janine Hightower-Solido, CEO of Atomize, Andrew Pisano, Head of X Registries at Expansive, Amanda Martinez, President and CEO of Artemis Technology Group, and Omer Ibrahim, Director of Business Development at LiquidX. We'll do some quick introductions. I myself am a former senior official at the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission, so that's, I think, why they asked me to moderate the panel on commodities. There, I was responsible for the design and launch of Lab CFTC, and also I've led the CFTC's initial work on blockchain and virtual currencies. I'm a co-founder and board member of Global Digital Finance, and also help advise ESMA on their working group on financial innovation. And then I'll go through the panelists and ask them to introduce themselves, and we'll just jump right in. So starting with Janine.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Janine Hightower-Solido. I'm the CEO of Atomize LLC. Atomize is building an advanced marketplace to source, trade, invest, and own physical commodities. We're doing this by way of blockchain technology, and our goal is to modernize trading and investing in metals and other commodities, and reimagining the global supply chain for the same materials. I've had 25 years in financial markets in terms of my experience, both traditional and crypto. I joined Atomize in July of 2020. Prior to that, I was the managing director of operations at Gemini, where I ran the exchange business and built out the commercial side of the custody business. Prior to Gemini, I spent almost 14 years at an SEC-regulated options exchange, which was a fintech in the early days that brought electronic trading to the US listed options markets back in the days when it was still paper-based and phone-based, floor-based. And prior to that, in the late 90s, I spent a couple of years doing investment banking for internet companies in the dot-com boom.
Great, Andrew.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, GBBC, and everybody watching live. My name is Andrew Pisano. I run the registries business at Expansive. If you don't know Expansive, we are the global marketplace for ESG inclusive commodities. We operate the largest spot exchange for the trading of carbon offsets, RECs, and water rights and entitlements. We also operate the infrastructure for a new burgeoning asset class that we call digital commodities, which we'll probably get into. Prior to Expansive, I was lead business development at Digital Asset, as well as CME Group. So looking forward to the panel. Thank you.
Great, good to have you. Amanda.
Hey everyone, Amanda Martinez. I'm with Artemis Climate Partners. We have a platform that tracks and traces attributes related to activities within the supply chain and utilize the tracking and tracing for ESG reporting. Obviously, the most important of which, or one of the most important of which, is the various commodities. I actually come from the background of utility scale power generation. I'm very deeply involved in the forefront of renewables since 2004, and with transmission and distribution upgrades subsequent to that.
Great, Amanda. And Omer.
Hey everybody, and thank you for having me here on the panel. I'm from LiquidX. I'm part of the business development team here. For those who don't know LiquidX, we are a fintech primarily focused on digitizing the working capital space and trade finance. We do this by using distributed ledger technology to be able to kind of digitize the actual supply chain itself from a corporate perspective and create a transferable network where information can actually pass through financial institutions and kind of rebuild trust in the actual supply chain itself. Prior to joining LiquidX, I was actually in commodity trading. I was the treasurer of Tricon Energy, it's a global petrochemical trader. And I was primarily in charge of the company's working capital structure, structuring borrowing bases, credit facilities, doing pre-export financing. And prior to that, even I was in the banking world as a credit underwriter. But most of my time being spent primarily in commodities and on the financial side.
Great. So looking forward to a very lively discussion. And before the discussion with the panelists, I thought it might be helpful just to spend a moment on, well, what is the definition of a commodity and what is meant? And that actually is defined, typically by statute, and it may be different jurisdiction by jurisdiction. So under the US CFTC definition, commodity is defined under the Commodity Exchange Act. It includes agricultural commodities enumerated in the act, other goods and articles. There's a very broad phrase, which is somewhat future-looking, that says it's all services, rights, and interests in which contracts for future delivery are presently or in the future dealt with. There's exclusions in the US for onions and movie tickets. A commodity can be, each of which has its own historical chapter that's not relevant here. So it can be a physical commodity, such as an agricultural product, a natural resource, can also be a financial instrument, such as a currency or an interest rate. It does not, in the US definition, have to be physical. It can be intangible, such as Bitcoin or the occurrence or non-occurrence of an event. Historically, the EU definition actually excluded most intangible things other than carbon credits, though that's evolving. The way we sometimes explain it is that a commodity is pretty much anything that can be, anything that is a noun is probably something that can be a commodity. So, we're looking at a pretty broad range of things, but often people don't know the term. So let's look at what are some of the frictions and challenges with commodity trading at present. And Janine, let's kick off with you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And I think the frictions and the challenges really depend on the asset class. And as you mentioned, there's a pretty wide variety of commodities that are interested for commercial users, for investors in the US and elsewhere across the globe. And while the definition is pretty broad, there are frictions and challenges. Again, depends really on the type of commodities. But from my space, in terms of Atomize, we're focused on real world assets. So assets that exist physically in the real world in terms of commodities. And for those assets, there are some significant challenges to investing in them, and even on the supply chain side to managing them. Compared to other asset classes, the processes and the technologies to access them and trade them are pretty antiquated. There's a lot of logistical burdens that make it unrealistic and impractical for some investors to access these markets. And it creates a real burden on the operations and the back office of some of these companies. Even if you get beyond that, there's some inherent risks in trading these products in terms of credit and performance risks. And then lastly, I think one of the biggest challenges that we see into some physical assets are just lack of access. There may not be futures written on some products at all, or they might be pretty small and the spreads might be really wide. Some assets have ETFs or more traditional wrappers around them, but many of them don't. And so we see at Atomize that our platform and blockchain technology as a whole can help to solve some of these challenges by creating efficiency, by creating tracking, by creating data inventory and warehousing for the assets, and creating trust, and most importantly, translating that all into digital ownership of actual physical material. And once you get to that digital form by way of tokenization, the actual marketplace you can create to exchange ownership of the physical becomes really efficient, because you're really just changing a digital token rather than having to move inventory across borders, to other vaults and warehouses and to different storage locations. So I think that's some of the challenges that we see, and one of the ways that we're looking to address them.
Interesting. And when we were discussing during the panel prep call, you used an interesting phrase where you said that the token is the actual title. Could you elaborate on what that means?
Absolutely. So it's a new concept, especially for people that are new to blockchain. But the token, which is the digital certificate of ownership, is actually mapped one-to-one with physical held in vault, or will be held in warehouse. So the token itself is not just a representative or a promise or a warrant for a pooled asset. It actually represents digital title to a very specific piece of inventory that can be redeemed. So you are the owner of the metal that's in the vault, a very, an individualized, serialized piece of, for example, palladium is our first product coming to market in February of this year. With that token, you are the actual owner. You're not a creditor of a bank. You're not a participant in a pooled vehicle. You actually own the specific metal. So it trades as a spot commodity, but again, with the efficiency of a digital format of a spot commodity.
Fascinating. And Andrew, what do you see as some of the frictions and challenges in commodity trading today?
Yeah, so thanks, Jeff. Just going back to your definition of a commodity, I hit on a few things when I actually did my own search. That physical thing is typically standardized. So something becomes commoditized when the market perceives products to be substitutable. So simply put, there are sometimes different grades, but corn is corn, gold is gold, and natural gas is natural gas, right? Up until recently, that's been fine. But now we're seeing that consumers are scrutinizing their supply chains for tax purposes or for scope 3 emissions. So they're actually demanding information on where their commodity they bought came from and how it was produced. So the challenge with this is it's practically impossible to trace exactly where every ear of corn or molecule of gas came from. But what you can do is actually create a digital asset or digital twin that captures all of the information related to the commodity's production and transportation of that physical commodity and embed that information into that asset. Simple example of this is a renewable energy certificate or a REC. There's absolutely no way to track where an electron in the grid comes from, right? But you have these digital certificates that guarantee that energy came from a renewable source. So the owner of a REC, after they retire it, allows them to claim that they purchased and consumed renewable energy. So think about expanding this beyond electricity is what we're doing at Expansive. So we've created a platform that leverages the smart contract language DAML to create an immutable provenance trail for the creation of these digital twins across commodities. So we launched our natural gas program late last year and already are capturing over 1% of North American natural gas production on the platform, giving the producers the ability to differentiate their product based on methane leakage, water usage, land use, completely different trading path than the physical. But an end user that buys these digital twins have the confidence in how that asset was created and are able to make the claim that they purchased responsibly sourced gas, and the benefit is the ability to reduce their scope 3 emissions. So we started with digital natural gas. We're expanding it to other fuels this year. And as I mentioned, it's extensible to other commodities. So being able to kind of uncommoditize or differentiate commodities is something that we're seeing in the market right now.
Interesting. So it's the things are commoditized, but not quite as commoditized due to both kind of emerging consumer preferences, the emerging ability of technology to do it. And then what form does the digital twin take? Is that a kind of a token effectively on the DAML network?
Yeah, so it's essentially a token that represents a specific MMBTU from a specific facility, and all of the upstream production data and the transportation data that is captured throughout the pipeline network. So that's currently being registered on our own centralized database, but we chose DAML for its flexibility and able to operate on a number of different ledgers. So we would have the ability to move from our Postgres database over to Hyperledger Fabric or VMware or a number of other ones where DAML integrates.
Fascinating, fascinating. So maybe Omer, turn to you next. What are some of the ways from your perspective that blockchain and DLT can make commodity trading simpler?
Yeah, I think if given my background, I'm very much focused on the physical supply chain and so on, and particularly on the financial supply chain itself. And what we've seen, especially over the last few years, is there's been quite a bit of fraud and bankruptcies that have taken place, unfortunately, in the commodity space, right? And that's really created a kind of a run of capital from the industry. And a lot of traditional banks have either pulled back or they've completely left the space. What we're really looking to do is serve as a central registry point to be able to ingest data, for example, the tokens that Atomize or Expansive might be generating, and be able to take that in to represent actual physical inventory and connect that to the actual invoice itself that a corporate is issuing to its customers, right? And using the distributed ledger technology to be able to represent this invoice and follow that invoice throughout its life cycle, and connecting that even to its purchase order, and as a purchase order value kind of deteriorates over time. And everything that happens alongside that invoice can then become transferable information and permissioned information out to all the financial institutions that are operating in this space. So they can actually come in and see, hey, look, this transaction is verified. There are legitimate parties on both sides, right? We can see the movement of product actually take place, right? And essentially eliminate all of the paper trail that currently commodity trading is very much dependent on, right? And hopefully that will essentially bring back capital back to SMEs and also other regions in the world where a lot of it has fled from today.
Fascinating. And so the sort of the emphasis is on kind of tokenization. It's not necessarily tokenization of the underlying commodity itself, but it's the kind of transparency and tokenization of all the relevant information to bring kind of the ecosystem and supply chain into a higher level of comfort.
Exactly. Creating verified invoices where you can understand the exact KYC of every single party, making that transferable information as well, and seeing changes along the way. If there's disputes, if there's changes in prices, a bank can go in and see that, and they can see dilution on transactions and so on.
Great. And, Amanda, thank you, first of all, for your patience. How does, can you tell us a little bit about how the platform is, benefiting disclosure, and also how that may be furthering key regulatory or policy goals?
So to back up just a little bit, I think that one of the things that we all need to take into account is that quite a few people don't understand blockchain yet, right? And I know that quite a few people that we interact with in government really look at it as almost like the dark net, if you can, for lack of better words. And when in fact, really, it's all about transparency, right? And one of the things that all of us are champions of on this call is of transparency and of being transparent in activities, because that actually drives a considerable amount of value. And what the SEC has been looking for, and the White House has been looking for as of recently, has been how to figure out what is going on from an ESG perspective within the various activities within large companies and banking institutions. And so what blockchain allows us to do in real time and provides provenance of is to track and trace those activities. And so this will allow people or companies to be able to put auditable activities on their 10Ks, which will then allow them to be able to deal with the risk associated with that, et cetera. And so this is something that the SEC should absolutely be championing, and all of the people that have oversight over the SEC should as well. This is the best case scenario that we've had in probably 40 years to be able to get as close as we can to the truth of what's going on within organizations.
And why was it before blockchain and introducing kind of the capabilities and technology of organizations like yours, why was this so difficult to achieve this type of transparency before?
Well, to be frank with you, quite frankly, the C-suite in a lot of these companies don't have transparency even within their own organizations to be able to track and trace those activities in real time, right? So this is something that the convergence of technologies between AI and blockchain really has put it at the forefront and made it feasible, made it completely cost effective, and reasonable to expect this of their own organizations. So, that allows them in turn to be able to report to their shareholders, et cetera, as well as the governmental entities.
That's great. And have you, had the opportunity to start to kind of introduce this to some of the kind of public officials and stakeholders, and what has some of the response been as they've learned about some of these capabilities?
I have a blockchain 101 PowerPoint that I walk through with people, and you'd be surprised at it is incredible when the eyes open and they realize what they can utilize this for. And actually, that I'm not the biggest fan of additional regulation, but they can, they see themselves being able to utilize this to address a whole host of other issues outside of what we're even talking about now. So that's helpful. Once they see, and we can provide business cases that they can say, oh, this is done in my, with my constituents in this area, And I get a benefit because, say, there is somebody in West Virginia who has some natural resources that they'd like to track or trace. That's probably a big benefit to let that person know what this can do, right?
Yeah, no, that's great. And other panelists, I think maybe Janine, you might have wanted to comment, in terms of how, some of the evolutions that you're all talking about are furthering regulatory or policy goals.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, piggybacking on what Amanda has said, that the real benefit of blockchain technology for all of our platforms is that it just doesn't provide the collection of information that goes into a singular database. It's a distributed database that has authenticity to it. And that creates better transparency. And what we're talking about, I think collectively, is transparency through the life of a commodity from its mine or its point of origin on through a commercial product down the road. So, for example, if you're talking about cobalt or a conflict mineral, or you're talking about an agricultural product that may have, a certain, standards associated with it from an environmental perspective. These are aspects that I think we are all really working on solutions that can create value to organizations that are consumers of these commodities, but also to the end consumer. Whereas today, if you're sourcing something green, there's little verification or real actual standards that can prove the source of the cobalt in your iPhone, or can prove the source of the lettuce that's on your dinner table. And with that comes value. And with that should generate customer demand for that, rather than from just a PR and marketing perspective, but from an actual purchasing perspective. And with that, I hope that there's actual market-driven forces that are demanding these products, because once you can prove they exist, there should be a better demand that can also be provided to governments, of course, that are regulating it, but just on a supply and demand perspective, from a consumer desire perspective to have these products, having that authenticity rather than just a marketing spin on something, I think is really important and can help further all of those goals.
And can I
get Janine, you mentioned, sorry. Go ahead, Amanda.
No, I just wanted to say, I think one of the other main goals that the government has been looking to fill has been market participation. Historically, the commodity markets have been, very tightly held by people who can post, $400 million lines of credit, right? And so that creates a bit of a stranglehold on the animal, right? So if we can create access for more people and democratize this, the ability of these platforms to allow more participants in, right? That solves another big key issue that Washington wants to see, allegedly.
Well, to add to that, so Biden announced his climate goals for his agenda, and there's three main areas, like electricity generation, transportation, and methane leakage from natural gas production. We know we can mandate electric vehicles, and we've got renewable portfolio standards that control the amount of renewable energy consumption in states, but there isn't really a market-based solution for methane, nor is there really a transparent way to calculate it. So what we've been doing with, and there's some competitors out there that are doing the same thing, is actually creating ways that we can track and provide the transparency to methane leakage from natural gas production. What that allows us to do is to create these assets that enable downstream participants, consumers of this gas, to make their own decision based on the ability to claim that their gas is responsibly sourced. So what we're doing with regulators is educating them. We have the tools with this technology to capture the data and make it more transparent, so to enable these market-based solutions to drive change.
That's great. So in terms of who can access these types of benefits, we've talked a bit about the the benefits in terms of public policy goals. We've talked about kind of the composition of who is participating in the commodity market, sort of the let's say kind of the larger players historically, perhaps who are beginning to see open access. Do we see this as offering benefits to be reaped by large companies, by small companies? Who do we see as benefiting here? And maybe start with Janine.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, Atomize in its early days is focused on the markets for metals, both precious and industrial metals, but our aim is to extend to an entire range of commodities. And we see ourselves as being able to replicate the process for tokenization of these commodities, along with the logistics of it, again and again as we move into new asset classes. But the goal here is to really help small and medium-sized investors, as well as other ecosystem participants along the supply chain, into a single marketplace. And to Amanda's point of opening up the access to these commodities to a wider range, which we think will help create more transparent pricing, less spread between the bid and the offer, more demand for better managed and better sourced products, rather than having a few at the very top control all of the access. And we say it a lot at Atomize that if you have $1 billion and you make a phone call to a bank, they will help you get into whatever position you want to get into and whatever asset you want to be in. They will write you a contract or create some swap that makes it possible. But if you're a small to medium-sized investor, you don't have the back office, you may not have the logistical support, nor the relationships to enter into a position if you're looking to, say, invest in the green economy and the materials that are supporting the green economy. So we think it's really important to open up access to those type of investors.
So almost like an Uber or an Airbnb, it sort of uses in this case blockchain technology to really grow the space. So it's not a zero-sum game. It actually brings kind of more participants and more demand into the space.
That's right.
Sure. Omer, from what you've seen, with your experience in the commodities industry, are you seeing initiatives that are typically being led, by the incumbents, or things that are more broad-based with the smaller participants? Kind of what's your take, and then how is kind of some of the work you're doing affecting that?
Yeah, so what we've seen is definitely large consortiums coming together of the incumbents in both the financial space and also the commodity space that are leading the change for distributed ledger technology. The key benefits is definitely going to be to them on day one, right? They're the ones with large back offices. They've got hundreds of people back there processing transactions. And as a lot of these transactions become more automated and verifiable, it does reduce the number of back office people that need to be involved in each and every transaction. And it speeds up that process for them as well. So they can do a lot more transactions for a much cheaper cost, right? At first, I don't necessarily see a significant impact being made to the SMEs, right? What I'm seeing is most of this benefit definitely sitting with those bigger companies until a larger adoption can be gained via their supply chains. Now, the good thing is they do have the ability to kind of create that adoption because they have such large supply chains that do go down into SMEs. But what I see as a complexity that's going to take place is the interoperability, right? The SMEs that haven't necessarily been adopted or signed up to one single platform and having multiple suppliers operating in multiple different environments is going to create a challenge for them, considering the limited resources that they have. So I think one of the next challenges is definitely going to be interoperability of all the different platforms that the incumbents are definitely leading right now. Yeah, and what we're really doing on that front is we're trying to serve as that neutral party, right? What we're trying to do is be the integration partner of being able to ingest all the information from all these different platforms that are being created that have kind of different initiatives, and serve as a communication channel between the financial institutions and corporates.
Yeah. And Amanda, have you been observing also some of these sort of incumbent-led activities, and what's your take on what their impact has been?
So I think there's a little bit of irony that's going to happen here, that you have the larger companies that have been operating in silos for quite some time that have platforms set up that they've been dealing in for a considerable period of time. And I don't think this is a copy and paste scenario where we're not just moving things to blockchain because we want to just put things on blockchain, right? We're not going to do the same old thing to spend a lot of time moving it over. I think that one of the things that's going to come out of this new requirement from the Biden administration for reporting is that these larger companies that operate in these silos are going to be requiring their subsidiaries and the smaller entities to be reporting all of this information. And those companies aren't just going to have to report that information in a certain way to that one siloed entity. They're going to actually have to report it across the board. So they will actually, the mid and smaller size suppliers will actually end up driving the way that they collect information and report it to the larger companies, will actually drive the way that those companies intake that information, right? Because those suppliers have to deal with so many different masters. And so they're going to be the ones that targeting that particular market and making sure that they have access and they have the ability to then supply to those siloed organizations will make those organizations wake up and say, oh, wow, like these suppliers are, the way that they're explaining to them other people's operations work will help them develop and actually break out of those silos that they have traditionally been in.
Yeah. That's interesting, Amanda, like sort of listening to your comment about the standardization and then Omer's comment before that about kind of interoperability. They seem like, I don't know if they're kind of cousins, but seems like within an organization, it's sort of hard to get, and you made this observation earlier, it sounds like it can be hard even, within a company, let alone outside it, to get a clear picture of what's going on. And so do you think blockchain is helping to, either promote that standardization or interoperability?
Well, absolutely. I think that's the difference, right? So that's the difference between just copying and pasting what is already being done on traditional trading platforms, right? This new model and the new technology that has come into play will allow people to do something very different. The transparency and the ability to track and trace from your supply chain is going to be unparalleled.
Remarkable. One of the things, and I think Omer, you touched on it a little bit earlier from some of your previous experience, has to do with the general subject of trade finance, and that from certainly remember even like kind of going back 5 or 6 years now, and as the CFTC and people were coming into our blockchain and virtual currency working group and talking about different potential use cases for blockchain. And this is still when things were kind of pilots and, or proof of concepts or even just whiteboarding. Trade finance was certainly, one of the first, examples or poster children for, where blockchain could be used. So now, 5 or 6 years later, and, maybe start with Omer and other, panelists as well, where are we in the sort of adoption or implementation of blockchain and trade finance? Has it been rolled out? Is it still in the kind of proof of concept or testing phase? And where would you assess that it is now?
Yeah, sure. So I think trade finance was definitely supposed to be the poster child of blockchain and commodities, and it hasn't quite panned out that way, right? I mean, to be honest, there's a lot more complexities in it than you think, right? Every little bit of a commodity supply chain feeds into the trade finance environment, and trade finance at the end of the day is one element of the commodity cycle, right? What you're realizing, while there's a lot of companies that have done fantastic jobs at creating unique solutions that are just now starting to take off, it's taken longer than they expected, and then I think one of the primary cases is definitely a digitization of letters of credit. That's something that would take 2 to 3 days sometimes to get issued. And right now, there are companies out there that have reduced that into a matter of hours, right? And I think that's a huge use case of distributed ledger technology. But on the other hand, there's still a lot of other aspects of trade finance that haven't quite been addressed yet. And a lot of that is because the rest of that supply chain hasn't been digitized, right? So if you're still representing information that is sitting in a corporate ERP that, at the end of the day hasn't been independently verified or verified by the opposing party or has any traceability to it, you're still just relying on data that a person sitting at a desk went through and typed and is, at the end of the day, subject to errors or misrepresentation in some form, right? So, even if you can execute a particular part of the transaction, the real traceability has to start at the beginning, right? And that's kind of things that LiquidX is really focusing on, in being able to go all the way to the origin of a transaction and be able to start tracing it from there.
Other perspectives on trade finance and kind of how affect kind of adoption or barriers to adoption from the other panelists? Great.
Yeah,
So go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, sorry, I did have just one additional comment if nobody else had on that. But yeah, I think one of the complications of adoption is very much, what some of the other panelists have talked about here, is international law, right? I mean, digital contracts are not something that has necessarily been tested in international law yet, and is very much new to the space. So in international trade and trade finance, most of this is cross-border business, right? So being able to have someone sitting in Ghana accept a letter of credit or issue a letter of credit and be comfortable that that's going to be something that applies under their laws and the interpretation of the courts in that particular country, that's something that's going to take a long time for people to gain comfort around.
Got it. Makes sense. So kind of a question about kind of the rollout and implementation of, kind of blockchain or tokenization to, some of the underlying assets. This is probably more kind of a question for Janine or Andrew, where, when you need to attach this, kind of the token that, either the tokenized title in the case of kind of the atomized model or the digital twin in the case of the expansive model, can that be, easily sort of retrofitted to kind of existing assets, or is this something where at least you need to start with sort of new mints or newly discovered or newly established? How does the rollout and implementation process work?
So one of the benefits of blockchain, of course, is that it's not just the serial number of the bar that's sitting in the vaults or the warehouse or the drum number. It can actually include other data in the smart contract that identifies it and identifies the term everyone loves these days is metadata, right? That exists. It could be point of origin, labor standards, other certificates that are created. And it can be passed along with that identifiable token over time. The key to any database, whether it's blockchain, distributed ledger technology, or traditional databases, is the quality of the data. So it doesn't really get around sort of the idea that whoever's providing the certificate information has to have good data. And it also has to generally be from point of origin. So if you're looking at tokenizing gold, which we will be tokenizing, if that gold is already fabricated and in bars sitting at Brinks, if it doesn't have point of origin attached to it already, there's nothing that can really be done to provide that assurance going forward. But for newly minted products that are coming out of the ground, products that are going through their cycle of refinement and fabrication, that's really where this stuff becomes really interesting. And I think collectively, everyone's working on their aspects of the supply chain to provide that authenticity, that tracking. And I think what Omer said earlier is really important. It's the interoperability of these standards. So there's no single company that's going to solve all of this by themselves. At Atomize, we're focused on investment products and fabricated materials, as well as supply chain solutions for managing forward deliveries of materials. But there's other participants on this panel and not on this panel that are working on providing that data that we'd love to get to a point that we can be incorporating all of that data into the supply chain contracts. And so there's full information up to Amanda's points, the regulators and auditors and even end consumers and even retail customers that might be able to scan a barcode and identify where their material is coming from. And so I think that's where we want to. This is still really early in the grand scheme of where this is developing, but there is real meaningful progress being done on a lot of this. But again, it starts with good data, as everything does, and then being able to track, trace, input, carry, and store that data over the life of a product.
I'll just add, Janine hit it on the head. The quality of the metadata is so important. Look, this data, emissions data in expansive case, it is being captured, right? But would you really buy an asset, a digital asset that is based off of self-reported data? No, you're going to want to know that that data was monitored, verified, audited, and what this technology allows us to do is have that that audit trail that other people certified that data is accurate, right? So I think back to Jeff, one of your earlier comments are inertia going against these trends. It's going to be the incumbents that have the bad data, right? They're not going to want this transparent technology to reveal their their poor operations. So I think it's all about, the market, consumer is sending a signal to the commodity markets that they want greater transparency, and you'll see that change.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm really struck by it's a combination of sort of evolving technological capability, sort of evolving consumer preferences, as well as reflected through political leaders. So kind of a form of social construction as well. And then perhaps, having, some movers as opposed to all movers. So we don't necessarily have collective action, but, kind of the potential for best practices, and then best practices, and consumer preferences eventually driving potentially broader adoption here. So very interesting dynamic.
I think what we're going to see is a combination of two things. I think we're going to see one thing where we've got, on this panel, we've got people who are very experienced in the commodities market, and you'll see that larger companies will start reporting that on their 10Ks. They will have very accurate information about a portion of their supply chain, and this will be one of those pieces, right? There will be portions of their supply chain that they don't have such accurate information, and they will grow towards that. They will be able to say on there, this is where we're working towards, and these are the people we're going to work towards that with, right? So that will be a part of the reporting structure. But I think we're going to chip away at it within the different groups until pretty much the whole pie is full, and corporates do have access to this very accurate and transparent information.
Great. Well, with that, I'd like to thank the panel. Very lively discussion. Be very interesting to see where we are kind of at next year's, hopefully in person or else again virtual Davos. Hopefully, we'll continue to see these trends. Again, I'd like to thank the panelists, thank GBBC for having all of us, and with that, turn it back over to our hosts.
Thank you, Jeff.
Greetings, everyone. It's wonderful to welcome you to our panel today. I am Joanne Barefoot. I am CEO and co-founder of AIR, the Alliance for Innovative Regulation. We're a nonprofit working on bringing great technology into finance and financial regulation, and thrilled to be here today. It's always great to be able to work with the GBBC. We have a great panel for you talking about mining. 2021 has really been a turning point in crypto all across the board. Almost every sphere of activity saw huge changes, and one of them certainly is in mining in terms of both the geopolitical trends and the environmental and climate trends that have been surfacing. So we're going to talk to you about that, and to start us off, I'm going to ask our panel to self-introduce to you, and then we're going to jump into the conversation. So let me start with Brian. Brian Brooks, would you introduce yourself?
Absolutely, Joanne. Thanks so much for having me, everybody. I am CEO of Bitfury Group, one of the founding members of this august organization here, and very happy to be here. I served in a prior life as acting controller of the currency in the last administration, where I was in charge of administering the federal banking system in the United States, and did a lot of work on crypto, not just Bitcoin, but a lot of the DeFi and layer 2 protocols that had Bitcoin as a reference asset. And so mining obviously is critically important to all of that work. So happy to be here, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. And Tanya Woods.
Sure. Nice to be here as well. Big fan of GBBC, and hi, Brian and my colleagues. I'm the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary for HUD-8. HUD-8 is leading the digital finance revolution and advancing decentralized systems with high performance computing. We have a very unique mixture of experience, leadership, vision, and innovation that set us apart. And we believe in decentralized systems that promote financial inclusion, sustainability, powering the fourth industrial revolution. And our mission is to create value for generations to come. I am also the former head of Canada's first digital chamber of commerce and a former trade negotiator. So excited to share some thoughts with you today.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Jerry.
Thank you. Excited to be here. I'm the co-founder and CEO of VCD Digital. I am a former Wall Street banker turned crypto entrepreneur. I jumped into crypto in 2021, and I started a crypto mining business, which is the topic today. And right now I have 5,000 mining machines. We have about 100 megawatts of sites under various stages of construction. So we are looking at exponential expansion.
Fantastic, thank you. And last but not least, Emma.
Hi, everybody. My name is Emma Todd. I'm the director of Tokens.com, which is a publicly traded company, and they invest in revenue-generating crypto assets linked to DeFi, NFTs, metaverse, which everybody knows about, metaverse real estate, and staking. I'm also the CEO of MH Data Systems. We've been in mining since 2018, and we help organizations find equipment, power, and land. My company also provides operation for mining facilities. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. So let's start with the geopolitical landscape here. Again, 2021 brought a lot of changes, including crackdowns on mining in China and the relocation of a lot of mining activities, and also chip shortages. Jerry, let me start with you. Tell us where we are, what are the most important trends here, and where we seem to be headed.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess to put some numbers to illustrate what happened in 2021, so the audience has some context, is basically China banned all crypto mining, potentially all crypto activities in China, inside its borders. One thing to keep in mind is China accounted for about 2/3 of global mining, either right before the crackdown or for a long period of time. So it's I would call it a seismic shift for crypto mining. So it's a very, very significant event. Presents a lot of opportunities, I think, for other countries to take mining. As for 2022, I think it will be a continuation of migration of mining activities from China or Asia into the, I would say, first world countries. That's US, obviously is number one, and Canada, and potentially some Nordic countries. Also, for the older generation miners that are less effective, we are seeing a lot of migration into South America, such as Venezuela, Paraguay, that has really cheap hydrogen electricity. The other thing is, what happened in 2021 is on the ESG space. I think before 2021, there was less than 40 countries committing to some sort of a concrete carbon emission reduction. Throughout 2021 and also the COP26, right now we got over 130 countries committing to very concrete carbon emission reduction. So that's going to affect crypto mining at a certain point. Maybe soon, maybe, but it's going to come. So those are a couple of things that I think that could be important to watch.
We're going to drill down on the ESG and climate issue in a little more depth in a few minutes. But before we do that, let me ask other panelists if you want to put some things on the table in terms of what you see as the top trends shaping mining starting in 2022.
Well, Joanne, I would just jump in and echo and maybe amplify a couple of things that were just said. So one is the global semiconductor shortage is a really big deal in two different ways. So one is obviously it's difficult to deploy new equipment and to build out more mining sites in a world where equipment is hard to come by. And at this point, I don't want to suggest that we're in a true monopoly pricing environment, but at this point, there is one company that really dominates the entire space and is able to charge accordingly. So that's not great for markets. But even more important, the chip shortage is kind of directly related to some of these ESG concerns, because with every new generation of mining chip, the energy efficiency increases significantly. In fact, in advance of some congressional testimony that I'm giving tomorrow, I was just reviewing our own chip efficiency increases over the years and found that between 2013, when Bitfury released its first mining chip, and our current generation mining chip that's coming out in just a few months, the energy efficiency improvement was 6,100%. Right. So it's very bad for the environment when people can, I mean, relatively speaking, when people continue to mine using equipment from 1 or 2 or 3 generations ago, relative to the current environment where energy throughput is so much lower.
Thank you.
Yeah. So to add to that quickly, Brian, did you see the news that Intel is now trying to dive into the game? I think they want to take some of the company that shall not be named, do they kind of want to take a little bit of their pie, because we all know they have the full pie, and so that was kind of interesting to see. But I will let you know, in my opinion, one of the reasons why people are still using some of those older equipment is that they take a licking and keep on ticking. I'm still shocked that the ones from 2017 and 2018, they're still going. It's a testament to how they were built. But when I look at what's being done now and what's coming out in July, those are definitely more energy efficient and people really are trying to use them. So what I'm seeing they're doing is they're migrating those to other countries that are not first world countries, where if they get seized, it's unfortunate, but they're going to be okay. Whereas, they want to leave the newer generation equipment to the first world countries where they know that they're going to be safe and it's going to be okay. But it's really interesting to see how things are, developing these days, just in terms of mining and where people are mining. Yeah,
Tanya, let me ask you to either jump in on the big trends or go to further to this question of where is the mining going? What are we seeing as the emerging sites, and what are the factors that are shaping that?
I mean, obviously, for mining, power pricing is a big deal. So keeping an eye on, trends in tariffs, reporting requirements, etc., as it relates to energy is going to be huge. So we're watching, we're up in Canada, but we're watching very carefully what Chairman Gensler and company are thinking through down in the US as far as reporting. We'll get into that later, I'm sure. But where we can find sustainable power, number one, because we acknowledge we want to be advancing sustainability priorities. It's very, very important for not only our company, I think it's safe to say it is a priority for our community at large globally. But we're also going to see, I think, diversification. I mean, the reality is companies are going to continue to evolve and expand. We're seeing a lot of narrative toward high performance computing. Certainly our company is out front and has been for quite some time in that space. And partnerships and advancements are going to continue. I mean, we are starting to see, certainly last year with the infrastructure bill, and it was the one thing that wasn't really mentioned. It almost signaled a tipping point that, the US government's taking this sector generally at large very seriously. I think Brian's probably the best place to give the ins and outs on that one, but quite seriously. And now it's time to really think through, how do we ensure we are communicating with government clearly and that they understand the opportunities that are actually right in their backyard and have been for some time. So, we've seen a lot more engagement, certainly from the US reaching out to us, state governments asking us, what it would take for us to go down there and operate. And we're also seeing increased engagement up here in Canada, just amongst our own regulators. So I think the conversation at the country level is expanding in a very pragmatic and I think exciting and long overdue way. And that will just lead to more partnerships and innovation. So, you do see countries, I mean, I think Jerry touched on it, South American countries, really starting to be bold. We saw that last year, adopting national currencies. But we're also seeing, countries like Dubai. Dubai is really making some interesting moves. Nobody really mentioned that one, but interesting moves to attract crypto talent, as are some Caribbean countries. I mean, let's just not ignore Barbados and our friends in the Caribbean, who are equally really ready to play with an opportunity to advance their geopolitical, their economic, and their social positions in the world.
And what are they doing, this is to any of you, to attract mining for countries that want to become hubs? Do you have analysis of that?
Well, I can just come in for a second, Joanne, and just say I just got back from a trip to the Middle East just 3 or 4 weeks ago, and the attraction in places like that is that there's basically power at cost available depending on the kind of deals that you're trying to do. And so particularly if you're doing renewable deals where there's large scale solar deployments across North Africa and in the UAE, it's a great way to get 2-cent power versus 4 cents in Texas or 7 cents in other parts of the country and the world. So it's a combination of, it's an ESG play, you've got a sovereign that is very interested in building out renewables, and it's a way to generate outsized returns because of basically free power.
Great.
I will say I'm also seeing that, Tanya touched on the Caribbean countries. I'm seeing that, and it's kind of interesting. Trinidad's offering really great power, and people are initially interested in it. But at the end of the day, I'm seeing that they're pulling back because at the end of the day, they do want to do work in a first world country. So they consider Trinidad to not be a first world country. So they're a little bit hesitant about sending their mining equipment there. I've also been approached by Nigeria. Nigeria is like, hey, we're happy and willing to do mining, but people are still hesitant to send it there. So I think once, and also I'm seeing that with Paraguay. Paraguay, you can't beat that. It's a 2-cent power, but will you see your equipment again? People are a little bit worried about that. So I think once everything's been exhausted in the first world countries in North America, as well as in the Nordic countries, then we're going to probably see a shift to the other parts of the world. But for now, it's kind of interesting because they're saying we have cheap power, we're giving it to you. We just want to see that you'll invest. And some of the larger companies are saying, no, we can't do it. We've spent so much on our mining equipment, we just can't afford to not be sure that it's going to be safe.
Yeah, I would concur with that. It's going to be for public companies. It's going to be harder to deploy in countries that do not have property rights protections. Everybody, just remind everybody of the Genesis mining. I think they lost 40,000 miners in China from 4 years ago. They won the lawsuit, I think a month ago to get it all back, but 4 years of mining is a lot of loss of revenue.
And what about further consolidation among mining companies? What trends are you seeing there?
I can jump in first. I mean, there's a lot of, it seems like there's a flurry of SPAC activities right now. It seems like every company is valued at over $1 billion just by default these days for any mining companies. I would say, yeah, I think a lot of retail investors are super excited, obviously, about Bitcoin and crypto in general, and mining companies are seen as a sort of a proxy to own Bitcoins if they don't have other ways to own Bitcoins. So I see that kind of trend continuing, although I would say it's kind of hard to raise cash through these transactions as a pipe market. It is very difficult right now. So I think it's a positive trend for the industry. On the other hand, it's I don't know how much capital they can raise through these transactions.
And I will say, as a public company, I definitely think the inorganic growth story is fascinating. It brings a lot of opportunity. Of course, with any kind of consolidation move, you can achieve, increases almost immediately as long as you can move the transactions relatively quickly. So I do feel there's going to be some significant consolidation we'll see over the next little bit. I'd love to come back to this question in a year and see if it really materializes, but for all intents and purposes, we're certainly expecting to see it.
Anyone else on that? Emma, did you have something to say?
I agree with Tanya. I'm interested to see a year from now what's going to happen, because I think 2020 is going to be very interesting. And I think you're going to see a lot of mergers and potentially acquisitions towards the mid to latter half of the year. So just because you can have a lot of companies that are going to have, they've raised money and they have machines in order, but they're not able to deploy them because of a cash crunch. So I'm really kind of looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, because I think it's going to make the industry overall more effective, more efficient. And, some of those smaller players that are really not interested and aren't able to really kind of get up to speed, they're going to go away. So I think that 2022 is going to be a very transitional year for the industry.
Yeah, I would add to that. Actually, that reminds me, one interesting to mention is some of, there are a bunch of these public codes, either in OTC market or NASDAQ. Their price went up drastically in April when BTC was 65K. And since then, obviously BTC recovered to over 65K when almost touched the 70K. Their stock price did not pick up at all. Some of these firms are down like 80-90% from the April peak. It's just very interesting. I think some of these are kind of Chinese, a bunch of Chinese mining companies there. But there's also a bunch of others. But I think most of them were originally Chinese mining companies. They seem to have a really difficult time to get investor interest for multiple reasons. One obviously is the migration of mining activity to US or other first world countries just takes longer than everybody hoped for. And there's also potential distrust in terms of accounting, auditing standards. So that's a very interesting area to look out for M&A activities.
Yeah, thank you. Brian, let me go to you and ask about the narrative around the energy and carbon impacts and climate impacts of mining. There's controversy within the crypto and Bitcoin worlds on, there's a whole argument that in some ways this is good for the environment because it's creating markets for renewable energy certificates. And, there's a lot of argument about it. What is your take on the cause for concern and what's going to happen in dealing with it?
Well, so Joanne, this is a great rehearsal for me because, as some of you may know, I've got to testify tomorrow morning before the House Energy and Commerce Committee on this very issue. So I'm going to try out a few themes on the group.
Excellent.
So the first thing I would say, and I would say there are probably sort of three framing issues. And as Joanne says, or knows, because we've done this 50 times before together, I never actually answer a question, I just reframe it. So let me put a frame around it. So first of all, I think the idea of focusing on how much energy any given activity uses is almost irrelevant. Not totally irrelevant, but it's almost irrelevant for several reasons. So first of all, we might care a lot if Bitcoin mining consumed 188 terawatts of coal-fired power. That might be a big deal because coal-fired plants, emit a certain amount of carbon into the atmosphere. Whereas we might not care at all if it derived all of its 188 terawatts from solar and wind. Now, neither is true, but one question is, where's the energy coming from? So when people just say it consumes a lot of energy, that is almost meaningless. It tells you almost nothing. So one question is, what is the energy mix of Bitcoin mining? It turns out that the energy mix of Bitcoin mining globally is about twice as sustainable as the mix of the overall US energy grid. So like every time you choose to use energy to wash your clothes, turn on your dishwasher, turn on a light to read a book, you're consuming grid power that is twice as dirty as the energy that Bitcoin consumes. So we start with that. But to me, as sort of a Chicago school economist, the question I always ask is, we're consuming this much energy relative to what, right? Relative to what? And the way I think about that is, what is the economic productivity per unit of energy of Bitcoin versus other things that we do in the economy? Because we do a lot of things that consume a lot more energy than Bitcoin. The question is Bitcoin a good and productive use of every unit of energy it consumes? And you can figure out that based on things like market capitalization. So, as the former banking regulator, one of the things that I looked at in preparation for tomorrow's hearing was, what's the market cap of Bitcoin relative to the market cap of the global banking system? And how much energy per $1 billion of value creation does Bitcoin use versus banking? And here's what's really interesting. I honestly didn't know this until I looked at this and had the numbers run just a few days ago. So, over the last 6 or 8 weeks, Bitcoin has floated between 800 billion and about 1.2 trillion of market cap. And the global banking system has about $8.5 trillion of market cap in it globally. That's a good measure of like value creation, right? So it turns out that to generate $1 billion of market cap, the banking system uses around 550 to 600 terawatt hours of electricity. And Bitcoin uses I should say megawatts, I think is the right frame on this, versus Bitcoin uses more like 250. So it turns out Bitcoin is weirdly a much more efficient creator of value than banking is per unit of energy consumed. You could ask the same question about lots of other activities: auto manufacturing, video gaming, retail stores, car driving. All of these things consume energy. So the question is, how much economic output are we getting for that unit of energy? It turns out Bitcoin is a super efficient way of capturing economic productivity. That's the market telling you what it's worth. So we should be asking these questions, not the others. And that's before I get to the last point, Joanne, and that has to do with the incentive effects of energy, of Bitcoin on energy markets. Bitcoin, like everybody, is looking for the cheapest source of energy. And as I think everybody else on this call knows, the cheapest source of energy in the world isn't coal, okay? The cheapest source of energy is free. And where do you find free energy? You find it in excess capacity, which can be in the form of wasted energy that is sent along transmission lines, where Bitcoin helps solve the problem by being highly mobile and locating at the production source. And it also comes from renewables, where at least as of yet, we don't have the battery technology to store most of the wasted energy from solar and wind farms globally. And so when Bitcoin shows up and says, we can consume that at a penny above cost, a penny above free, basically, we can take and create incentives to build more of those kinds of renewables, which right now don't particularly have incentives to do so. That's why America has all these subsidy programs for solar and wind, is because they're not profitable. Right? I mean, like a market wouldn't supply solar because it's a highly inefficient way to generate energy unless Bitcoin mining shows up and consumes the excess and turns it profitable. So if you believe in the medium term, you want more renewables, then you need Bitcoin partners. Just ask a wind or solar farm developer. You'll find that most of them are partnering with Bitcoin to build their next project.
So if I can do it, Brian, I'm going to tune in for your hearing tomorrow, which I predict is going to be very lively.
You don't need to, you already heard it.
That was very good, Brian. Just don't forget Don't forget to mention the Christmas tree one. Everybody loves hearing about that one.
Now that was in my last written testimony. I'm told if I say that again, I might get disinvited, but I've written it down in my written submission.
Okay, great. So for everybody else that, they say Christmas trees, like people powering Christmas trees, that actually burns more power than Bitcoin mining, but no one's telling them, hey, it's December, don't do that, right? No. It's really just, it's really negative marketing, and we really need to change that narrative. So I'm really, really hoping that your testimony tomorrow is effective along with everybody else, because we really need to move past this. It's incorrect, and
it's all about,
it's annoying.
Don't you think it's sort of all about who decides what the most efficient use of the available energy is? Is it people through their purchasing decisions, or is it the government? I mean, like, Christmas tree lights do in fact use more energy than does Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Maybe we should tell people to turn off their Christmas tree lights, because it actually does use a lot of energy, but we don't, because we let people make choices. And it's all about a combination of people's choices in a free society and the economic productivity that markets will choose. The use we've made of Bitcoin energy has produced $1 trillion of value. That turns out to be more efficient than other sources. In a market economy, that's the end of the inquiry.
So as one of you noted earlier, we are expecting in the US to have a proposal coming out from the SEC, from Chairman Gary Gensler, requiring disclosures on ESG, including obviously the environment and climate issue. And one of the gaping holes in that world now is the difficulty of measuring, having reliable metrics on what these climate impacts actually are. Do any of you want to jump in on, do you think required disclosures are going to be inevitable? Despite the case that you make, Brian, there's a great deal of political and public concern about these issues. Like, where are we headed on the policy side with this?
I think I might have mentioned it, so I don't mind taking the first pass, but invite, of course, others to jump in. I think regulators are really thinking hard about ESG in particular. I mean, but they're not just thinking about it in the context of, our industry. They're thinking about it writ large, and I believe a lot of that has been prompted now for plus or minus 5 years, and certainly Larry Fink's efforts and a lot of large institutional investors really driving this, as well as, frankly, citizens saying, look, we want better, we're concerned about climate change and so on. ESG is more than just climate change, of course. It's got the social and governance factors included in it, and public companies, I mean, some have uptaken the challenge already to do voluntary disclosures. So the question really becomes, what kind of metrics are we looking at? And there's a cacophony of metrics, frankly, out there that you could look to. Do they capture, in essence, whatever it is that the regulators and policymakers feel they need to know more about and want disclosed to the public markets? And then can that actually even be done? And that's where we get to kind of head scratching, and we get into like, well, are we going to aim first for scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? Well, we're not really sure. And how accurate is that reporting anyway? I think you alluded, Joanne, to the fact that it's actually not always accurate. And it depends on how you're engaging your carbon commitments and your requirements. If you are taking a top-down, bottom-up approach where you're looking internally all the way through your organization and trying to make different purchasing decisions, looking at your supply chain, looking at how you consume or create waste or wasteful products, you can do that kind of review. And certainly we've done that kind of review. I can tell you it's extensive and very time consuming. And you can equally take the other approach and say, well, we're going to buy offset credits. And then you get into discussions around, well, what is the actual source of those credits? What's the provenance of the credits? Do they stand up to the metrics and the measurements that everybody wants to know more about? Can we actually trace everything back transparently? And you get into all kinds of interesting discussions down that rabbit hole. When you're relying on grids as well that you don't control, I mean, especially in our case, you then also need to make sure that your grid suppliers are capable of providing you with transparent metrics and reporting and so on and so forth. So the reality is there's a significant amount of work to do if we're going to start imposing and mandating these kind of requirements. But at some point, something needs to start somewhere. And that's really the big question, I think, for regulators now in North America, certainly also though in Europe and across the board, thinking through, well, what are we expecting public companies to report? I can tell you up here in Canada, I mean, we've had lots of interesting conversations about this with regulators at various levels, not just federal, but also provincial and of course, even municipal. There's questions coming out around this. But it's still very much inquisitive at this point. I do think that we'll see the US take a lead, and I think that will also start to tumble reactions across certainly North America, but likely around the world. But we're watching with a very keen eye what's going to happen down in the States. And certainly, through last year, we watched Chairman Gensler make a lot of statements. There was a lot of, sort of advancement in posturing. But the reality is there's a significant amount of work to do in order to actually be able to get there in a manner that is transparent, first and foremost, but also credible, and that you can actually trace back and say, yeah, that does work. So, we took a bold step earlier this year, and I think we're one of the only miners that might have done that. So I'm not sure, I'm going to asterisk that, but we put out an ESG position, and we also put out the actual metrics framework that we're going to follow. We were, challenged earlier in the year by Elon Musk, and this was prompted by the forming of the Bitcoin Mining Council to be transparent. And, if we could just start that small step of being transparent and committing to actual reviewable metrics and make them public and known, that would actually allow for some advancement. And it was a massive undertaking to figure out where we should start. And we've publicly announced at the end of last year, we've got a phase 1 version, realizing though that over time, as we get feedback, as we get into the exercise of reporting on these metrics in a little bit, because, we've got to actually set them and then measure against them, we'll see what is actually feasible. And there will be iterations. And I think most public companies would probably share something, similar as far as their expectations go. It'll be iterative. We're all going to do our best, but we're certainly anticipating a less voluntary world, in the imminent future. But I want to kick that toward Brian, only because I know he's probably been noodling on this one too. And I'm quite curious to everybody's view, but Brian, I can kind of see you might have something to throw in there.
Yeah, I mean, look, unfortunately, we live in a fairly anti-crypto macro environment right now. Some of you will have seen that SoFi, the big lending platform, just had its bank charter approved yesterday. And it had a very curious caveat in it that's never been put in any bank charter in history. It said, we grant your bank charter with the proviso that you may not encounter or conduct any cryptocurrency related activities. So that's a strange thing, because crypto is fully legal, and under existing OCC guidance, which I am more than familiar with, cryptocurrency activities are allowed. So there's a macro environment between the ESG dimensions of Bitcoin mining and some suspicion about, I would argue, private sector finance, but certainly privately created financial networks in general, which is not in a great space. Keep in mind, however, 2022 is an election year. And while there's an emerging bipartisan consensus in favor of crypto, that consensus skews more Republican than it does Democrat. So there's a significant body of Democrats coming along and supporting, but more Republicans than Democrats as a cohort. And so following the 2022 elections, I think the political climate will change quite a bit. But right now, I couldn't agree more. I think that there's going to be some push for some kind of constraint. And I just come back to the proposition of, obviously, all of us will have to operate under whatever those constraints turn out to be as a matter of legal obligation. But at the moment, we get to have a policy voice, not just a legal voice, because the rules haven't been set. And I'm going to continue to advocate pretty vocally on behalf of the industry that we don't want industrial policy in this country. We don't want the government to allocate resources. We want markets to allocate resources based on demand and price signals. Anything else, we know from long, bitter experience of the 20th century, results in shortages, production of things people don't need, and massive inefficiencies. And that's not good for the country. People value Bitcoin. They value it enormously highly, and it's enormously productive per unit of energy expended. And so again, it isn't about how much energy Bitcoin uses. Everything we do uses energy. It's about how productive is it and how much are people willing to pay for it. And those questions have answers. Those aren't philosophy questions. They're economic questions for the good of society. So I'm going to keep making that point as long as I can stand up and make it.
So we have less than 10 minutes left, and we do have some questions coming in from the audience I want to leave time for. And I also want to say, by the way, that my organization, AIR, is partnering with Energy Web and the Rocky Mountain Institute on a voluntary effort called the Crypto Climate Accord for companies that are interested in becoming carbon neutral in what they're doing. You can find that on our website. But staying for a moment on this theme of where the public policy climate is headed, no pun intended, and what the industry should be doing to be proactive in making sure that whatever comes out of the policy pipeline makes sense. Let me ask you, Emma or Jerry, if you want to join in with some thoughts on that.
I think that you can see like the storm is coming, the tide, like it's practically here, and that crypto companies really kind of need to get in front and be at the table when decisions are being made. You don't want to be standing back going, oh, I didn't know this was going to happen, and not have a say in it. So I would encourage, different states, similar to like what Texas is doing and what other countries are doing, where you get together and you form a group and you form a committee and you look at what the government is doing and you put in your 2 cents. You say, here's what we're doing. I think it's better to self-regulate rather than be regulated. So you kind of go in there and Tanya is smiling. Tanya, does this sound familiar to you, my friend? If you kind of go in there and you're like, this is what we are doing. Here is what, also with what Brian said, here's what the actual industry is actually generating in terms of power. Here's what we're going to do to ensure that, we're making it more sustainable. We're doing all that we can. The government will hopefully look at that, be happy, and allow you to sort of operate the way you need to. But if they do put in some regulations, at least you do want to be at the table and you're saying, okay, here's what we're doing, and sort of add your voice to what is being done. It's always better to be at the table than sitting back or standing back outside of the room and wondering what's going on until it's too late.
I want to share a question from the audience, and Jerry, let me go to you if you want to speak to this, and then also to the last question. We have a question saying the argument of Bitcoin being a subsidy for renewable energy is interesting, but is there a risk of creating a perverse incentive that would keep renewable energy with Bitcoin mining rather than going into the grid? So undermining the larger agenda of fostering more renewable energy.
So maybe I just give a couple of very quick answers, Joanne. I'm sure everybody has thoughts. So one is, that concern to me sounds a lot like the concern about high occupancy toll lanes that was a big issue in the 90s. So remember, people were concerned about Lexus lanes because they didn't think it was fair that richer people could pay to get in the left lane on the freeway. Remember that? And it's like, after a couple of years, people realized, oh, great, the rich people got out of my way and uncongested my highway. Everybody's a winner. But initially, there's this bizarre idea that somehow everything's zero sum. You know what I mean? So there's that aspect of the question. The other aspect is it assumes that somehow there's zero sum renewable energy. There's limitless renewable energy. The reason we don't have more of it is because it's a money loser. We would have many gigawatts more solar if solar made money. There is no limitation, to be super clear, on the production of wind and solar. And the point is to create economic incentives that result in the building of more of it. So it's not like Bitcoin, which only consumes about 188 terawatt hours of power a year, which is like 0.012% of American energy consumption. There's no way Bitcoin's going to consume all of the solar and wind. But if it could even result in a 10% increase in the amount of it, wouldn't that be good for everybody?
Yeah, I agree with Brian's frame, number one, wholeheartedly, and also your point on the renewable energy argument. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you look at a Texas grid, right, many hours they sell the wind power at a negative price. Like the grid is gonna, they want to pay the producer to stop producing. So I think having a user that would make these power plants, be it wind or solar, and make them profitable or close to be more profitable, right, would be a huge accelerator for deploying more renewable energy.
And I think we're going to have to make that the last word. I would love to keep this going. I'd love to get you all to give us a round of advice, but I want to keep on time. And so if we were live, I would ask everyone to join me in thanking the panel. You've been fascinating, and obviously we have an exciting year ahead on mining. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, everyone. I enjoyed this. This is great.
Hi, everybody. I'm Joel Telpner, the Chief Legal Officer for Input Output Global. And I am joined by Charles Hoskinson, the founder and CEO of Input Output Global. And I'm really excited about this because usually the way things work with Charles will call me up and say, Joel, what the hell is going on with this? So today I get to ask the questions. So I'm very excited, and thanks, Charles, for agreeing to do this with me. So I wanted to start out, look, to me, you're one of the real pioneers in blockchain. You were one of the founders of Ethereum. You went on to become one of the founders of Cardano, and you are the founder and CEO of the blockchain technology company IO Global. So I've never had a chance to ask you, what attracted you to this space, and what did you see as the initial promises that made this, I don't know, for you, so exciting or cool or different from anything else that was out there?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are really three things that I think are important takeaways to the value proposition of our industry as a whole. And they're sometimes not as emphasized as they ought to be. So we often hear about the blockchain trilemma, but I kind of have a different trilemma that I think about. First off, there's this idea of decentralization. So we live in a global society now. We're moving from a Westphalian notion of nation states to this one big global community, and stuff our neighbor does impacts us. The problem is that we don't really have good institutions and systems to accommodate for globalization. So when you move from the United States plus the global community, how do you solve a collective problem like gain of function research or global warming or the distribution of resources or global inequality, these types of things? You just don't have the right tool set. And how we used to do it is a big empire would form, like the British Empire, the American Empire, or the Chinese Empire. And they would say, this is the way, standardize around our standards. And then suddenly everybody drinks from that cup until they don't. And that's not so good. So you need something different. And blockchain is all about saying, well, you have all these people that have to work together for some reason, for some business process or policy objective. They don't trust each other, but they got to work together for the benefit of a consumer. And whether you're in the telecommunications business or the healthcare business, or you're in enforcing sanctions, whatever the hell it is, there's so many of those things in life, and we don't have good management systems for it. Second, this concept of inclusive accountability. And so inclusive accountability is your ability to check something. So there's so many things in life that you just trust people on and you don't have transparency about. How your money's being spent, whether your vote was recorded properly, if your bank account actually has the balance that's claimed, how supply chains, is this carbon neutral, is this safe beef that we're eating, et cetera, et cetera. You're just trusting institutions and people and hoping that the audit and oversight is good enough to actually give you accurate answers. Well, so many cases in life where that's not true. And we've seen that again and again and again. And these are famous cases from lead in the water in Flint, Michigan, to voting fraud, to other things that have occurred. For example, we see this a lot in Africa when we do business. These governments have democratic legitimacy, some of them. But then when you look at the nature of the elections, 90% voted for the candidate who's currently in a civil war. I don't really imagine that he got that kind of voter turnout, but yet that's what they say, and you can't check or verify these types of things. So inclusive accountability is your capacity and ability to check the record yourself and know that that record is accurate. That's one of the most magical things about Bitcoin and the blockchain space is it introduced this notion at scale. So when I send you a Bitcoin or ADA or Ether, you don't trust me. You have everything you need on your side to be able to verify what I've sent you hasn't been double spent and exists. And now we're talking about how do we extend that to other concepts in society, whether it be voting or supply chain and so forth. And the third part of the trilemma is this concept of governance. So when you have a big system, usually you have a custodian of that system, a central entity like Microsoft to Windows or Apple to the iPhone, or you have a federation like the Linux Foundation to the Linux kernel. But in both cases, it's somewhat hierarchical. With a fully decentralized system, you have this idea of bottom-up evolution, where you have a wisdom of the crowd steering the organic growth of the system, but no one actor is in control and are in charge. And that's a very different way of running a government or governance process than what we're used to. So those three things together are revolutionary, because when you think about it, there is no institution they don't touch, whether it be the quality of your toothpaste all the way to how do we build a hospital. Each of those things, if they're applied to that process or that institution, you get benefit because you ultimately get more honesty, more efficiency, faster evolution, you get more safety, and ultimately you get more resilience inside these systems. And we saw with 2008, for example, how bad things got when you had hyper-centralized, hyper-optimized systems where when a mistake was made, it was replicated again and again, and the whole financial ecosystem collapsed. And that's not a good way of going. So we're all about transparency and globalization, resilience. We're all about inclusive accountability. And I saw the blockchain space as a kind of an obvious organic evolution in that particular direction. The other thing is that everything's open source for the most part, and everybody's very collaborative and they share ideas. And there's this Cambrian explosion of innovation that's occurring. And every time that innovation occurs, regardless of where it occurs, it's ubiquitously useful for all of those concepts. So when somebody over off in left field does a zero knowledge proof, I might be able to redo that for an identity system or a supply chain system. When somebody way off there publishes an optimization for a consensus protocol, suddenly I can reuse it now to do higher throughput for microtransactions for my sports betting thing or tipping thing or whatever it is, whatever use case is. So that's just amazing. You don't really do that. When your neighbor does an innovation that's siloed to their industry and their intellectual property, but here in this industry, everybody shares, and for the most part. And so that means we have a much higher rate of innovation. And that's the other exciting part of it, in addition to the social benefits of it.
Now that sports betting has come to New York, a lot of people are going to be interested in that component. I want to come back to the third prong on governance, but before we do, I think there's another kind of, threshold question I wanted to ask. Do you think so far that we've lived up to the promises of blockchain, and if not, what are the impediments that have, you've seen to date?
Well, I'd say we have some double-edged swords that have allowed us to grow at a tremendous rate, but also have created unrealistic expectations. And so normally open source technology doesn't have an explicit value metric. So the Linux kernel is probably, if we could put a price on it, worth billions to trillions of dollars to society, but we don't. So it tends to attract a special group of people that are more mission-oriented, technology-oriented, and have a philosophy about use and utility. When you put a price point on something explicitly, you create an industry-wide expectation that somehow it has to live up to that and be realizable immediately. So Bitcoin went from nothing to a $2 trillion ecosystem in a 13-year period, and it attracted a huge wave of fair weather people who don't really care about the philosophy, the mission, the values, the social utility. They just care about getting rich. So it created a very strange dynamic where you, in the same tent, you have one group of people that are prepared to be here for decades to see the mission through, and another group of people that as soon as they get what they feel are their objectives financially, they leave. Yet they somehow coexist in the same place, and they create competing demands. So it's impossible to live up to those expectations because they're not realistic or feasible or tangible. Nothing gets 1,000x in a year and is sustainable. You can't keep doing that again and again. Exponential growth doesn't work that way. It will collapse. So on the other hand, it's attracted an ecosystem because of that financial growth of hundreds of millions of people. There is really nothing in the world that was started 13 years ago that a camel herder in Mongolia knows about it at the same time as a guy in Wall Street, at the same time as a vineyard in Chile. I mean, it's extraordinary. I've been to over 70 countries now, and you travel throughout the whole world, and everybody knows about what we're doing. Everybody has an opinion about it, and it's percolating into every industry, like NFTs into the arts and into music and into Hollywood and so forth. It's extraordinary. Everything is being touched. So that valuation, while it carries a lot of negative stuff and many unrealistic expectations, it also at the same time has created a reality where we have gotten to scale faster than any other innovation in human history. Mm-hmm. The internet was the kind of the poster child for how fast you could get to 1 billion users. Blockchain is rapidly beating that benchmark. So I think we have lived up in a certain respect for our growth targets, but not for our expectations of value. And I think we also have lived up for technology. I mean, the rate of evolution and innovation in this industry is beyond anything I've ever seen in any technology. Any challenge, how do we get resistant quantum computers? Let's build a new government. Let's build this, let's build that. Every 6 months, something comes out. There are thousands of academic papers that have been written, tens of millions of lines of code that have been written, 8,000 plus projects that are all doing interesting things. Every day, there's a new policy paper that comes out, whether it be CBDCs or this or that. And it's really captured the imagination and mindset of so many people, from your 25-year-old engineer that's sitting in Silicon Valley with a nose ring and the blue hair, to your 65-year-old banker, JD MBA, who's in charge of a multinational body that regulates something. They live in the same tent and they're innovating in the same tent. It's a pretty extraordinary thing.
I have been thinking about dyeing my hair blue, by the way, but I haven't quite gotten the courage up yet. So, you mentioned the ability to do transactions without having to deal with the trust issue. And so I know that blockchain is much more than financial services, but a lot of applications in the blockchain space, are geared towards trying to democratize and provide and bring financial services to people around the world that have been marginalized or left out altogether from our financial systems, because banks weren't willing to serve them, or banks were just too stuck in their old-fashioned ways. And as part of that, people realized that in bringing financial services to the people that didn't have them, you could bypass a lot of the old intermediaries, and that perhaps a lot of those intermediaries really weren't necessary before, but definitely aren't needed now. But as part of that, and forgive me, so I'm looking at this from a lawyer perspective, but as part of that, when I was in private practice, I would constantly have clients come to me, and the first thing they would say is, okay, Joel, just tell me what country to set up in, because all I want to do is I need the country that's going to be easy, because I don't want to deal with all this regulatory nonsense. So tell me where I can set up so I can avoid all these regulations. And so it seemed to me that the notion of being able to empower people financially to bypass existing financial institutions that weren't serving them was conflated with the notion that simply because you didn't have to use the old financial infrastructure, you also didn't need any type of regulation whatsoever. And,
right.
And I think that that's hurt our industry, but maybe I'm just being, too myopic in my vision looking at it from a lawyer perspective. But I think that's been a problem for us as an industry.
Yeah, well, first off, the people who lead the industry are young. And when you have young people who have never built a business, never been in a regulated environment, they tend to undervalue or discount the influence of why regulation exists. When you live through something, you're like, oh yeah, I don't want that ever to happen again. So we should probably do something about that. But then the problem is that the next generation doesn't live through that. Yeah. So when the Great Depression happened, there was a whole bunch of people that said, boy, that was really horrible. We probably should do something to not have that happen again. Well, the next generation didn't endure that. And so as a consequence, they tend to undervalue the protections that were put in. So there's this constant struggle between the old and the young, and this constant struggle between the legacy and the new, where basically you have to keep reevaluating, are we doing this because of tradition? Or are we doing this because it's still useful? And useful is always connected to the structure and nature of the environment and the economy. Most regulation was built for siloed markets, the American market, the European market, the Chinese market. It wasn't built with globalization in mind. So, if you're a multinational company, you may have to comply with 60 different legal systems inadvertently. And it's just not feasible. It's not possible, especially if they have interoperability there. So on one hand, blockchain, what it does for us as an industry is it gives us this idea of functional regulation, where the regulation can actually be contextual and library driven. So when you have a customer in Ethiopia, you automatically have a way through software to comply with the standards there. And it just can be baked into that particular transaction and only for that particular transaction. And then as it transfers to Chile and it transfers to the United States or other places, you can either add on or take away, but you kind of build. It's kind of paint by numbers in that respect. That's a two-way relationship. We as entrepreneurs, as an industry, we're real good at research and software, and we can write libraries and we can do all kinds of magical things. And it doesn't take a long time to do that. But then you also need governments to step up and say, we recognize that as legitimate, valid way of doing business. What's not productive is when both sides are at war with each other. So the entrepreneurs say, well, we don't understand why you do what you do, so we're just going to pretend like it's not useful at all and you're the enemy. And then for the government to say patently absurd things. Like, for example, when I see people say, well, most cryptocurrencies are securities, they should just register. Well, let's actually go through that exercise. What does actual registration mean for a decentralized organization? It's probably impossible. And at some point, people will actually show the reductio ad absurdum of pursuing that and how it's not physically possible to do what they're saying. But just to blindly say that just do this is ignorance of the nature of the technology, the nature of the ecosystem, and the results of globalization. So I can see it from both sides. And I don't by any means think the goal of cryptocurrencies is somehow to get rid of all regulations and get rid of all compliance, because at the end of the day, it's all about consumer protection. It's all about market stability. It's all about transparency. It's all about fairness. And there are many cases our industry has been a bad actor, in my view. And no greater example would be stablecoins, because they hide under the veneer that they're somehow, because they're a crypto asset, decentralized, and the trust model is equivalent to Bitcoin, when in reality, they're custodians. No different than any banking institution or any institution that holds on to something for you. And there's an enormous amount of trust there. And we can look back to the baronial age of the United States, the 19th century. There were more than 200 private currencies in the United States. Almost all of them, within 10 or 20 years of being established, went out of business because they went from full reserve to fractional reserve for the trust and commitments that they made. There's too much temptation to cheat. And we saw this, for example, with Tether, where they publicly said, hey, we're full reserve. Oh, well, we're full reserve if you think commercial paper is full reserve, and then maybe we'll give you transparency, maybe not, we're not. And that's $70 billion with a turnaround of $100 billion every single day. This is exactly why a financial regulator exists, is to keep people honest in that respect. So there's really has to be a give and take. And I think it's a great reset needs to happen in the relationships of the entrepreneurs and the regulators. And we need to get back down to basic principles of what are the consumer protections they care about? What are the information asymmetries they want to resolve? What are the geopolitical goals that they want to have and the geopolitical rules-based order that they want to propagate? And then ultimately, what technology can be done to automate things and to go from don't be evil to can't be evil. You have proof of reserves with crypto assets. You have all kinds of inclusive accountability, where the view that the regulator will get with a crypto system is superior to any view that they get in the legacy system, which means they can automate things that were previously done through suspicious activity reporting or other mechanisms which are prone to failure. And we know that because all the big guys that are supposed to do it keep getting fined every year. When you're a big bank, you get $10 billion of fines in 10 years for compliance problems. Obviously, the system is not working. So you can't tell me that's desirable over a system that automatically does that stuff and optimizes things. And so it's a mixed bag in a certain respect.
So I as you know, I very much agree with the things that you said. And those regulators in Washington who say that our existing regulatory system is, number one, clear, and number two, works just fine for the crypto space, I think is just fundamentally wrong. Just as I think that those people in the blockchain industry that think we don't need regulation are also fundamentally wrong.
Right.
But I think to me, the key is that it's not, if you look at all the good players in the blockchain industry, it's not that they're opposed to regulation, but it's a hard thing to do to try to comply with regulations that simply aren't the appropriate regulations for new technologies that never existed before. And when you have something like a cryptocurrency that can, at the very same time, act as an investment instrument like a share of stock, can act like a commodity like a bar of gold, and can act like a form of payment like a dollar, and because it's software, can have all those functionalities embedded in that crypto at the exact same time, and depending on those functionalities may simply vary by who's using them, how, when, and where. You can't take, in my view, historic regulations and assume they're going to work just fine for something that's so innovative and new and didn't exist before. So if that premise is correct, you're an example of a prominent voice in our industry. How do we move forward from taking the people that say no regulation and explaining to them that's wrong, but also taking the regulators that say our existing scheme is just fine and telling them that's wrong. And how do we combine all that to come up with a pathway for an appropriate regulatory scheme and agenda going forward? How do we get there?
Right. So the challenge is that you kind of have to divorce yourself from your nationality. I'm an American, as are you. And, the problem with being an American is we tend to believe that whatever we say, the rest of the world automatically just accepts, listens to, and executes. So we're like, okay, how do we change the law in America? And once we do that, then the problem is solved. It's like, well, what about all the other countries? We're America, they'll follow. It doesn't exactly work that way. It used to, we used to be so powerful, like when Sarbanes-Oxley was passed. Like a day later, Australia followed, England followed, and all these other people did. And that was just 2003, I think. So it wasn't too long ago where there was so much geopolitical influence that you could kind of unify it that way. So the problem that frustrates this is that there is geopolitical competition, and some people are actively pursuing, just kind of like the old days with tax optimization, being the jurisdiction of choice to evade a rules-based international order. Other people are being very aggressive at adopting crypto in every facet of life. For example, what we saw with El Salvador in the adoption of Bitcoin. So in this multipolar world where there's not consensus in the League of Nations on how to handle things, it creates problems about creating universal standards. And that's another frustration entrepreneurs have. They're like, look, guys, we have to live in the world. My customers are coming from everywhere. Even if I want to follow the law, it's not possible at any given. It's like the Schrodinger's cat. At any given time, I'm in compliance and I'm not in compliance. There's at least one jurisdiction where both cases are there. Now, for the U.S. perspective, as a U.S. company, a U.S. citizen, there's two ways you solve it. One is legislative, and the other is judicial. So the bureaucracy is given its toolkit, and they can only operate within that toolkit. At least you'd hope that. Prosecutorial discretion gives them some flexibility, but at the end of the day, if all they have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And what they'll do is start hammering things, and people will object and say that violates the spirit of the law. And so then it gets run through the courts, and new standards are created. That's where the Howey test came from. They passed the Securities Exchange Act in the 1930s and 1933, and they had this nebulous catch-all, this investment contract idea, but it really wasn't well defined. And then people had disagreements about that interpretation. And then 13 years later, the Supreme Court said, okay, well, we'll create a test for you. That was not done through a legislator. It was done through judicial process. We're seeing the same thing occur with the definition of decentralized and the equal application of the law through the Ripple case. And the courts will do their job one way or the other. Now, we might disagree as an industry, but that's where we're at given the current laws. Now, we need the Senate and the Congress to step up and do their job and actually pass a bipartisan piece of legislation that augments and enhances the industry. And there's a laundry list of things I'd like to see. And we beta tested a lot of those things in certain jurisdictions, like the state of Wyoming, where 26 laws have been passed, for better or for worse, to build a comprehensive legislative framework, everything from defining what a DAO is to defining utility token for cryptocurrencies in the United States. That's a good basis to have an argument about how we ought to do it. Now, if you have a fast evolving ecosystem, what you tend to do is try to push a lot of the day-to-day regulation to self-regulatory organizations. That's why FINRA exists and other organizations exist. These things can be replicated and done for crypto. And I'd argue that 70-80% of the day-to-day functional regulation of crypto ought to be done through SROs, both in the United States and international standards. And then you need backbones, and those backbones are set with principles that don't change regardless of the technology.
So I'm really glad.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, there should not exist information asymmetries. There should not exist issues where consumer protection is not a consideration in the day-to-day decision-making. We see agency failures. A great example would be the $10.5 billion of DeFi hacks that occurred in 2021. That was a direct result of people building things, not valuing security, protocol design, or getting it done right, because they wanted to be first to market so they could sell at the top and walk away with money, and retail investors are the ones who got hit with that. So this move fast and break things mentality with a cash rush, and ultimately it hurt the most vulnerable amongst us. So that's an example where a regulatory structure needs to come in and say, there needs to be standards. If you're going to build these applications, they have to be certified against basic things or insured or approved by some notion of quality. And if you can't do that, you can't approach that, well, then you shouldn't be building these things, because ultimately this is going to be holding billions, if not tens, if not hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars of assets long term. And we regulate banks for that reason. We regulate any financial institution for that reason. We have to trust that the things that are being done are decent. The same for information asymmetries. If certain actors in the marketplace can form cartels and trusts and know things before other people, you're back to the Knickerbocker crisis in the 1910s. You're back to the issue that was happening in the 1920s, which led to the creation of the Securities Exchange Commission and other organizations. You're back to why the central banks were created, because certain groups of businessmen were basically able to play one game at the expense of everybody else inside the market. So that's your legislative side. You know, your SRO deals with the day-to-day 70, 80%, because stuff gets invented all the time. But then you bake in and ask, well, what does a standard of consumer protection be? What does a standard of information asymmetry be? And the good news is we have very different ways of handling these problems over the ways we used to. The way we used to is you create a bureaucracy, and then you have the big actors basically be the enforcement arms. So the bureaucracy will say, if you want to be licensed, you must follow this and file a suspicious activity report or do this and this. And if you don't, you lose your license, you get fined, and maybe even criminal conduct. So you have this kind of little big thing where you have a little bureaucracy with big private industry, and it's a public-private partnership in enforcing the model. Our industry is about disintermediation. So we're cutting all of the private interest out, and we're creating regulation that's software-based. Instead of saying the information asymmetry, well, we're going to look real hard and audit you and make sure it doesn't exist, like insider trading provisions. Instead, what you can do is you can have a transparent, inclusively accountable ledger that shows everybody the state of things, and we can verify that you didn't know it before I did with absolute certainty. That's a very different way of doing things, and it doesn't require suspicious activity reports or third-party coercion or these types of things, which are often adversarial to the customer base. The same thing for the quality of software. You can create proof artifacts and show that your software is certified against known standards to verify quality and so forth. And they can mandate that if you're going to deploy this, you need to have these standards, and if you don't, then it is going to be regulated or treated harshly or made illegal or these types of things. So I think you can have your cake and eat it too. And it's a long conversation, and it's an emerging field, algorithmic law and algorithmic regulation. But I think it's the only way to go in a rules-based international order where people have incentives to cheat to get these things.
So there's so many interesting. There are a couple interesting things that I want to follow up on in what you just said. One aspect is technology as part of the solution, as opposed to technology being the problem. Here, the technology provides solutions for us to better manage and govern potentially. And you also mentioned, the concept of SROs, which have worked quite well in other industries. So if you take those two concepts and go back to the third prong you had mentioned at the beginning of governance, as an industry, what can or should we be doing potentially in self-governing activities, and how can we potentially take self-governance, combine it with our technology and maybe an SRO, and prove to the world and regulators that this industry can operate successfully and prudently and appropriately.
Yeah, well, it's a complicated issue because you're talking about basically a parallel economy. We're effectively reconstructing the legacy economy, but we're doing it with blockchain. So every part of it has its own unique burden of quality and a burden of consumer protection. So, for example, when you look at exchanges, you can look at the exchanges themselves and basic standards about how they operate, behave, and where there are conflicts of interest. For example, these proof of stake coins, a lot of them allow you to delegate and to stake. They also, some allow you to vote. Well, do you have the legal right to do that? Did you ask your customers if you are allowed to take their voice and their income stream? Most don't. And that's an example of a conflict of interest where you have a financial incentive to behave in one way that is not at the best interest of the customer. Security standards, custodial standards, basically operating exchange that has a low probability of being hacked and the exchange is insured properly so that when or if such a thing occurs, that the funds can be restored. We have FDIC for a reason, right? And so these are the kinds of things that are example of where exchanges themselves need to evolve. The exchanges have an obligation to regulate the industry in a certain respect where listing standards occur. Before they create liquidity for an asset, they have to ask some basic questions about the nature of it and the purpose of it, and really if that thing is real or not. One of my biggest pain points, and it got me into a pretty big fight with a prominent exchange that shall remain nameless. I was at a party in Hong Kong, and I confronted the head of the exchange about them providing liquidity for BitConnect. And I said, we know this is a Ponzi. Why are you guys allowing people to trade it? Why don't you guys delist it and make a public statement that this is a scam that's harming consumers? And they said, well, they paid us a boatload of money to list, and we make millions a day in trading fees. So that's an example.
Honest about that.
Yeah, I know. Well, cocktail parties, you can be honest. So you see stuff like this, and you say to yourself, my God, you don't care that at some point musical chairs comes to an end, and a lot of people aren't going to have a chair, and it's going to come cascading down, and you're legitimizing this project by providing liquidity for this project. So these are the examples of where SROs, when an individual agency has an incentive to cheat, can enforce a code of conduct across an industry and force them as membership of the SRO to behave in a certain way. For example, listing standards, where they do ask those basic questions about these things. And those questions can extend into software certification about what level of quality assurance and maturity does this product have. And then you can even talk about segregated marketplaces where you have to be of a certain, like an accredited investor or something like that to be able to participate. These are the kinds of arguments that can happen. Then there are other institutions. For example, there's a lot of ratings agencies and people who talk about, and they pretend to be objective about the nature and quality of projects. And it turns out that they actually have financial investments in certain projects, and they're providing information that's highly biased and skewed. This is exactly why there were reporting requirements about your positions and ethical guidelines about how people are supposed to disclose things. In medicine, for example, I'm not allowed to go write a paper and submit it to the Journal of the American Medical Association, but also for the drug I'm recommending or the thing I'm doing, have no shares in that company without disclosing it. That's a conflict of interest because I have a financial incentive to tell you something is good or not good based upon my personal financial interest. So you have to be really careful about where information is coming from and the standards behind that and ethics of the objectivity of that information. Again, I think a lot of that can be addressed and handled through self-regulatory organizations and so forth. But each of these domains, there's hundreds of them. You need to think through best practices. And the good news is that 80-90% of that has been solved in one way or another in the old legacy system. It needs to be taken, dusted off, modernized, and you have to ask the question, well, how can you do this a little bit better and more efficiently and differently in a modern environment, not the old environment where there was no computers and everything was on paper, and when you wanted to know something, you had to pick up the phone and hope they answer. I mean, this is a 24/7 global digital first environment. So we have to do things a little differently. However, that requires a productive, positive relationship with the regulator and the bureaucracy of regulation, and for them to actually talk to us and work with us instead of saying our job is to go off to the mountaintop and occasionally come down and throw lightning bolts at you. And you just have to not be where we hit the lightning hits. And sometimes it feels that way. There's anti-clarity that comes. They say this thing is this thing. And then next day they come out and say, well, I know we said that, but we didn't really mean that. We're not going to take a position on it. How the hell do you do anything at any given day of the week? They say two contradictory things. And then you never know where you stand. And then you can't even go and ask them. One thing I love about Switzerland, of all places, it at least is easy to ask the Swiss government. You go, you sit down, you get one of those big famous Germanic beers, you get shit-faced drunk, you talk it out, and then they write something for you. And that's the law of the land. And you get that in a few weeks. That's something. And I think that's the other side of the equation, because there's so many complicated case-by-case things that need to be introduced, and a lot of tough questions about where does liability sit, how do people get restitution, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, the regulator needs to be sitting there drinking with you and talking about these things. And you're both on the same side. You're both trying to solve the same problem. We want clarity. We want to operate. We want to know what the rules are. We want to follow the rules. But what you can't do is say, well, we're not going to tell you the rules, but when you screw them up, we'll sure as hell show up and hurt you.
Yeah, then we'll hit you.
You can't operate that way.
Well, clearly the solution is more alcohol in DC. which we can push this year. I wish we could keep going. Apparently, we hit the end of our time. So the only other thing I want to ask you is, would you like to introduce your lobster friend that's sitting next to you before we say goodbye to everybody?
Well, yeah, this is Logan the lobster. Actually, this is a great example of the power of decentralization. So as a fun thing, I just put a lobster on my microphone. People started talking about it. And then eventually people say, what's the lobster's name? And so we wrote a smart contract, and thousands of people in the Cardano ecosystem got together, participated, and they basically ran this concurrent contract on the Cardano network, and it created a name for the lobster. So it's Logan the lobster. People have written graphic novels about it. They've created NFTs for the lobster. It's created a whole ecosystem around it. But it's a case study in the power of both decentralization and how quickly things can move. You could take a stuffed lobster, and then suddenly it's its own life form, and it has its own history, and it has a market value, probably in the millions at this point in this industry. So it's just mind blowing. But then it also tells you the challenges of regulating something like this, and the challenges of operating in these types of environments. And you can't just set something and say, well, we passed a law, it's done, or there's a court case and it's done, there's clarity. No, you have to constantly be vigilant, and you have to have that partnership and relationship in order for the system to work properly.
Well, for what it's worth, my vote was Krusty the Lobster, but it didn't win. But thank you, Charles. I appreciate having the opportunity for me to get to ask the questions today. This was a lot of fun.
This was a lot of fun too. Thank you so much, Joel.
All right.
Well, there are a lot of questions about investing in crypto. A lot of people want to know, how do you even get started? And then once you're in it, how do you pick the best investments? Well, we've got a panel today that can kind of explain this and walk us through the whole process and help us learn about this really brand new industry, fascinating industry. So we've got Steve Kokino, CEO of Algorand, with us. Also Anthony Scaramucci, founder and managing partner of Skybridge. Matt Zan, founder and managing partner of HiveMind. David Seamer, CEO of Wave Financial. Amy Liu, partner at Digital. And I'm Jane King. I'll be moderating this. So let's start with Steve. How has the profile of the investor, the firms investing in crypto, changed over the last couple of years? I kind of feel like 2021 was a kind of a pivotal year in this industry. How did you see it?
Yeah, well, I think it's been, evolving, certainly over the past few years. And I think if you look back to, say, 2017, when there was a lot of initial excitement, I think it was very, retail driven. I also think there wasn't nearly the amount of development that's been going on in the market now. And I think if you look to 2021 and up to present, I think the number of both sort of interesting entrepreneurs, but also projects and scale that are starting to be generated is very, very different. And I think that, naturally, as people are seeing success and scale driven to public blockchain networks and things like DeFi apps and NFTs, I think we're starting to see both bigger brands looking to launch projects and also, I'd say larger kind of institutional investors coming into the space and looking for exposure for sure. So I think it's been a big shift. I think one of the other things, though, is that the investments and kind of the role of investors, I think, is changing as crypto projects deploy. And I think in kind of traditional VC, investments would be made, and then people would sort of wait for the company to mature and return and maybe contribute along the way. Whereas I think in kind of the blockchain and crypto world, definitely there's more support needed with launches, providing liquidity. And I think, really it's a new model all around, both for investors and for projects launching, because this is really the first time that financial tools are being innovated on in a public setting. I think really up until now, it's been largely in the private domain of financial institutions.
Yeah, well, that's a good lead into the next question. And maybe Anthony, you can kind of pick this up. I mean, what are some of the motivations behind individuals and firms that are looking to get into crypto? Are there some trends that you can point to?
So I think it's interesting what Steve is saying is more on the corporate level, and it's more on the use case level. I'm sort of looking at it from the investor level. What tokens or coins, cryptocurrencies should we be invested in that are going to have the highest volume, the highest use case, therefore the highest value? And so sadly to say, I think the first thing is the obvious thing. This is so early, it's beyond ridiculous. We're talking about 2% market saturation. And so this is my 33rd year in the business, which is a sign that I'm getting old, but it's also a sign that I'm at a level from an institutional process where I recognize that many institutions are curious about what's happening on the blockchain or cryptocurrencies in general, but are still very reluctant. So my number one job right now, apropos to the name of our company, Skybridge, is to build a bridge between what Steve is working on, what Matt is developing, where things are going to eventually be minted, Jane, and capital allocation into those things. And so what I would say to you is very, very early, and it's very important for people on this call and elsewhere to explain to people and to reduce their worry. Big institutions do not want to be embarrassed. Big institutions don't want to be the quote unquote last person in the party or last person in the pool. And then you learn Bill Murray is there with you and there's a baby Ruth at the bottom of the pool, right? So we have to convince these people that it's okay to get in the water is safe. And what Steve's working on is ultimately going to be game changing as a delayering mechanism for the economy.
Yeah, interesting. That is kind of a tough needle to thread for these big companies because they don't want to be too late and they don't want to be too early either. Matt, what are you seeing in terms of challenges? I think we all agree education is one thing. There's still a lot of that out there. I mean, what are some challenges that you're seeing in your business?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I guess just to echo what Anthony and Steve are both saying, and I think if you pick up the key words, it's about institutional adoption here. And I think a lot of that actually is coming back to your question regarding the challenges and concerns. I personally don't think education is a challenge at all. Actually, given the social media and all of the ways people be able to absorb the knowledge, a lot of us, regardless of what your day job is, actually getting a lot of different ways of exposures into Web3, crypto, blockchain. People are very, very curious about it. I think right now the biggest challenges industry is facing is really the regulation clarity, right? If you come back to Anthony was saying earlier, a lot of the large institutions, they're curious, they want to get into the space, but they're hesitant because they really don't know whether they're in the black or the white, because there is absolutely no tolerance being gray. So now I would argue that, regulation in every single country, including the United States, are at a different pace looking at this. And they should actually take their time because it's a paradigm shift. That means a lot of things will get changed. And they need to actually really think very carefully how to govern and regulate things like stablecoins, CBDCs, how to curate and support DeFi like ecosystem, because it's going to happen. But more importantly, giving clear guidance so people clearly know what to do and what not to do. When that happens, you will just see a lot of institutional investors be much, much more willing to be able to jump to the space. And we're already seeing that happening. Look, coming from my own background, previously, before founding HiveMind about a couple months ago, I've been working in Citi investment bank for about 15 years. So when I was there, I see all of this from the other side. We're in constant dialogue to sort of discussing internally with the regulators and thinking about how we're going to approach this from Citi standpoint. And I'm sure all our friends and colleagues on Wall Street doing exactly the same. Mm-hmm. So I guess a long way to answer your question, really, but I think if we be able to get the government regulators to be more supportive, and now you're seeing a lot of that's already happening. Mayor-elect Eric Adams and also the mayor in Miami, Francis Suarez, they're all very, very supportive of both innovation and crypto in specific. We just need to get more support and lobby innovation in the right way. So then we see a lot of institutional adoption. The institutional investor will be what would get this space from 2 trillion to 20 trillion.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And that's a great point about the regulation. I mean, David, how is the ecosystem responding to that? And what's going on in Washington and what's going on with some of these cities like New York and Miami?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, regulation is always a hot topic in crypto. We're an SEC registered, RIA, so highly regulated, and all our products are highly regulated. I spent a lot of time with FINRA and the SEC, which is a joy. And right now, the landscape is pretty bleak in the U.S. Gensler's method seems to be say very scary things, but not actually offer any real guidance, which works. Every time he says scary things, the market dips a little bit, but there's no path to any way to comply with the scary things he says. He says things like come in the tent, register, things like that. Like register is what? You can't register. There's no path to register today. So the regulatory landscape in the U.S. is going to continue to be bleak, I think, for a pretty long time, at least the next year, probably the next several years. Fortunately, we're seeing kind of the opposite in the rest of the world, and crypto is really the first tech that went global day one. And Singapore is being very progressive, and even London is being relatively progressive. EU, Switzerland, even Canada is miles ahead of where anyone in the U.S. is. They allowed a spot ETF already. So I think the U.S. is just going to be a laggard regulatorily. That's going to push a lot of jobs out of the U.S., which is really unfortunate. But it's, I don't see any way to change that in the current administration. So as far as the other part of your question, I mean, I'll offer a counterpoint to what Anthony and Steve said. I'm actually shocked over the last couple of years, the composition of investors in the space hasn't changed more. 2 years ago, 2% of all crypto was managed. Grayscale and a lot of the venture funds like Pantera's of the world. Today, it's less than 4%. For all this, and so these headlines are amazing. I love that Goldman, Morgan Stanley, Fidelity offer Bitcoin exposure products finally. 30 to 50 largest financial institutions do. Now, the combined dollars of all those offerings is like less than $10 billion, as far as I know. So it's not a lot of money, and it's kind of shocking that this is still such a retail space. It's the bond market, equity markets, 70-something% managed. and crypto is at 4. And this is the world's hardest asset class to evaluate as a VC, 27-year VC. Cryptographic math, global scale networking, bizarre consensus models that often don't even work, your weird economic models. It's a very hard asset class for someone to enter and really understand at a deep level. The hardest I've ever seen in my life as a deep tech investor, and it's all retail. Which won't be the case forever, but it's going to be the case for a while.
Well, that's kind of interesting because all we've heard is like it's a hedge against inflation, and then we haven't really seen that over the past couple of months. So, Amy, feel free to weigh in on anything that's been said so far, and then also your thoughts on the maturation of the industry. Are we where we need to be for institutional investing?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Going back to your initial one, how has the profile of an investor changed in this space? I think one characteristic that I'd add to Steve's great description is investing in this space is much more accessible today. It's no longer a big boys club whereby it's the private funds, the big venture capital studios or firms. But today, I mean, it's very, very easy for the average person to spin up a DAO or to participate in a syndicate, right? You're seeing a lot more individual investors participate in these rounds. And the way that one can participate in these projects is very interesting. You can participate in traditional equity. You can participate by purchasing NFTs in the various rounds, or you can participate via purchasing tokens, whether or not in pre-sale or public sale. And so that's been really interesting because it changes the dynamic and the competitive landscape for when investors are vying for allocations. Every major project that's promising in this space right now, as many of the investors on this call probably know, is oversubscribed by a multiple. And so you as an investor not only are competing against, multiple individuals and many, many more funds around the world and all sorts of, every individual person is probably part of a handful of syndicates, a handful of DAOs. Me, myself, I'm a full-time investor in digital, but I'm also part of a DAO called Dow Jones, and I'm investing, alongside Disclosure, Dylan Francis, Steve Aoki, et cetera. And in what world would I be investing alongside all of these big prominent people in the new crypto world? And so as an investor, you really have to almost fight your way to the cap table now. What is your value add? And you're seeing entrepreneurs and founders become a lot more savvy to that. Capital is so cheap, and now they're asking, what can you bring to the table? And I think that's really, really great because every investor that's on the cap table now is value add, and they're actively contributing to the building of this company. And what that lends to, I think someone else on this call mentioned, is the exit horizons are different now. And a lot of that value add is from investors actively adding value. Other things that I'm thinking about right now, crypto operates in waves. So it's very hard for an investor, personally speaking, to become competent and expert in every single vertical, right? We saw crypto go through DeFi, then through NFTs, then through DAOs, and then now buzzwords like metaverse and Web3 are hovering around. And so the way I think about investing is I'm not going to be a gaming expert, right? I'm not going to know the difference between whether a first person shooter or a multiplayer or, drop your gaming acronym is a good game or not. But I can pattern spot. If I talk to 5 different gaming studios or gaming companies, and they're all using the same infrastructure layer, then I want to talk to that company that's building the infrastructure layer. And so I think about that not only at the sort of gaming infrastructure layer of that, but then also when I'm thinking about emerging economies, which is an area that digital is very focused on, I'm also thinking about what is that stack that's powering that infrastructure layer. And so although we're a metaverse first company and we're investing in everything in the metaverse, we're also looking at exchanges in Africa because you need to obtain your crypto somehow.
Okay, so interesting. And we'll come back to you with NFTs here in a second too. So let's, Steve, let me direct this to you. And then anybody else who wants to chime in, feel free to do that. We can just kind of make this more casual. So Steve, how is your model different than a traditional investing model when it comes to crypto?
Well, I think there's a bunch of differences. I think first, I have like a few different thoughts on this one. I think echoing what David said before, understanding the tech, I think, is very important in crypto. And I think if you take a step back, one thing that public blockchain networks and crypto represents is a shift in a world where counterparty risk is about like the person across from you and with the firm they work at and kind of a regulatory environment to one where it's really algorithmic trust. And so understanding the underlying technology is very, very important. And so I think that as part of anyone's either investment decisions or decisions on where to build applications, they need to really consider that carefully. And I think when you think about decentralization, that can often be like a very sort of like difficult construct to wrap your head around, but really that's about preventing any one party from being able to prevent another party from transacting. And so this idea that you have kind of immutable transactions, you have censor-proof systems that people can use, but that ultimately those things only hold up if you understand the technology and that it's good. And I think that's a very kind of different paradigm for people. I think the second is, I think tokenization, whether in the form of NFTs or fungible tokens, represents like new ways to bring economics not only to investors and sort of founders, but to the community as a whole. And I think one of the biggest things that's I think a little bit misunderstood right now is that what we're starting to really see is the value in community and the value the communities represent in terms of helping, kind of define sort of the properties and the underlying economic value of assets. And that can make a big difference, one way or the other. But beyond that, it also means, I think there's a benefit here that the community is able to benefit from the value of whether it's networks or tokens or other things in a way that's simply impossible in a traditional, let's say, private equity or, investing model. And I think the result of that is that you do have networks that just have fundamentally different sort of utility properties and ways of interacting and transacting with people than has been the case in the past. So I think that in a lot of instances, investing, I think in a kind of old world, sort of people would look at, what, kind of a company represents, whereas here you have a network with lots of contributors and people in the community rallying around it. I think understanding what the value of that, the totality of that contribution is, I think is very important. And as people look to, different assets and applications, they need to like think carefully as to whether, whether sort of the right properties are there. And so I think there is sort of this balance of technical kind of adoption and, what community elements are there to look at. But, those are all things that would be pretty foreign, I think, in a lot of traditional places.
Yeah. So Anthony and Matt, I want you both to weigh in on altcoins. Bitcoin, clearly, the king of all of this. Ethereum gets a lot of attention. But a lot of these altcoins, Solana, have really performed well this year. And people are kind of looking at them and not sure. How do you feel about altcoins? Anthony, go first, and then we'll have Matt chime in.
Well, I mean, I first have to comment on what Steve is saying, okay, because Steve is an incredibly polite guy. And so basically what Steve was saying, that after 30 years of working in tech and understanding the blockchain, he's the CEO of Algorand for a reason. And he's basically telling you, take a strong look at Algorand because it has all the technical properties associated with the future. If people are going to connect and use the blockchain as a delayering mechanism, Algorand solves the trilemma. It's doing it at a very low cost. It's doing it in a very carbon friendly way. So that's basically what Steve was saying in an unbelievably polite way, Jane. Okay, so I just wanted to Steve's whisper.
We're definitely going to check out the company.
He's just too polite. But the second thing I would say is also apropos to what Steve is talking about. I'm in the process of writing a book about Algorand right now. And basically what we have several layer one technologies, cryptocurrencies that will be part of the future of transactions. And so I think this is a lot like the cloud. We entered the cloud, people were like, there is no way I'm putting my personal data or corporate data on somebody else's computer, which is effectively what the cloud is. And then people said, okay, wait a minute, this is remarkably more efficient for me, time saving, and it's going to be better for my corporation. And then you had all of these cloud companies be developed, whether it's AWS or Microsoft. That's what's going on right now. So these altcoins I don't love the word because it sounds like we're smoking pot or something like that, altcoins. What they really are, though, are transactional technologies. They're going to bring the global commercial activity into the future. It's going to take out intermediaries. And so Algorand has a purpose. Solana will have a purpose. Perhaps Ethereum will have a longer term purpose. It's got a big community now, but it may or may not have the longest term purpose. I'll turn it over to Matt, but I think there'll be 10 or 12 winners, and Algorand will probably be at the top of that heap.
Yeah, agreed. And thanks, Anthony. I think, first of all, obviously not investment wise to give out, but I just want to comment about the space in general, right? So a lot of what Anthony was saying, I'm going to take it from a different angle. And I would say, like, one, we at HiveMind looking at the landscape and we go and trying to vet a project or protocol, we're trying to typically look at three things. Number one, we look at technology, which Steve talked about. Fundamentally, that's what really matters. Number two, we want to look at the team. The team is as important as technology. You can have a stellar first-class technology, but if the team have a very short-sighted view, unfortunately, it just won't survive in an enduring and long-term industry. Number three, which is typically the product of the top two I just mentioned, is the community, right? Typically, a good technology with a good founding team can curate a very strong community. When you're having all of the three, that's laid the foundation of what you said, Jane, altcoin to be relatively successful. And I think that's always what we look at. And again, we chose Algorand, HiveMind chose Algorand as one of our first ecosystem partners because of that. As Anthony mentioned, I know Steve for a few years now. He's extremely smart, very humble. Him and Silvio and Sean built an amazing team. Everybody there is very mature. They're having a very long-term vision, and technology just very, very good. And I think one HiveMind going on and finding other project ecosystem support, that's going to be our Bible to look at. Community, technology, and the team. We at HiveMind, we don't really bet the market become higher. We bet the market become bigger. There's a completely different difference here. And I think that if we all put our thoughts together and try and just focus and be patient being built, and really looking at the price every single second, I think the space will just evolve as something which is going to be a paradigm shift.
Okay, very interesting. And David, I want to ask you about projects. How do you vet projects? There are so many blockchain projects with their own tokens. And how do you possibly sift through that and find out what has promise?
Yeah, I mean, so, most people know the numbers, about 18,000 new projects launched in crypto in the last 3 years, roughly. Okay. We didn't look at all of them, obviously. We did look about a little over 1,000 a year across our 3 venture strategy funds. I mean, the basic thought process of looking at a crypto project is the same as early stage VC, and everything in crypto is early stage. So as I think Matt was saying, a lot of it goes down to team, and we're mostly seed stage investors. So we're investing before there's, a blockchain to fully evaluate in most cases. So we invest in lots of DEXs, decentralized exchanges, decentralized lending platforms. We used to do a lot of layer one investments. That era is seeming somewhat past now. But yeah, I mean, it really, for us, it always comes down to team. I mean, I've been a VC for a very long time, invest in a lot of companies, and a lot of my biggest winners, the business plan very vaguely resembled what I actually thought I was investing in, but the team figured out how to make something work. And that's actually much more true in crypto, I find, than even in traditional VC. Like, people are very nimble. You have to be, there's a lot of creative destruction around here. Everyone tries models, and everything is still very experimental in this asset class. So a lot of experiments don't work, but people pivot and they manage to find something that does work. And that's been very true across our entire portfolio. As I said before, I mean, it's a very hard asset class to evaluate. It touches on, I think, like literally every discipline I can think of that a VC would need. It's cloud services, it's networking, it's math, it's weird economic models in most cases, weird tokenomics that are balanced kind of on a pinhead, whether or not they work in a lot of cases, especially in the decentralized application world. But great teams usually figure it out if you give them enough capital and enough runway. And that's how we approach it.
Okay. So Amy, I want to get your thoughts on NFTs and the metaverse. And how can money be made here? We've seen some big brands Walmart is getting involved, and Nike, and of course, Facebook changed their name. I mean, how do you see the space? How can people watch it and make money?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think that's something that we're all working towards right now. We're in what I like to call the recipe printing phase of the metaverse or NFTs, and that's a reference to when the internet first came about. People were just publishing cookbook recipes that you could get in a cookbook. They're just duplicating it digitally. And that's not very much value add. And frankly, that's what we're seeing a lot of right now. Certainly last year, that was all of the hype. And that's why NFTs are called all of the bad words that you call them. What was the value of NFTs, right? If you're just taking an existing piece of art, an existing song, and slapping the blockchain on top of it. We're starting to see a lot more utility, which is very, very exciting. My thesis is, NFTs, non-fungible tokens, are basically just unique pieces of data that are traveling along the blockchain, and they are able to capture all of the value of the particular blockchain that they're on. So eventually all data will be traveling via some form of NFTs on the blockchain. And you're starting to see exciting use cases, right? When you're thinking about why these brands, let's just take fashion, why all of these fashion brands are onboarding into the metaverse. It's if you believe in the thesis that more and more activity and more IRL activity will be consumed and adopted in a virtual setting, whether that's, a kid going home and signing onto their Fortnite account and socially engaging with their friend in the virtual playground instead of, in the playground outside, or logging on and watching a Travis Scott concert instead of going to, the Staples Center and watching a concert in real life. These are all examples of more attention and more time and more energy spent in the metaverse. So naturally, more consumption would also be conducted in the metaverse, right? And so if you have an external presence and identity, I'm wearing this beautiful Alexander Wang sweater. Hey, I actually want the same sweater to be on my persona in the metaverse as I'm engaging with other people. And especially given the COVID pandemic, where more and more people are spending time at home and interacting with each other virtually, you want to extend your style, your presence, your persona digitally to all the people that you're engaging with. Also, your digital presence, the utility of that is actually much greater than IRL presence. If I have my sweater and I'm engaging with one person right now, only that one person seeing my sweater, that the bang for my buck is very low, versus I now am wearing this sweater on my avatar on Twitter, and however many of my thousands of followers are seeing this, however many people I'm engaging with in Fortnite are seeing this, all of a sudden you're seeing that utility multiple. So I think you're going to see some quite really exciting use cases. I mean, you saw Nike purchase Artifact. They're recognizing this. And just taking sneakers as an example, people already spend hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars on a pair of sneakers, and they keep it in a shoebox with the tags on, unopened in their closet, and that's accruing value. People understand that, but people are having a hard time understand why an Artifact sneaker that's digital is also generating the same amount of value. But actually, that sneaker, you can wear it around on your avatar virtually, capture that utility, and then still resell it, versus that pair of sneakers that's just sitting in your background. So I think fashion is going to have a major play, and you're already starting to see that with all the major fashion labels starting to enter the space. That's going to tie in directly with your identity, how you represent yourself via all of the various applications and platforms. And then on top of that, as more and more people onboard, you're going to see, your question was, how do people make money in the metaverse? Well, NFTs, metaverse, intersecting with DeFi is going to be really, really, really exciting. If I have a really cool NFT, perhaps I have 10 sneakers. I'm not wearing 9 of the 10 sneakers. Well, maybe there's a world where I can take those 9 sneakers, loan them out, and wear and tear doesn't exist, in the metaverse. That sneaker is still going to be brand spanking new by the time I get it back. Maybe I can loan them out, and now I'm making a return on that. Maybe I can lock it up and it becomes an asset, backing a loan where I can take out money. And then I can go, start a new business, buy other tokens, buy other NFTs. And so it's going to be really, really exciting when we see DeFi and NFTs take off.
Yeah. Well, I have a 12 and a 14-year-old who have VR headsets. And so I can kind of see how
this is what I was going to say, is there's one group that understands this stuff like
natively, which is kids.
Yeah.
It's not confusing to them at all. They spend time in digital worlds and physical world. And I think for them, it's definitely a place where you can like bring more people together than you can in real life. And owning artifacts and valuing things that are digital only is something that's natural to them. So I think there is a little bit, I'm not trying to be ageist, but I think that there is sort of a group of young people who've sort of grown up natively in video games and kind of understand this stuff in a very straightforward way. And the idea that you would then branch out from games into things like concerts and other kinds of activities is, again, I think, going to be a very natural sort of outgrowth. And I would just tack on the NFT side. One thing I would tack on is that more than anything else, I think NFTs represent a way, a unit of ownership for digital items, on the internet that haven't really, and there's been no way to do that before, which is why this idea of digital scarcity is new. And I think that increasingly being able to establish value for things that people didn't even really price in the past, sort of represents like a means of economic growth. I think, like Matt said, you're looking to grow the entire market, not necessarily for like directional prices of any one thing. I think this is a whole new asset class that will emerge where, now content creators, let's say you create a piece of art for the entirety of history, you sell that piece of art and then that's the end of it. You never get any more money from that, irrespective of how much it sells for in subsequent transactions. Whereas with NFTs, as a creator, now you can have a permanent share of any subsequent transactions that happen. So if your art explodes down the line, you have a way of benefiting economically from that too. And I think it's going to take a little while for kind of the ramifications of that to kind of, really be fully understood.
Well, it's a paradigm shift. So it is, kind of difficult. So we've only got about 7 more minutes left. So I'd like each of you to spend 1 minute and just talk about what you're looking forward to in 2022 in this space. Anthony, let's start with you.
Well, I'm looking forward to taking advantage of the volatility in the space. And I'm going to remind people of something that Jeff Bezos said on the 20th anniversary of Amazon. So Amazon now will be public 25 years on May 15th, 2022. He took it public in 1997. And what Jeff said on the 20th anniversary, someone asked him, someone like you, Jane, said, well, the volatility was enormous. You lost 50% of value 8 times, one time down 95%. Yet a $10,000 investment in Amazon in May of 1997 is now worth $22 million today. What do you say? And what Jeff said is, well, I was always focused on the fundamentals. If users were increasing and revenues were increasing and the business lines were expanding, then I knew I had directionally the right thing. And I'll remind everybody on this call that the market is a voting machine in the short term. It's a popularity contest, but it's a weighing machine in the long term. So what I'm looking forward to is the breakout for Algorand mid to the end of this year as people start to discover what Matt and Steve are working on, and they realize that this is going to be one of the large-scale cryptocurrencies of the future. And as we see through the volatility and start weighing fundamentals, that's going to happen this year. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, Matt, weigh in 2022.
Yeah, sure. So I guess at a micro level, 3 things we're doing a lot of work on. Number 1 is gaming as a social movement, right? We're seeing a lot of play to earn already. I think that bringing some of the Southeast Asia, Latin America, Africa, and a lot of those continents and countries and people there actually to the developer world and participating in those communities and sharing gains, sharing returns is a great thing, not just from a financial perspective, but also from a social perspective. Number 2, people touch base on NFT. We're very excited about seeing the utilities built on top of NFT, right? I know Steve at Algorand, they're working on a lot of things in the music space. Music is a great example, how you can leverage an NFT to build something which is cool, usable, and fundamentally change how the backend infrastructure of the industry is actually built. The last thing, micro level, we're excited about looking forward 2022 is DAO. And we think DAO fundamentally changed how a corporation can govern themselves. There's a self-governance sort of framework there. It's very early days. People still exploring what's the right way to come about it. But I think there's a lot of cool things can happen for that as well. Macro level, I echo what Anthony was saying. I think funny enough, it's always easier to predicting what happens in 5 years than what's happening tomorrow. None of us know what Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to end up higher or lower tomorrow. But I think a lot of people on this call probably have a very strong view what it's going to be in 5 years' time. So I think in markets like this, just focus about building. I think 2022 is a year of applications, right? We talk a lot about technology fundamentals like the railroad, about getting people on ramp, but now people are on ramp, at least some of them are on ramp. The next goal is actually what you can actually build that have a real meaning and some eternal value that you build on ramp. And I think we're going to see a lot of that happening.
David, 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to NFTs, which everyone's kind of talking about in general. I look at it a little bit differently. Like I was a VC, back in '95 when Netscape came out, and forever in crypto, I've been waiting for like a Netscape moment. And it wasn't, token speculation. It obviously isn't DeFi, though it got a little closer. But I think NFTs are it. This is the first thing everyone understands. People get music, they get gaming, they do gaming all day. And this is actually the moment where people actually interact with crypto for like hours a day. Which is what we've all been kind of waiting for. We went from almost no NFT holders a year ago to about 8 million today. And, and it's just accelerating incredibly, all over the world. You're seeing in South America, we're seeing Asia, of course. China is going to be allowing people to launch NFT exchanges, even though they don't like crypto. So it won't be a token, but anyway. So I think that's going to just be the absolute driver. I as much, I guess press and news around NFTs, and there's a lot, I think it's actually way too little for just how big the opportunity is. And that's not saying that the prices aren't elevated, there won't be some wipeouts along the way, but I think this is what's going to bring the whole world to crypto. It wasn't going to be Bitcoin, that's nice, and it wasn't going to be pure kind of DeFi algorithms. It's going to be people can actually touch and feel something and bond with it and make it their avatar, take it into a game. You look at it all day, and it's going to become part of their life, and that's what we've been waiting for. I've been waiting for. I've been in this space for over 10 years now. That's what I've been waiting for.
So Amy, real quickly, and then we'll finish up with Steve.
Sure. Echoing Matt, I think I'm most excited about gaming and the emerging economies. Gaming acting as a gateway and portal into everything that we've talked about today. And emerging markets, I'm particularly excited about because just like the youth of today see digitalization and blockchain and get it immediately, I think that people for example, in many of these economies that are very bullish on play to earn gaming, say like the Philippines, parts of Africa, they see the utility immediately because they don't have the fallback of the infrastructure. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the banking infrastructure that they can just fall back on right today. So they see it immediately. They're ready in many circumstances, they're already onboarded onto digital money. In countries where M-Pesa is, for example, prominent, they're already using mobile peer-to-peer payments. They're not using cash. So to onboard them onto blockchain is going to be really, really seamless. And I'm particularly excited because the metaverse is it's a new cultural movement. And this is an opportunity for people in different parts of the world, especially ones that have been traditionally sort of locked out by the centralized players, for them to partake in the narrative. And so we're really focused on that cultural shift, and to be able to play a role in that is really exciting.
Thank you, Amy. And just real quick final thoughts, Steve, before we close out this panel.
Yeah, I would agree with everything everyone said, but I might sum it up a little bit more simply, which is, today probably 1% or less than 1% of the internet population has actually used blockchain apps. And I think 2022 is going to be the year where we start to see a big shift in demand from that going, it has to go from 1 to probably 100 over the next decade. And I think it's going to drive a lot of demand for public blockchain networks, like Algorand and others. But I also think, it's these use cases that we've been talking about that are going to, ultimately bring people into the applications. And I think we'll look back probably not after 2022, but after, several years. And I think that, a lot of these concepts are just going to be part of everyday life. And I think you'll see, especially in emerging markets like LATAM and other places, people's first interaction with money and ability to earn yield and earn digitally is going to be through blockchain and crypto. And a lot of those people will never even know what it means to have a traditional bank account, and probably haven't had it before. So I think we're sort of right at the precipice of that. So it's going to be interesting to watch.
I think we are all involved in an extremely interesting industry, and it's going to be fascinating to watch. Thank you so much. Great conversation, such good information. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are today. Thank you, Sandra and the GBBC team for hosting this session. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Elisa Worley, and I am the Global Marketing Lead for Accenture Security. And we're here today to speak about something you might have heard about. I'm not sure if anybody's even talking about this yet, but it's the metaverse and enterprise. It's a topic that has captured everyone's imagination, from government officials to tech enthusiasts to gamers to enterprise leaders. So what exactly is it? I ask myself that regularly, but at a high level, it's a connection. It's a collection of shared spaces that will create a whole new way of communicating and engaging. It's going to reinvent not only what, but how we buy. That's a big change that we're seeing in how we engage in a digital environment. It will open up new revenue streams for enterprises and change processes with things like digital twins. And it will change how we express ourselves. Like me as a marketer, I think about this stuff all the time when we think about how we're engaging with people. But we've seen kind of a shift over the course of time on how we express ourselves and how we show up in the digital world, how we engage in building what we've already created with the existing internet, social media and gaming networks, and the digital lives that we kind of have on our mobile devices. So with endless opportunities to deliver a more inclusive, sustainable, and collaborative environment and environments going forward, the potential of the metaverse is really just beginning to come into focus. And yet, as with all significant new innovations that are ultimately ubiquitous, it feels like there are more questions than answers. So thankfully, today, I have two experts here with me to kind of help me talk this through this. So my good friend York, I am coming to you first. I just scratched the surface on what we're talking about here today with metaverse, and particularly in the context of enterprise. So can you expand upon this definition a little bit, particularly from the enterprise-centric perspective, like we just talked about, in the context of your work in the space, and how is Microsoft looking at the metaverse?
So I think your definition is broadly correct. Metaverses, I like to say, are, well, the metaverse for metaverses, right? Will depict themselves in various ways. Brands will come into the metaverse based on assets that they have that they can lean on. I've certainly seen that with Facebook's rebranding into Meta, and how they think about the world from a Oculus lens, so to speak. Is a very specific version how they sort of interpret what the metaverse is. But I think, from a digital presence perspective, the way I think about metaverse is it is many things, right? It is those types of rich VR and AR experiences. It is as simplistic as what feels very much like a 2D experience in Zoom or Microsoft Teams or other products like this. But the reality is it's just the way we experience each other in a digital realm. And that broad definition actually gives a lot of permission for different interpretations of what that actually ultimately is.
Mance, I'm coming to you next. Same question. So how is Hedera considering some of the opportunities available to enterprises, and how is enterprise metaverse different from the metaverse? But if you could also kind of address again, expand on that definition, talk a little bit about what your work is in the space and what Hedera is doing here specifically.
Sure. Well, thank you. So just to start, I guess, for those that are unaware, Hedera Hashgraph is a distributed ledger public network that is governed by 25 of the world's largest enterprises, companies like Google and IBM and Boeing and Nomura and Shinhan Bank and on and on and on, globally cross-sector, decentralized, distributed governing body that represents the full range of use cases that enterprises might care about. And it's a next generation, third generation public DLT. And so we have an interesting perspective on the question of it's built for enterprise, governed by enterprise. And so we have an interesting perspective. When it comes to the metaverse itself, I think you did a great job in your opening remarks. I think of shared worlds or shared spaces as, in many cases, I think of them uniquely as peer-to-peer networks as opposed to centralized networks, although I'm sure that some would include centralized networks in the broader definition of metaverse. In these peer-to-peer networks, it allows people to work together, to play together, to exchange goods and services with one another without the need for a trusted third party that manages all of those interactions or has control over the information that is associated with whatever that shared world might be concerned with, right? And so it's a fundamentally different approach to interacting with one another without the need for trust of a third party not to damage you in some way. Now, the metaverse really has become too prominent in recent months because of the new UI focus, right? When we think about metaverse, nearly everyone thinks about virtual reality or augmented reality. And while that is certainly a prominent part of the metaverse, but it's just another user interface into the metaverse that has already been being created now for more than a decade. And a lot of the underlying technologies that enable this vision that we're sort of describing predate any notion of using VR or alternative user interfaces into this space, into this new world of Web 3.0, as you might call it. And then, of course, there are a lot of enterprise use cases which we can dive into as appropriate here.
So you spoke a lot about the fact that we're really building on things that already exist. So it sounds like metaverse is something that is like, oh, it's something cool and new and different. But the reality is we're really just building on things that have already existed. And so, for example, you brought up XR. And I'm stealing liberally from Dave Treat, who leads our tech incubation group, amongst other things, and is I think the board chair of GBBC. He describes it as the combination of form and function. So form being these advancements in things like XR that have really reshaped the possibilities of us moving beyond what we do in front of a 2D screen, where we're kind of on our own, into something that is more collaborative in a 3D environment. But the other thing that the advancement is, York, where you and I have been working together since 2017, which is with blockchain. And that's the functional aspect of it. So being able to have a secure ID, a payment mechanism. Can you expand a little bit about blockchain's role in what is going on with the development and the evolution of the metaverse?
And I think Matt's touched on this a little bit as well, is the evolution of decentralization as a technical implementation that engenders trust and lack of centralized control is a powerful tool when you think about overcoming some of the challenges of the internet, right? And so what we've seen break through from protocol discussions into consumer brands like Nike and Walmart and others is this concept of digital ownership, right? And what digital ownership is. And what's interesting, as many crossing the chasm moments are, is that there's a massive desire, right, for different types of things in different industries, whether it's art or things as simple as a profile picture, or digital handbags or digital shoes or what have you, right? That you can, as a consumer, continue to acquire to adorn on your avatar experience or your social profile. The thing that differentiates that is actually the underlying technology, where you don't have centralized control, and therefore you can establish a root of trust that's trustful, right? And it can't be compromised through, say, takeover, right? Whether it's takeover by a government or a regime, or takeover and controlled by a single enterprise, right? Be it a tech provider, right? Like Microsoft. So in my view, sort of, if you look at the metaverse plus digital ownership and digital goods, they necessitate the combination, right, of the full stack, from user experience down through the concept of guaranteed ownership, which includes identity, obviously.
So with that as a tee up then, Mance, can you give some specifics on what are the opportunities for enterprises here?
Yeah, let's make this really concrete and use a use case as an example for exactly what York is talking about. If let's say they're tennis shoes, right? Tennis shoes are being created. They're, from taking the raw materials, some manufacturer takes the raw materials as goods in, and instead of representing these tennis shoes or these raw materials that are creating the tennis shoes in a database, what they do is they create a token that represents these widgets that are in the supply chain. And then this token flows with the widgets through the supply chain. And at the appropriate moments in time, for example, if you want to get a capital loan for the production of these shoes, this lot of shoes, you could interface programmatically with the new world of decentralized finance in an automated way. The tokens are used to get a capital loan. You use the capital loan to create the product. Then the token associated with the product further in the supply chain process is used for the purchase of product insurance or shipping insurance. Ultimately, the shoes are sold to distributors. When the manufacturer sells the shoes to the distributors, it's shipping with the shoes themselves, the tokens that represent those shoes, and gets back in exchange an AR, an accounts receivable, that is also tokenized, by the way. And then that token, that set of tokens that are associated with the ARs, can be factored again in a programmatic way with a bank. And it could be a centralized finance or a decentralized finance opportunity to free up cash flow. But the tokenization of the shoes and the ARs and the financial products, et cetera, along with, and this is where the metaverse, the AR or VR part of it comes in, associated with these individual shoes are the digital representations, the twins, if you will, that people also buy and use in their virtual environments. And they care about this, right? If you have an authentic token associated with your Gucci handbag or your Rolex watch, that means something in a fundamental way. And for the manufacturers, it's fantastic because they can sell these and it's zero margin. I mean, it's 100% margin, zero cost, zero cost of goods, right? COGS are zero and margin is 100% on the tokens that are representative of these consumer products that are being monetized. So what's interesting is that, as York said, the whole stack, the whole tech stack that enables this consists of lots of layers and lots of different parts. And each one of these has been being developed individually and collectively for a lot of years. I mean, we didn't just get here overnight. What's interesting is that the confluence of these things is happening, and it's happening now. And that's what's so exciting. You know, Web 3.0 is going to look very different than Web 1 and Web 2.
So, York, can you expand upon that? Because it sounds like this is a huge opportunity for Microsoft. How are you guys thinking about it, and what are you doing in this space?
Let me actually take a little bit of step back just very briefly as well, because some of my day job work is actually in supply chain, where we actually use tokens for tracing high value commodities in our hardware supply chain. Similar in use case, just not with the consumer conversion example at the end. So absolutely, like, these technologies are in usage today in many different use cases. Supply chain happens to be a very good one for a distributed system. And so that, that's some work that we're already doing there. We also happen to use the same token format in our royalties work in Xbox, where the asset is a little bit more abstract than a piece of physical commodity hardware. But it's the same concept, right? How do you model a supply chain for royalties in an IP-centric gaming world, right? As an example. Specifically in the metaverse, and by the way, I mean, when I say that I believe that the convergence of Web3 and everything else that we're seeing from the user experience is sort of must-have for the metaverse. That's definitely not Microsoft's perspective yet, right? But that's what I'm working on, right? This is the quandary of a very large enterprise technology player, Web 2 player, very specifically. But I think actually Microsoft is very well positioned here because we have a different technology viewpoint than other large Web 2 players. Specifically, we started incubating our decentralized identity work in 2016, which is very specifically focused on public blockchain as a root of trust, right? Gives you those guarantees of identity and ownership, which includes the ability to own and hold crypto assets as well as NFTs. So there's a very natural fit from my perspective on work, to Matt's point, that's been going on at a very conservative organization like Microsoft for 6 years at this point. So I think that, really fits well. I think where we're seeing the really interesting sort of what brands are doing here is they're looking at the metaverse as an imperative around their brand representation. And also as an opportunity for digital asset sales. So for example, if, what is Nike doing in the metaverse? Why do you see like hats and backpacks and sneakers, right, as part of the stuff that's available from Nike in the metaverse? That's absolutely an opportunity for a digital asset sale. And so digital merchandising and digital merchandise is the way that I think most brands will look at this. And there's a huge sustainability benefit actually there as well, which is, I'd love to talk more about that if we have time. But
now you're speaking my language. So, Mance, what is Hedera doing? I understand that you're working on developing enterprise-ready metaverse applications, but can you kind of talk a little bit more about this? What are you doing in this space?
Sure. Well, so first off, Hedera is a layer 1 protocol. So we use something called Hashgraph, which is an alternative to to blockchain. It's proof of stake, not proof of work, which means it's fantastically efficient, energy efficient. In fact, UCL, University College London published a paper comparing us to the other layer ones, and we're very green relative to the rest of the market in that regard. But we don't, when we say Hedera is doing these things, our council members and other enterprises are building applications on the network. And so the community is using the network to build enterprise applications. Now, there are a lot of examples. Supply chain is a good one. Avery Dennison has a product called atma.io, where everything I just described to you earlier, in fact, it exists, right? And they're using that in the market today. We have council members that care about ESG. EDF is a council member. I mentioned Google, and there are others that have a big focus on ESG. When you think about supply chain use cases generally, and the ESG problem, they go hand in hand. If you can track the costs in terms of energy usage while products are being built, and then at the same time, not just built, but used and consumed, et cetera, the whole life cycle, and at the same time enable energy trading markets. So markets that allow you to trade carbon credits or renewable energy, and the combination of those two, so that as you use energy, you buy the appropriate number of offsets, all integrated into your digital workflow. That's a really big problem, and it's a solution that can be brought to market. ServiceNow, a $130 billion company focused on digital workflows. Another council member of Hedera, doing exactly these kinds of things of integrating the use of DLT into enterprise applications, all focused on the types of problems that we've been describing here.
So break this down a little bit further, and I'm sorry if I'm kind of going back over some covered territory, but when we think about how the rise of a lot of this came out of non-traditional sources, right? So we see a lot of gaming activity that is influencing how we're thinking about this in a collaborative community in a digital world. How are we advising enterprises to start to take this on board? How to start to transition to the metaverse? What does that look like, York? What do you advise them?
Depends on, I think it depends on what, it always goes back to the problem statement, like what are you trying to achieve, right? One of the things that, Satya recently showed in one of his keynotes was this ability to decide how you show up in a Zoom or a Teams chat. Now, it's not all that different than using a snap camera filter, right, which is an AR filter essentially. But Mesh for Teams actually allows you to do that, right? So for example, if you've got an established avatar with gear that you've purchased, you could show up in a Teams call and make a choice, right? So do I show up with a camera? Do I show up in person, or do I show up as an avatar? And actually, we've demonstrated through some surveys that we've done that that's actually quite good if you think about diversity issues and things like that. It gives you another option for how to be quote unquote in present or on camera. There's also lots of different examples. Actually, our HoloLens work has been largely focused on what I'll call industrial use cases or professional use cases, where you can imagine an immersive environment, whether it's medical or construction or what have you, is quite useful. And I think that's, if you think about the beginning of trying to figure out how to consumerize and commoditize a technology space, that was a good place to start, because you start with bigger, clunkier hardware, and you work your way towards something lighter, softer, more approachable. And I think the same problem exists, frankly, in the VR space, right? Like we could not be sitting on meetings all day long with an Oculus headset on, right? It's just not feasible, right? And so how do you actually help people experience the metaverse, but not have to don a headset and show up in natural places like Zoom or Teams or other? And so when we look at this landscape, we're looking very broadly, right, at this landscape about how do we enable this. So if I were to, for example, be a Web3 advocate and acquire NFTs, I could, right, in theory, actually show up in a Zoom session with my avatar with NFTs that I'm wearing, right, on my avatar, or NFTs that are pictures in the background. There's a lot of space for innovation here. And I think to Matt's point, like there's a convergence happening, and that convergence has really been driven into companies and consumers and professionals based on what we've been experiencing for the last 2 years at this point. And it's a remarkable moment, right, to just see the convergence of technology with the problem statement of the demand, where it just has to be a normal course of how we do business now.
I love that. So I love the examples that you gave as, kind of starting maybe internally, right? So how are you engaging with the remote workforce? What are you doing with training to kind of make it more engaging? And I think when we've looked at statistics on how people are using, the XR and other capabilities to train, the engagement rates go through the roof. But Mance, what else? So when we think about something like as complex as supply chain, for example, that's not something that you can control within your four walls. So how important is your ecosystem and other factors to get an enterprise to figure out how to really start this process?
Yeah, well, so in our case, it's always been through the creation of a small group of ecosystem partners that and subject matter experts that maybe have no understanding or experience with, quote, blockchain or distributed ledger technology, but understanding using that to find the low-hanging fruit where there are use cases that have real value. If there are problems that can legitimately be solved through the use of this new type of shared database, where let's just talk about it briefly in this context. This layer one technology, the Web 3.0 decentralized world, depends on a new type of database. Databases historically have assumed that there's one party that's running all of the instances of the database. And what Web 3.0 assumes is the opposite, that you can have a shared database where each instance of that database is managed and controlled by a different party, a different legal entity. Often they're competitive or even unknown to each other. And if you understand it in those terms, then you think about, well, what are the solutions? What are the problems that I can solve with that database? And that comes through ideation and subject matter experts familiar with business problems, and then iterating on prototypes in this ecosystem until you get something that there's, that the ecosystem cares about, and you go to market with it. And so it's a lot of collaborative work across business chains of organizations with companies such as your own. The global system integrators are often involved, and it's always looking for solutions to real business problems that can be solved with this new Web3 category of technology.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, because I think I heard a question I wanted to answer in your question there. If you look at, and Matt sort of went there, is like it's a collaborative open economy, right? And so if you think about the following use case, it sort of drives you towards, well, it has to be open or it doesn't make sense, right? So I talked about bringing digital assets to my experience today, right? And I'm in a Zoom chat or a Teams chat. How do I do that? And so here's an example of why I think like Web3 is important, and the concept of digital ownership is important and not locked into a walled garden. Is if Nike sells you a digital backpack in a store, and they tell you that you can't leave that store with your digital backpack, and then you want to go into the next store, and in order to take your digital backpack with you into the next store, you have to buy a new one. Well, that is the world of Web 2 social media, right? And where Web 3 metaverse could wind up, that doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, that's not digital ownership, that's renting on a premise, right? And so this concept of digital ownership absolutely has to start at the foundational layer of this understanding that I own my identity, I can acquire and own digital assets that I bring with me, and that I bring with me into any type of experience that I actually walk into.
Can I just piggyback on that? I think
of course.
Really important point. If you look at what happened in Web 1, we started out actually pre-Web 1, we started with walled gardens in the network. So you'll remember Prodigy and CompuServe, and Microsoft was working on their own walled garden. And there's, of course, a famous story about Bill Gates agonizing over whether to continue with this or to turn the ship 180 degrees and abandon that and go with open standards for the World Wide Web. And of course he did. He made that change, and it ushered in the World Wide Web. That same thing didn't happen in Web 2, right? What happened were the tech giants, the social giants that we're all familiar with, grew up with their own walled gardens around social, and their problems associated with that, because they depend on advertising models. And if they're advertising models, then that means they need to understand everything they can about you as the potential target for the advertising. And it's led to all kinds of privacy problems and the problems that we're all very familiar with. Web3 offers the opportunity to resolve that. It's a collection of technologies, including VR and AR and traditional UI, that makes it possible to create different business models that don't depend on the monetization of your information, and that you control that information. It's yours. And if you want to monetize it, you can. But if you don't, then nobody else has the technical opportunity to do so, right? So it's a change in the way in which the internet works. It's a re-democratization of the internet that is long overdue. And that's part of what makes this whole space so exciting, is that there's an opportunity to make it better for society in ways that need to happen.
I love everything that you just said, and in particular, since you've teed up, I think where we're gonna close off here. So I'm going to ask you both. I'm going to try and narrow focus this a little bit, but also really want your opinions here. So you just touched upon the fact that we've learned, technology advancements have become more and more rapid and more ubiquitous, right? So everybody is kind of participating in them. So with these collaborative innovations that preceded us in this time, and the lessons that we learned from the need for standards, for digital commons, for accessibility and inclusive, design, how can we assure that the promise of the metaverse and that the sustainability, for example, are baked in from the outset? Like, what is that one essential piece of advice that you would give to everybody that's listening today, that that we create a virtual environment that is fair, inclusive, sustainable, et cetera, as we continue to move forward? So York, I'm going to start with you, and Mance, you can wrap us up. But York, what should we be doing?
It's a good question, because there's a lot wrapped up in your question. But I will say that I was in Microsoft in 1993 when Bill Gates famously said the internet is a fad. And then 2 years later, in Windows 95, we shipped TCP/IP, right, as the default stack, which was obviously where we are today, right? And we're still running that same stack for all of the e-commerce work that we're doing today. So if I translate what you're saying into, it has to be open, right, for it to be meaningful. And therefore, when you're selling goods in a metaverse e-commerce scenario, you need to be selling goods on a digital domain that's global and not closed. That, to me, drives you towards this concept of Web3 ownership, where the concept of guarantees of ownership that you get from the right type of digital infrastructure at the foundational layer actually supports that. And that's really where NFTs come into play, and where blockchain and public blockchains really play a role. I think from that perspective, that also, like the sustainability part of the whole tech story is a very, very long tail conversation. So I'm not even going to attempt to drop that in here. But I will say that, if you understand a little bit about what's going on in the blockchain world, as Mance mentioned, around proof of stake, most blockchain technologies are moving towards proof of stake because it's a very sustainable protocol. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. All right, Mance, take us home.
Just to add just a tad onto that, I agree with all that. The use of standards at the protocol level is what's important. When we think about Web 1, what made the World Wide Web what it is was open standards around HTML and other related protocols. That didn't happen with Web 2, and we can go back there. If we think about social in particular, there should be a standard for messaging in the social context. Why is there not an integrated or unified social protocol standard that breaks apart the reliance or the sort of the walled garden of servers that contain all the information with proprietary software clients that are required to be used when accessing that same information. If you break that binding between client software and server software, and you use a unified social protocol, as just as an example, this is true in general, then the standards for the protocol are what help us maintain the democratization that we're all looking for.
So many, many rich layers to continue to explore. And certainly Global Blockchain Business Council is really well positioned to help kind of guide some of these conversations and make sure that everybody is at the table. York, Mance, thank you so much for talking me through some of these complexities today. And I look forward to continuing the conversation. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome everyone to the Future of Web 3.0 panel. I'll be the moderator. Today our panel will address two basic questions. So the first will be, where are we now in terms of Web 3.0 and sort of our vision of a decentralized future where users have more ownership and control? And then the second question is, where are we headed in the future and what will be needed to get us there in terms of policy or economic changes, legislation, things like that. We have three excellent panelists. Before we start, I'll just spend a moment and introduce myself. I'm Christy Udis. As I said, I'm an accounting and analytics professor in Portland State, which is in Oregon in the US. I'm the founder of a business in blockchain academic program. So we've got a 6-course program that we offer fully online, and we've got traditional business undergrad and grad students, and we also have working professionals in the program. So we're in our 3rd year, but this will be our 1st year of offering a dedicated Web 3.0 course, which mostly focus on NFTs and metaverse. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from the panelists on these topics. Our first panelist is Marta Belcher. Marta is General Counsel and Head of Policy at Protocol Labs. They are the developers of IPFS, which many of you know. She is the board chair of the Filecoin Foundation. She also serves as special counsel to the Electronic Frontier Foundation. She has been a pioneer in cryptocurrency law, and she's spoken on this topic around the world. So she has spoken to the US Congress, European Parliament, OECD. She's spoken in Davos to the World Economic Forum. And because of all this work that she's done, she's really been recognized for her accomplishments, both in law and in crypto. So she has twice received a Financial Times Innovative Lawyer Award, and she's been named as a top attorney under 40 by Law 360. And then most recently, I saw this week that she had been named one of the 50 most influential women in crypto. So welcome, Marta.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
And next we have Paul Brody. So Paul is the global blockchain leader for EY, which is a global audit assurance and consulting firm. He led EY's very first blockchain strategy engagement, where he built technology and strategy roadmaps that addressed how digital services and payments and IoT all come together in these new ecosystems. So he was well positioned for that because he had a variety of leadership positions in operations, in strategy, in supply chain, and IoT. So that positioned him well for moving into this blockchain arena. Today, he leads the EY's blockchain initiatives and investments across all of the major business lines. He's a widely respected thought leader in blockchain economics and strategy. And you can't see it today, but he's well known for having the best collection of wild t-shirts in the blockchain world. So welcome, Paul.
Welcome, thank you. It's wintertime, so I've switched to crazy sweaters for a few weeks.
All right, great. Doesn't disappoint. Okay, and then Jason Su. So Jason is a senior research fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School, Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation. He's also been a research fellow at Oxford and Stanford. He started his career as a tech entrepreneur, and he started and worked for a variety of tech firms. And then most recently, from 2016 to 2020, he served as a legislator in Taiwan's national parliament. There, he oversaw technology policy, entrepreneurship, and innovation, and he sponsored many crucial pieces of legislation. So in areas of digital economy, but including fintech legislation, the Cybersecurity Management Act, and perhaps most notably for this audience, guidelines for security token offerings, which I understand are now legal in Taiwan. His work extends far beyond Taiwan, and he's created a number of influential organizations, including the Asia Blockchain Alliance and the Indo-Pacific Cybersecurity Alliance. And he's a founding member of the Global Blockchain Policy Council. After leaving government, he's been appointed to several high-profile roles in international organizations, including his role as head of legislative research for the Blockchain Climate Institute. And then among his accomplishments that you may not know, he has been nicknamed the crypto congressman by Vitalik Buterin. So welcome, Jason.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back to GBBC. And although we can't see each other in person, but I look forward to meeting you all sometime this year, maybe in Davos or somewhere in the world.
That would be fabulous. I hope we can do that someday. So Marta, I'm going to start with you, since I know you're an attorney, but you're representing the tech industry for us today. So maybe you could start with just a brief description of what Web 3.0 is, and then I'll ask you and all of you, where are we right now in terms of achieving that vision of decentralization?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, with Web 2, we really experience so much of our daily lives through just a handful of large corporations. And we really have no choice but to trust those corporations, to trust them not to misuse troves of data about us, what we're doing online and what we're saying and who we're talking to, and to trust them to keep that data safe from attackers and to protect our civil liberties. So really the issue here is that today's internet is centralized. So the vast majority of the data that's making up the many websites that we're using every day is sitting in data warehouses that's owned by just 3 companies, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. You really start to realize how tenuous that is when you have things like we had just 3 weeks ago, when there was a huge Amazon Web Service blackout, and suddenly vast swaths of the web go down for hours, including websites that are a big part of our day-to-day lives. And so really that's the problem with having single points of failure. And so with Web3 or the decentralized web, we really believe that you can create a better version of the internet if you sort of combine the storage capacity and computing power on all of our individual devices into a supercomputer-like network and store multiple copies of those data across those devices. So we're talking about a decentralized version of the internet where websites can stay up even if some nodes fail, and the availability of information isn't dependent on any one server or company. So we think that will provide a much more robust platform for humanity's most important information.
Excellent. So that's a fantastic description, Marta. It's hard to describe Web3, and you've done a really good job. Why don't I move on to you, Paul, and maybe you can talk about where we are right now. I've heard you talk a lot about the difficulties in getting to decentralization and how there's this pull towards centralization, and also difficulties for enterprises to coordinate in permissioned systems. And so maybe just, where are we now, and sort of how do you see the progress so far?
So we are making a lot of good progress, right? I feel, generally speaking, quite optimistic about where we're headed because people understand the importance of decentralization. Like, we have these kinds of experiences that Marta talked about. We are coming back to understand, like, there was value in decentralization by itself and distributing the power. And it's not just that we are dependent on highly centralized systems, it's also that the Web 2.0 ecosystem is not fundamentally a very fair one, because centralized marketplaces are generally, digital infrastructure is a natural monopoly. Now, we can either have natural monopolies that result in centralization and a great deal of power, or we can have natural monopolies that result in decentralization. So I think, first of all, that a decentralized world is one in which we have more competition, it is fairer competition, and the rewards of digitization flow more evenly back to the participants in the ecosystem. So that's one really important point, and I think it's valuable. However, and you're right, I've talked about this a lot and I care about it a lot, it is, and I speak now from 8 years of building sort of decentralized applications and blockchain applications, it is really hard to build decentralized systems. Decentralized systems are complicated to architect. It's really hard to think through, okay, how is this going to work? And by the way, we have expectations that are built upon the user experience of highly centralized systems, high performance systems. And decentralized systems are extremely high performance and very robust, but in ways that are a little bit different from centralized systems. So centralized systems give you really fast, instantaneous response. Decentralized systems often take a little bit longer, but they're much more robust, they're much more resilient. So I think companies and individuals need to think carefully. We don't need to make everything decentralized, but there are certain things that we can and should make decentralized, and we are facing significant challenges in building better developer tools so that we make it easier for people to create stuff that is properly decentralized from the get-go. And that's going to be a challenge going forward, is kind of industrializing that technology. But I also feel very optimistic about we're getting there. Just the fact that I called that out and I heard so many other people say the same thing makes me feel like people are aware of the challenge that we face.
Yeah, absolutely. There was that Moxie, I can't remember that person.
Such a brilliant article. Moxie Marlinspike, super brilliant. I have to say, hats off to him. I have seen so many people give hot takes on Web3, right? And very few of them are as well-informed or as thoughtful as his. And I don't agree with everything he said, but wow, the fact that he did all that work, setting up an NFT, doing that stuff, just to educate himself was really impressive.
Yeah, it was. And I feel like he follows in your footsteps quite a bit in terms of the kind of the same perspectives that you offer. So great.
That is high flattery for me. Thank you.
Great. So Jason, I'll go to you next. And Paul mentioned the difficulties for developers in working with these decentralized tools. And, I'm sure as a legislator, you think a lot about regular citizens and how they can interact with these tools. And so I've heard a lot about user interface for one. So I'd like you to talk a bit about that and where we are so far. And then I saw a recent publication of yours about central bank digital currencies and stable coins and where we are in that side of things, and just what are your thoughts there?
Absolutely. I think Web3 essentially redefines the idea of trust in data and addresses internet infrastructure in a completely different way than the centralized web. And if the web that was created 30 or 40 years ago was an imperfect development, and I think Web3 gives another shot for the community to fix the problems that the right and authority was concentrated by only a few, but not distributed equally. So Web3 really addresses important issue of how do we rethink ownership of the data, privacy, and how to think about security and infrastructure. And this is particularly critical as the world is becoming more and more unequalized. And also talking about how internet is now being very, very much centralized, and how government is falling behind in understanding the development of the evolution of the data, data accountability and the security. So how does regulatory authorities catch up with this? And I think it is important to understand that the web or the internet infrastructure is essentially evolving and changing dynamically because of the data that's constantly being input, and as well as the codes that were contributing to the essential essence of the infrastructure and architect. So the law must be nimble, and the law must create more agility and as well as flexibility, and creating more sandbox-like regulatory environments to allow more experiments to be had. And this is also a chance to define the so-called value of the digital assets online. For example, how do you quantify or value your data trail? How do you make sure that everything you leave behind or your digital footprint is probably protected and is probably owned and is probably valued, and it has some legal applications when something happened and that you need to use it for your own protection. So this is especially important for regulators to work with the communities, be it the developers or be it the entrepreneurs or VCs, to understand where the infrastructure is headed to. And the internet was more or less a government controlled when it was at the beginning stage. And now it's a major corporation controlled. But now Web3 has a potential opportunity to change all of this. So it's very important that we understand this from a basic fundamental point of view. So also talking about the stablecoin and the central bank digital currency, it is also a good comparison with a Web 1 or so-called Web 2 and Web 3. And because stablecoin essentially is a way to provide a trustable mechanism for different type of cryptocurrency to exchange, and yet preserve the ownership and the authority to the individuals and financial inclusions to every citizen. And CBDC, however, is a form of a centralized digital currency format, and government is essentially the owner of the coin and the owner of the system. So I think the two must coexist together in order to provide a more dynamic and also adapting way of understanding the future of finance. And as well as the world is moving more and more closer and becoming more and more interconnected. So the two must coexist and find a way to complement each other and offer potential alternative solutions to the already kind of a crumbling fiat world that we are seeing. Thank you.
That's an interesting take on that. So you've touched on so many topics, Jason, and I'm gonna shoot it over to you next, Marta. I heard you in an interview that you had with Edward Snowden, and I've heard you with Vitalik Buterin talk about, just your concerns about CBDCs and data privacy. And then Jason brought up also just this issue of kind of data hygiene and how we keep track of all our data and these trails that we leave behind. And so I'd like, either you, Marta, or one of you to talk about when we start having personal data ownership, can we really manage that? Are we capable of managing our own personal sovereign identity and all the data that goes with that? And, how's that going to progress as we move to Web3?
Yeah, so I would say that, one of the things about cryptocurrency in particular is that it really does enable transactions that are more private. And I think often it gets a bad rap for that reason. But in my view, that's a feature, not a bug. That privacy is not something that is bad or illegal. And the fact that someone wants to do something anonymously or privately doesn't mean they're doing something wrong. In fact, it's absolutely essential for civil liberties that people are able to engage in activities and transactions privately. And so, for me, I really think that the privacy afforded by Web3 technologies is really one of the most important things about that technology from a civil liberties perspective.
Great. And then does anyone want to talk about whether we're even capable of maintaining our own data privacy and what we need to get to that point?
So I do, because I would like to say, honestly, I don't think we can, right? And the problem is a balance of incentives, right? There's a company who has a huge value proposition about gathering our data because they can make millions of dollars, whereas I can probably make $25, right? And to protect my personal data, to keep other participants from gathering it, it is hard work, right? The web is full of dark patterns that are designed to trick you to click the box and deselect things and other things. And honestly, I think, there are two issues here. Number one, I just think the personal data privacy ship has sailed, right? And GDPR didn't prove to be particularly effective. Secondly, your personal data is kind of the original micropayment. And we have gotten used to using that, right? All these things that we get for free are, of course, not really free. We're paying with advertising in our personal data. And honestly, it's a good deal because even if you tell me that it only cost me a penny to buy today's forecast, that is too much mental energy. And I might be, lazier than other people, but that feels like too much mental energy. I'm willing to share all my personal data. I'm not really, but I just think, we're being unrealistic if we think that that's likely to happen. What I do think can happen, what I'm excited about is, and by the way, what we've invested very heavily in at EY is, architecting solutions for data privacy by default and designing business models that are not that are not based on monetizing your data. And I think at least for some of the things that we transact around in the Web3 ecosystem, we can do a better job. And I think in particular, stakeholder-based ecosystems might behave a bit more responsibly. The balance of incentives might be quite a bit better. And I think one of the things that is really worth really digging into is how corporate governments or organization governments changes when the stakeholders also are the customers. Because I'm quite excited about that. I think it will lead to some fundamental changes in how organizations interact with their customers.
Paul, if I can stick with you just for a minute, because that also seems like a lot of burden to put on owners, because you may be stakeholders in many different, different platforms and different initiatives. So it's hard to keep track and hard to vote on everything.
Right. And that's exactly why I believe that Web3 brings something to the table that we haven't had before. So we've always had shareholder democracy, right? And we have lived in a world where shareholders pay zero attention to what's going on, right? Most of my money is in S&P 500 index fund. So I own, a sizable stake in the 500 biggest, largest, American companies. I mean, it's sizable for me, it's not for them. But I don't have time to keep track of all of that. But what's really cool about Web3 is I can delegate my voting rights. And this is very exciting because I could, for example, what I would love to be able to do is I want to delegate all of my voting rights related to environmental issues to someone who's actually keeping track of that. And I want to delegate my voting rights about privacy issues to someone else who's keeping track of that. I trust certain organizations. I trust people that I know. And I think with delegation, we have the ability to have engaged voters with large chunks of influence changing policy. And I think there's a mechanism there for us to do a better job this time.
Yeah. Just wanted to add to Paul that I think the interesting idea another interesting application is DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and how it is being implemented in Web3 and as well as kind of implemented across the social and economic system. And this has to do with the voting in democracy and how we hold the elected officials accountable with the policies that they propose, and as well as redefine the capitalism, because it used to be kind of the capital concentration that determines the outcome of the competition. But I think in the world of DAO, and this is sort of everyone has the right to vote, and everyone can hold the outcome accountable. Is an interesting development, and whether or not that can also provide a driver for change in our political and economic system. It is remain to be seen, but I'm very hopeful, and it is also my calling for the developers to come and take a look at these issues together, and how do we address this, and to fix the democracy that's kind of broken. And it'll be interesting to see this from a blockchain point of view and how to do it. Yeah.
So Jason, do you see any good models of that right now? And either way, if we're moving toward the future, what kind of policies are needed to give developers that incentive, or to give users those incentives about developing these DAOs effectively and voting effectively?
Yeah, I think that obviously I feel like the gaming community or the entertainment community has always been the kind of the first champion of any major technology breakthrough or development. So, GameFi is really huge in the Web3, and then a good example is YGG, the Play Guild, Play to Earn model, and it's widely popular in Southeast Asia, and especially in Philippines, where there's a lot of migrant workers that used to work on a very little money for their labor, but now with the play to earn model, they are able to make much more money than before, and contributed to the Web3 model. And I think that's really, really interesting, and how that would change the creators' economy, and also with the NFTs that is being used as a token for creators to launch their digital art, and that will also transform to other formats such as digital properties, ownership of real estate, and even your birth certificates or some sort of approval that you needed to use as the ownership. I think that's really, really interesting, and I think government has to understand that in the future we will the users or general public will believe in a interoperable system much more than a silo system where everything is controlled by one centralized entity but cannot be shared and owned by the user. So I think in the future we will be headed towards into a digital DID, the digital identification system, or the citizenship mechanism that would be able for users to have our own data and control and secure it, and also make sure that it is not exploited in certain ways. So I think that's a lot that we can look forward to, and I think that I believe that more and more developers will start to address solve these problems. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. Those are such good models that we're already developing in the gaming world and in these metaverse projects, in terms of trying to understand how self-governance can really work and how the economics of these systems can really work. Marta, let me go to you next. And just, what are your thoughts about what do you see as happening in Web3 in the future? What do you see as the major developments in the future? And maybe, what it takes to get us there?
Yeah. So, from my sort of particular vantage point, the thing about Web3 is that you're really relying on a decentralized model. And so there's this question of, well, okay, so how do you incentivize people to contribute their hardware, their computing power, their time? How do you incentivize people to participate in that decentralized model? So just to give you the example from my corner of the universe, right now, for example, in IPFS, the decentralized storage system that Protocol Labs developed and worked on, there's this question of, okay, anyone can serve up copies of a file. But if you are storing the only copy of a file and you close your computer and you go offline for a few days, then that file isn't available, right? And so that's really sort of one of the fundamental issues with Web3. And so that's the idea behind Filecoin, is that in order to make sure that that data can persist on Web3, you have to make sure that there are multiple copies available, and you have to make sure that someone is incentivized to always make it available, right? And so incentives are really easy in a centralized world where you can have centralized corporations that you can just pay to host your website or store your data. But if you don't have that, like how do you do that? Who's going to shoulder the cost of the massive amount of storage capacity and computing power that it takes to run the web, right? And so that's the idea behind Filecoin. Filecoin is sort of the incentive layer that sits on top of decentralized storage networks like IPFS. And so it's sort of like Airbnb for file storage, where the idea is you can sort of rent out hard drive space if you have extra capacity and receive Filecoin for it, and you can spend Filecoin in order to actually have your files stored and make sure that they can persist. So that's sort of the piece of the future of Web3 that I'm working on.
Yeah, that's exciting. I hadn't really thought about that, but you've had that model going for so long now. So you've already been testing these sorts of models in a way that others can learn from. Okay, we are down to our last 5 minutes. So maybe I'll just ask you, Paul, Jason, and then back to you, Marta, if we have time. Just what excites you the most about the future of Web3, and perhaps how can we learn more about Web3, aside from your fabulous Twitter and LinkedIn accounts?
Well, I'll have to kick the can down the road on the question of how can we learn, because I honestly think it's really tough, right? And there's a fog of data out there that is really, really hard to sort of sometimes understand what's going on and get good information. And a lot of the most current news sources are also full of jargon and lingo. So I hope Marta and Jason will have some better suggestions than I do. I do read CoinDesk, which I think is amazing, and I'd also recommend Decrypt. I think publications are always much more up to date than like books, which just take a lot of time to get through the editing process. In terms of what I'm most excited about, so I spend a lot of time thinking about the history of digital ecosystems. I spend a lot of time thinking about, okay, if this happened in PCs and mobile and mainframes and the internet, what does that mean for how the blockchain ecosystem will evolve? Because I've got a very limited sort of engineering budget. I got to spend it carefully in a focused way. And what excites me about the near-term future is I think this question of like what kind of blockchain platform we should use has largely been settled. It's going to be a public blockchain, and specifically it's going to be the Ethereum ecosystem. And what's nice about that is when you settle the platform question, right, because platforms have scale and strength, then you can start to get to more and more use cases, right? We shift from a platform discussion to a use case discussion. And we have NFTs that are scaling. DeFi is going to be amazing. But if you ask me what the use case I'm most excited about, it's DAOs that Jason talked about, decentralized autonomous organizations. We have a chance to build a new type of organization, and one that has a lot of the strengths of a traditional corporation, but also a lot of the public service components of a nonprofit and the community kind of ethos of a co-op. So I am excited to see the DAO ecosystem, the DAO world scale massively. I've spent more time briefing EY senior leadership about the importance and the future of DAOs this year than I have on any other topic, NFTs, metaverse, anything else, DeFi. I've been talking to them about DAOs, and I've told them these are the clients of the future, right? These are the organizations of the future, and we're going to have to rethink about some of the way that we serve them, audit them, consult to them. But for me, it's immensely exciting and potentially quite revolutionary. So that's what I'm most excited about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So, Jason, since you've already talked about DAOs, is there something else that you're looking forward to in Web3? Something else that excites you?
Yeah, I think Web3 is essentially a few things. One is verifiable, trustless, self-governing, permissionless, distributed, and robust, stateful, and native built-in payments. And these are the essential elements that is needed for today's users to feel safe and perpetual when they get on the internet, and then allow their data and almost all of their lives to be exposed on the internet. And I think this is what I'm excited about, is that from this point on, as long as we have the developers and the resources contributed to this space, that we can create a true internet that is owned by the users, and then the trust is established with the peer-to-peer trust, and also allow the community to contribute to its growth rather than controlled by a few big corporations. And also this would define the relationship between the government, which is essentially controller of the public and to the controlled, or the one that's being controlled. And that is
I'm sorry to cut you off, Jason. You know, that's a big wrap up of the whole project of Web3. So I think that's a really nice way to end it. Marta, I'm sorry we didn't get back, but if you have one last word, first, I'm just going to thank everybody for coming, fascinating ideas and fascinating panel, and then we'll let you close it out, Marta.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much. I just in very brief, I really think that the future of Web3 is about unlocking some really incredible possibilities that come from being able to program incentives. And I think we're just scratching the surface of what that opens up. So that's what I'm excited about in Web3.
Fantastic. Those all tie together so well. So thank you very much. And we will see you in the next round.
Thank you so much, Christy.
Great. Hello, everyone. We are here today to kick off the Global Blockchain Business Council 2022 Virtual Blockchain Central Davos. And this panel is the consumer and the creator entering the metaverse. So I'm very excited to have the panelists here today. And we'll start out with a brief introduction. So we'll let everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll jump into a lively discussion on the metaverse. So Heidi, would you like to start and introduce yourself?
Sure. So first of all, please forgive my voice. I have COVID. Despite trying to avoid it as much as possible, I wasn't able to escape. But thank you so much, Karen, and to my fellow panelists, and to GBBC, and to the entire team for all of your efforts in putting this together. It's a real honor to be here. My name is Heidi Peace. I am the co-founder of POA, which is a blockchain-based protocol that helps to empower the creator economy by helping with all types of creatives, whether they're artists, to musicians, to athletes, influencers, and social impact projects, connect with their patrons, fundraise for projects, market those projects, and also engage and bring in brands as well, utilizing digital tools such as NFTs and social tokens. And we use ours built on layer 2 protocols that are eco-friendly, such as Palm at this point. I also have 2 other hats that I wear. One is I am the president of GBBC Giving. We focus on reducing the digital divide for all underserved communities throughout the world and introducing them to blockchain. And then I am also head of investment products for a top 5 SEC registered crypto and digital asset management firm in the United States.
Excellent. Thank you, Heidi. Justin, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me. Justin Bannon. So I'm a co-founder of Boson Protocol and also Boson Portal and a couple of other applications. So Boson Protocol is a core piece of Web3 infrastructure that enables smart contracts to execute real-world commerce transactions without an intermediary, and using NFTs sort of encoded with game theory. And on top of that deep tech, we've built a really piece of cool tech in Boson Portal, which is a marketplace sort of commerce expo in Decentraland, enabling brands to sell physical items as NFTs in the metaverse.
Thank you and welcome. Andrew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Andrew Kegel. A little about myself. I was an investment banker for 2 decades, made a pivot to being a blockchain entrepreneur in 2017 as the co-founder and CEO of a company called Hut 8, which is one of North America's largest Bitcoin miners. I left that business in 2020 to start Tokens.com. Tokens.com is really a Web3 investment firm. We're most notably getting attention lately for doing one of the largest land purchases in the metaverse. We purchased a very large parcel of land for about $2.5 million in Decentraland through our subsidiary Metaverse Group, which currently holds an 8-figure portfolio of various metaverse real estate.
Great, thank you. And our 4th panelist, Alex, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. This is Alex. I'm the Deputy CEO of Sensorium Corporation. I used to be a banker in my past as Andrew. I used to work in the fintech field, and with my colleagues from the banks, we developed a master chain, which now is a real-time infrastructure for central bank digital currencies in Russia. I also work with R3, and now I work as a digital entrepreneur, and I'm in charge for the corporate finance, digital products, crypto, and new blockchain initiative that we're developing in the Sensorium Corporation. Sensorium itself developing the AI-driven metaverse. The product is already available on the marketplaces. You can download the app and test really new, crazy features about AI digital beings. Thank you for joining and inviting for GBBC Davos. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. And we'll jump in and get started. We'll start with Heidi, just a top line. So what is the metaverse, right? And where are we in terms of its development?
Sure. So I'm going to expose my inner nerd at this moment and tell you about one of my favorite shows growing up was Star Trek. And the reason being is on the Starship Enterprise, there was a chamber, a room called the holodeck, in which characters could go into this room, and through computer simulation, these characters could interact with other objects, characters, environment, in either a historic setting or any kind of setting you could imagine. Maybe they were visiting some other far off planet, or maybe they were back in time to some historic moment, or maybe it was a place that could only exist in the mind. And I remember watching that, just thinking, wow, how amazing would it be to have this place where you could engage with other people and create universes and have commerce. And it was just this whole alternative life. And I use that as, maybe that's not where we're at with the metaverse today, but I think in my mind, that is what we're building towards, is a place that could be a digital realm that may only exist. It could be a duplicate, a digital twin of our reality, or it could be something that could only exist in our imagination. Fast forward to 2016, and Facebook launched their Oculus. And they had numerous pop-up experiences. And I remember putting on my Oculus glasses, and it was that first experience that I could have that I thought was like a holodeck. I literally was witnessing the moment that our universe was created at the Big Bang. There was another second where I was eye to eye with a dinosaur. And all the way to, there was a moment where I could sit in a common room shared with other people in Vietnam. I couldn't taste things, feel, or smell, but I could see and hear. And the opportunity for me, anyway, when I think about metaverse, we have many types of metaverses, whether they're just 2D or eventually 3D. But for me, it's truly a place where we can engage with others in a community. We can buy, sell, lease, create assets, digital assets. And basically anything that happens in the real world and more can be created there. The backbone of these metaverses will be built on blockchain, whether that is the cryptocurrency that's used or anything that has any kind of value will have to be either built on blockchain or some type of NFT. And actually, where are we today? Right, we're not at the holodeck where I would love to be, but companies like Deloitte Consulting just launched about 5 days ago what they're calling Dimension 10 Studio, which is a virtual space in which enterprises can play in the metaverse to better understand how does this relate to business and commerce. So I really think that we are just at that first snowflake or snow crystal that's on top of an iceberg of opportunity. But really, the space is moving much faster than perhaps anybody would have anticipated. And that's thanks in large part due to the pandemic.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. 8 months ago, people would say, what is the metaverse? And today it's like, sign me up, how can I get involved? So in light of what you said, I'd love to engage Justin and just understand from your business and your activities, what exactly is the relationship between the metaverse, NFTs, blockchain, and digital assets? And how do you see that with your business?
Sure. I think, the metaverse has many different forms, but I think that the two primary kind of categories are a closed kind of proprietary metaverse, the sort of metaverse, some would argue it wouldn't qualify for a metaverse, but the sort of metaverse that the likes of Facebook are building with Meta versus these sort of open economic systems. And I think, one vision of the future is, very much like, this kind of almost like a closed digital prison, and the other is this open economic system. And I think, and I'm working towards supporting the latter, this open system. And the things that are driving that are strong property rights, the fact that using NFTs and blockchains and digital assets, metaverses built on these technologies, give users assets that can't be removed. So, if you buy, an item, an NFT or an asset in a sort of blockchain based world, you can have that as a family heirloom forever. Whereas if you bought that same asset in like Roblox, for example, well, that could be arbitrarily deleted. And I think, the history of economics shows that wherever there's strong property rights, there's a strong incentive for economic systems to grow on top of them.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I like what you said about the land assets. And with that, I'd love, Andrew, for you to share a little bit more about your involvement with the metaverse and how you see land assets and kind of the integration of all of the NFTs, blockchain, et cetera.
Sure. So I took a different approach to the metaverse. When I started seeing these various metaverses that were in existence, I recognized that they have a limited amount of land available for people to purchase. And with growing demand and a limited amount of it available, I thought this would be a great investment as a storage of value, and it had a lot of the same attributes as Bitcoin. That was the first thing that intrigued me and got us into buying real estate in the metaverse. But as we got into it, I started realizing there was all these portals for commerce and ability for us to monetize it. And I'll give you two examples. With the land that we bought in Decentraland, which is the largest state in the fashion district, we're teaming up with Decentraland to hold a large fashion show March 24th to 27th. And this is going to try to replicate the experience that you might have going to London Fashion Week or Miami Fashion Week with, models walking down a runway, various brands showing their merchandise, selling NFTs, and there being after parties. And it's not just the fashion brands that are looking to be involved. We have luxury automobile brands that we're speaking to that want to sponsor the events, maybe as ways of introducing some of their electric vehicles, various things. But generally speaking, wherever you're going to be able to draw a crowd and have an event, there's an opportunity to sell advertising. And that's one of the things that we're working on. Another thing that we're doing that's interesting in the metaverse is we're trying to be a virtual landlord, and we're creating something called tokens.com tower in the crypto valley of Decentraland. Originally, that was supposed to be a prototype for us to build these types of structures for other companies. But what's ended up happening is a lot of people are coming to us, and we already have a list of people that want to rent out our conference space in order to hold their own events. And we also have a list of people that want to pay us to almost post billboards on the inside of our conference area. And these are people like podcasters, funds, lawyers, investment banks, generally anybody that would like to access this demographic. And so for me, coming from a finance background, and I like connecting public market investors to all these cool things happening in the crypto world, I see the metaverse as a world of opportunity and really has been touched upon. But what makes this different from these closed metaverses or dealing in other forms of social media, and I think this is the next iteration of social media, but it's this ownership aspect that blockchain brings that makes it valuable. It's, I was writing the notes from before about this being sort of, irreplaceable. You have provenance, which is the authenticity and the origin of that good, makes this economic system quite viable and has the ability to grow. And that's fascinating to me.
I like how you talked about, a lot of what you talked about is how we interact, right, with each other in this new virtual world. I'd love to have Alex jump in. When we met earlier, you spoke about a new term called the software agent. So maybe you can share with us your definition of a software agent and how the metaverse is really going to impact how we interact with each other from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks. On Monday we spent 4 hours with my colleagues designing what is the metaverse inside, and we understood that itself the economy of the metaverse will be driven not but by human, which may be weird to hear, but so it will be driven by software agents, which are the programs. Like if you can imagine the Matrix movie or movie Free Guy, where there is evolving NPC, those programs will be driving the economy of the metaverse. So as of now, such programs, they are most trafficked in the internet. So all of us know that bots are creating the most traffic in the like websites and so on, but they're not spent and they not earn anything, and then they not create the content. So imagine if they will be able to create a content and to spend and earn some coins for this activity. And that's, those programs will be much more than the human actors, than the human users. So I do believe that in terms of the metaverse, those digital beings, I call them also software agents, they will be the most drivers of the digital economy. And since they will be spending and earning, I would say they will doing a money streaming. Like imagine you're joining something and you're streaming the money or liquidity. They will be boosting the NFT economy itself, not the human. Human will become the kind of architect. The human will design the whole ecosystem. Human will observe and enjoy how the things is working together. But those digital things, they will create the most volume of the users of the digital economy inside the metaverse.
Great. As you were speaking, I was just remembering some of the things Heidi shared with me before the panel session. But Heidi, I'd love for you to share also your perspective on the consumer, right? Entering the metaverse and what their experience will be like.
Yeah, sure, Karen. So I found it fascinating to hear about South Korea, that they are going to be launching the first major city to be launching a digital twin of itself. And I really see the metaverse evolving in three areas. One is the continuation of the gaming fantasy. You've got your Dragonlands, you've got the games that you see. And then on the far other end would be more of the basic, what we see in real life, but just the digital twin. And then somewhere in there could be a blending of the both. Well, Seoul, South Korea had announced that by the end of this year, it will be the first major city to have a digital twin, and it will be fully functional by the year 2026. But basically, their citizens can resolve any kind of governmental type of issues by sending their avatar. So imagine anything like, for me, for example, in Los Angeles, if I wanted to go to probate court, that would be an all-day situation. I would have to get in my car, face traffic for an hour, find parking, spend, $60, $75 for parking for the day, sit in line. It would basically be a full day process just to get to something like probate court, whereas my avatar could do something like this in just minutes. And if we just extrapolate that a little bit farther, imagine all of the other commercial opportunities that there could be. The last 2 cars that I've purchased, I've not gone to a dealer. I've just purchased them online. And enabling a metaverse that allows for more consumerism, that's a little bit more, or a lot more robust than what we're seeing in this 2D web interface, is the next step within the metaverse. And then I like to always look at things too with just a social impact lens. Imagine the education and the access that the rest of the world can have. So one of the projects that we've been working on the nonprofit side and with GBBC Giving is we've been working with some schools in Afghanistan, training young women on blockchain. And despite the Afghanistan crisis, what a wonderful opportunity there would be if these same women could take classes, not just via Zoom, but really in an immersive environment where it felt so much more like they were truly in a class. So I just think about, these are just the next logical steps and that we're going to be seeing happening in the metaverse. Something that we're doing with POA, although we're not directly a metaverse company like the other persons on the panel, I mean, you have to be, if you are in the NFT space, you have to be exploring the metaverse. So we're looking at what I was mentioning, the more digital twins, and we're working with a strategic partner that has designed digital twins of major cities. And the design element has been more so for things like Homeland Security training, Department of Defense, or even architects. And literally the system that they have set up is, if there is a tree in Central Park and it becomes chopped down, then you will see that same tree chopped down in their digital twin. So we're designing something. We've got a couple pilots in the works, one of them with a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. And we're looking to create, well, what is this in the real digital twin element, but blending in this, you would recognize them because they're very much into the psychedelic mushrooms and peaches. And so we're going to be overlaying on the real world some of these additional elements, but in an eco-friendly fashion. So yeah, so we see that this is definitely the next place that the space is evolving into, is more of that real life meets the metaverse.
I think that's a good point in talking about using the metaverse for education, especially with remote learning being so prevalent these days. And it's not just for young kids, but think about higher education, where you could have, a top medical professional lecturing students all over the world, regardless of their geographic location, in a 3D setting where you can perform virtual operations. You can have a body where you can look at the various types of anatomy in the body. Also, workplace safety. Imagine being able to recreate sensitive work areas, like maybe something that's heavily exposed to mechanics, like an automotive plant or a power plant, and you could recreate it and train employees as to how to perform under emergency situations, which might be particularly important in a power plant. And so there's all kinds of applications for the metaverse to educate people and to create simulations with the group and to teach that we haven't even touched yet.
I also, there's so much you can go with the metaverse, right? There's so many different angles you can take. From a consumer perspective, Andrew, I'd love for you to share more, what you shared with us on the consumer, right? There's so many opportunities for the consumer. You talked about branding, you talked about retail, you talked about, sales. Where do you think is the biggest opportunity for consumers to get involved?
So my thought is that the most immediate use for the metaverse is going to be gaming and social media. You're going to see a huge transition of the traditional gaming to blockchain technology. I think that's already started. And you're going to see really that the metaverses look a little bit like what you see in social media, where you're able to friend people and walk around with them and go to museums and participate in events that you might not be able to do together in real life for geographic reasons. As you have more people congregating in these areas, you're going to have advertisers, retailers, and brands that want to educate that demographic about who they are. I talk often about my daughter and my son, who are both pretty young. They don't know what the difference between Nike and Skechers is, or what Gucci or Prada are. They don't watch television, they don't read magazines, and they're not walking around Fifth Avenue and Rodeo Drive. And so the metaverse is a great place for brands and retailers and advertisers to really educate people as to who they are and where they sort of fit into the retail category. And that's why I think it's very much, I've used this analogy before, but I think what blockchain technology allows people to do is, rather than having this centralized form of advertising, so if you're advertising on Facebook or Instagram, the money all goes to that corporation. Same thing with Google. What's different here about the metaverse is you can almost act as your own Facebook or Google. You can purchase a parcel of land, you can contribute to that economy, to that community, with your content. You can build a museum, an amusement park, whatever it is you want, or you can use it in a way to tap into that demographic who are going to be walking around that area. And again, that's something that is brought to us via Web3 technology in the blockchain.
There's so many developments. Oh yeah.
Can I add?
Sure.
I think we can disrupt itself the advertisement area in Web3.0 because the whole problem for the Web3.0, there is no place for regulation vision, and while you engaging the new advertisement approach, I do believe that you can only stream your attention as a user, and you have to be paid back as you are streaming your attention. That's your asset inside that Web3.0, and itself it will be disrupting the way it works the advertisement economy now. So the brands should be paying you for your attention in the metaverse, and they should be paying to your software agents or your digital beings that you own for their attention. And that's the whole point, because they're going to be the most drivers. And I think the whole idea how the advertising market is working will be rapidly changed in the next couple of years.
If I can add to that too, yes, I 100% agree that the way that people they will be rewarded for witnessing and agreeing to view ads, and it's good. There will be a lot of change. But something that was really interesting for me, I had an opportunity to speak with the top 5 soccer league out of Europe, and they explained to me what they were looking at for the metaverse, and I thought this was fascinating. In the physical world, they are bounded by where they can actually put ads. There's only so much space that they have in a stadium to put the names of the different companies. There's only so much space on a jersey or on the back of a seat or whatever. In the metaverse, and so then their revenue is capped. In the metaverse, it's limitless. It's really up to your imagination. So that was something that I thought, wow, that's really interesting as we look into the metaverse, and we're going to see, what does that look like? Is it going to be ads in the sky? It'll be ads on my face. I don't know. But those boundaries are no longer.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's other opportunities, right? Different types of opportunities in the metaverse. I'd love to hear from Justin. What do you see as some of the most important developments in the metaverse for you and your business?
So I was similarly to what Andrew was saying, Boson Protocol is one of the kind of core exhibitors at the fashion festival. So we're building out a whole fashion street. We've got lots of great brands and events happening. And what our technology enables is not just the sale of digital NFTs, but brands can actually sell physical items as NFTs, and also, touching on what Heidi was saying about sort of digital twins, actually, for example, sell a pair of physical sneakers with a digital twin. And we very much see this kind of twinning between the digital and physical world as a trajectory that everyone is on, whether it's the twinning of lands and having a digital mall and a physical mall, or of physical items. And I think fashion and luxury items are really leading the way there. And we can see that within a year or two, it's probably going to be unusual and certainly uncool to buy a luxury item that in the physical world that doesn't have some sort of digital twin. And our technology enables brands to do exactly that.
Yeah, I think within 24 months, every single large corporation, especially in the fashion world, will need to have a presence in the metaverse in the same way they have a website.
I absolutely agree. I mean, it's like a switch that's sort of flicked. From 8 months ago, it was like, what's the metaverse? To now, they have to have it. And so, I mean, it's. I think the metaverse, it's quite surprising actually, because I always thought mass adoption of crypto would come via probably something like DeFi, maybe gaming, but I think the metaverse and fashion are just, there's this huge tsunami of adoption, and organizations like ours, and really proud to be collaborating with your team, Andrew, and they're doing amazing things as well, and just creating this whole new reality and set of experiences, and it's just great fun to be doing it as well.
Yeah, and as you said, all the big brands are going to start getting involved. I was reading about Nike creating Nike Land, and hiring a person responsible for creating virtual clothes just for the avatars. So I think it's definitely in that direction.
You can create, like as of now, people are creating NFT out of physical assets, and they can destroy, like Banksy, the physical asset to create NFT. But I think in future that should be instead controversial. You using first creating the digital asset, and then you have to get a right to create a physical assets. So like a kind of sustainability approach, ESG, if you can put all things together, I think the creation of the physical assets, decreasing of waste, it should be run out of the digital first.
I would even go on to say, with what you were saying, Alex and Justin, with a focus more on ESGs and the younger generation, who are more accustomed to living in a digital world and maybe are more conscious of environmental impact. When it comes to fashion, they may even not necessarily, they may be less interested in the physical item and more interested in the digital item, because that's where, their communities are really expanding, is in the digital universe. So I'm just curious to hear that from both of you. Would you almost say that in the future, the tendency will be leaning more towards digital items and less so towards physical?
I think the distinction is just completely blurring into one reality, where you can buy physical things in the metaverse, where you have digital overlays, where you've got, AR, when you see someone's handbag, you can click on it and have the option to buy it using something like Boson Protocol and crypto. And I just think there's just going to become this merged reality, a bit like, how we live with social media and communications technology. And I think that distinction, we've started to use the phrase kind of omniverse and omniverse commerce, where it's like digital and physical.
Yeah, there should be, I think, some kind of new type of hardware. The physical assets that should be connected with metaverse. Maybe we can call them like not the hardware, but metaware. Metaware, and they I agree with Justin. There are going to be some overlays on this metaware that we're going to be aware.
One thing that's interesting is that you can build social status. So in the same way today that people on Instagram might post pictures of where they're taking a vacation, I think in the future, because you can add friends in the metaverse and interact with them in the same way, it's just a more immersive form of social media. The new status symbol might be that NFT Gucci bag or that Adidas or Nike shoe. And what's amazing about the blockchain technology, there's so much overlap here, right? The metaverse is really a collection of NFTs with rules put together. But NFT technology allows for provenance, which is a term borrowed from the art world, which means the authenticity and origin history that can be verified. And the blockchain allows that. So somebody asked me once, what if you just created a fake Gucci NFT bag and wore it to the virtual party? I said, well, you could do that, but anyone can check the blockchain and see that it was not, you can verify that it doesn't come from Gucci and that it's a fake. And so I think it's really cool that people can buy these NFT wearables or assets, and you can wear them, you can store them, or you can resell them. And it's that resale that makes a lot of this economically interesting for the new players in the metaverse system.
Yeah, or possibly them as collateral in a DeFi lending.
There should be some balance. Like, if we will just putting the tracking system as NFT for everything which we're wearing, that's going to be like kind of a prison. But I do believe there should be some open initiative. Like Gucci should allow people to co-create with Gucci, like any artist should be available to take a Gucci bag and add something and upgrade its NFT. And that's what should be in place. But if we just put NFT as a tracking platform, I don't think that we're going to be like create a better world. I think the better world if we will allow users to create and co-create, because what is actually the fake or like something? It's a kind of a copy, right? That's someone put in place, like, and someone adjust your vision of your product. Imagine you can legalize this. Imagine you can allow people to give some special license to add something to your product, and that's will drive the economy further, because you together are going to create something new, and that's bring new type of products on the market.
But I think Gucci might have a problem if people were just able to take their product and change it without their authorization. That there is, I think, a concept within NFTs of having something that is unique and scarce. And I don't know, we'll see how that ends up, because I don't disagree with you from a conceptual basis, but I think that there's a big market being made by people purchasing these assets that have a scarcity value, are irreplaceable and unique, but we'll see how that develops.
Yeah, digital environment allows to adjust things. You need to use these features.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to something that Heidi said. You said the young generation obviously is embracing the metaverse more, and I read somewhere like above 30, there was a little bit less interest. So how long do you think it's going to take for the masses to really embrace the metaverse?
Well, as soon as there's money to be made, I'm just going to say, as soon as there's money to be made for businesses, they're going to obviously jump in. That's maybe I have a little bit of a dark perspective on things, but so businesses, I think some of our other panelists have mentioned, here's a factoid that I just read today by IT consulting firm Constellation Research. They estimate that by 2030, the metaverse will be at $21.7 trillion industry. So that's, just really right around the corner, $21.7 trillion industry. And that's probably going to start, as we see lots of innovation starts in art and entertainment and creativity. And we're seeing that now. I think maybe was it Justin or Andrew who had mentioned where did they see that blockchain would start to take off more with the mass adoption, and somebody said DeFi, but it's really leaning more into NFTs. We're seeing that starting to take off more in the art culture space, where we've always seen that the arts and culture has always led in innovation in many, many ways. But once there's money to be made, we're going to see a lot of businesses jump in. And I think I had mentioned that Deloitte had launched their Dimension 10 studio, which really gives businesses and enterprises an opportunity to scratch the surface and explore what does that mean for them. So I hope I answered your question. I think it's going to happen sooner than later.
I mean, just to add to that, I know the stats are that crypto is adopting faster than any other sort of technology in history. And, obviously the metaverse is the fastest, adopting part of crypto right now. So, what does that tell you?
Yeah, what you were saying, Justin, something like 20% of all of the stimulus money that was printed here in the United States went into crypto. So that's how fast that's moving, for sure.
Every type of consumer technology used today is going to be disrupted by the metaverse. And when you talk about this being a multi-trillion-dollar industry, I think for the audience, they need to understand this extends to things like graphic cards. It extends to the hardware that you use. It extends to headsets and glasses, all types of hardware to be developed. If you look at the migration of the social media platform to the metaverse, that's already $1 trillion business that's moving over via Facebook. If you look at the gaming industry, that's $1 trillion business that's already migrating there. And so when you start adding up all of these various areas that are being disrupted, it is for certain going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry when you add everything up.
Yeah, I mean, you add to that, e-commerce, which currently is happening, with a flat screen. That's a bit like, black and white TV. going to color TV. So if you're shopping, online with a flat screen versus having that immersive, real sort of 3D experience, but still having all the benefits of digital. I mean, that's like a $10+ trillion sort of industry as well. So yeah, I mean, it's huge. It's the kind of the inflection point that we've been waiting for in crypto.
I'd like to suggest for this conference, if you have another one next year or later this year, that we host it at the tokens.com conference center in the metaverse. That would be a game changer. It'd be very cool.
That's a great suggestion. And yeah, and I think we just ran out of time. So I wanted to thank all the panelists for joining in. I want to thank GBBC and their entire team for putting this together. And I think to end it, in summary, right, the metaverse is going to be the next major online destination, right, for everything global, for everybody, right, from playing games to working to brainstorming to selling to interacting to probably dating at some point, right? So it's open to everything. And I'm really excited to meet all of you soon in the metaverse. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks so much to our final panel of this wonderful 2-day conference. It's been a real pleasure, and I think we ended on a high note. Whether we meet in person or at tokens.com's Metaverse Conference Center, we look forward to the next one. And to everyone who's been with us for the last 2 days, we'll send recordings of these panels out, and you can actually access everything that's been played so far by just clicking the little dial on the live stream. So thanks so much, everyone, and have a great rest of your day and week.